Chapter 21, Last Day. Dream and Riddick discussed plans at the table. You said something about going to the Enchanted Mountain? Yes, it was so you could do research for your weapon. Honestly, I would prefer for you to use a blade or become a mage. Your skill that has intelligence would allow you to dominate those in your class, maybe even above. But I understand the perks of those weapons as well. Fast, powerful, and you can shoot a lot, like an archer, but maybe better. Either way, I know some people there that can help you, and it would be a good place to start for the girls. Indeed, though there is something you might be misunderstanding about me. Oh, do tell. I don't only plan to stick with shooting. I plan to learn about all fields. Riddick looked at Dream with a confused face. Why? You can only get strong if you focus your attention on one type of combat. Splitting your attention can hurt your future growth. I disagree. I think the only way to get strong is to learn everything. Mages and archers are great in ranged combat. Melee types are the opposite. If you find someone who can do all three, they will have no weaknesses. That's why you have teams. You find companions to cover your weaknesses in combat. And I say you already have a good team right now. Iris is close combat. Luna is the healer and support. You are ranged. So why do you need to learn more? You can just stick to perfecting your shooting. That's the problem. I think you forget that my shooting skill is already maxed out. Plus, there are no profound arts to the ways of firing a straight bullet. Another reason is because I wish to incorporate everything around my shooting. I need to learn magic so I can create better bullets and guns. And I need to learn blade fighting so I can protect myself up close and move my body better. Then are you sure you're able to? I don't want you ruining your future because your ambitions were too big. I can and I will. I already died once because of hopelessness. This time, I have a chance. That, and I also have my title. Don't forget that I gain proficiency 5 times faster. Isn't that 100 years of training in 20 years? Sigh, I forgot about that monstrous title. All right, boy. I won't convince you otherwise. The mountain will be our first objective. Okay, I just need to know where to go. You have a map? I do. Here. Riddick summoned out a map and laid it on the table. It had the forest and the surrounding area on it. Sophia? Already got it. Dream nodded at her. I got it. Although there's no sense of direction here, so I hope you know which way. Of course I do. We'll be fine. I'll also let you see this. Riddick took out another map, except this one was much bigger. He unraveled it onto the table. This is the map of the world. 3 continents, 4 human empires, 3 humanoid. Dream studied the map. The human continent was a wide oval shape. The 4 human kingdoms were arranged with large distances between them. The Enchanted Mountain was near the top where a mountain range was. The Mercenary Kingdom was near the southeast corner of the oval. This was also where the land bridge to another continent was. The spire was almost in the middle of the continent, while the sword school was to the right by the coast. And around those empires there were many other kingdoms, much smaller in size, but more plentiful. Do the 4 empires like to dominate the area around them? Yes, it's mainly for all the hunting grounds or dungeons. They don't like to give those up and prohibit any kingdoms from intruding. Wait, you said dungeons? What are those? Dungeons are pockets of space that hold monsters. There are some that appear and disappear, but others will not. They're regulated and only people with the designated level can enter them. Towns are often built around them, as people like to make money off of the materials from monsters. This includes mana stones. Well, that's an important bit of information. What can mana stones be used for? Crafting mainly, and sometimes spellcasting. Crafters use them for many different things, but mages can use them as a catalyst for spells. Very cool. There's a lot I need to learn, but that won't happen today. Indeed. Well, we will be heading to a village tomorrow. Our forest is located below the Enchanted Mountain. This area has nobody ruling over it. The village is actually on the outskirts of a nearby kingdom run by a 3rd-class mage. Interesting. Will we head to the kingdom's capital? Yes, it's on the way. All right. Then any final preparations will be made tomorrow. Dream got up with Riddick after ending their chat to go to bed. Today was their last day at the house. The girls were rather anxious as they had never stepped outside the forest. They were trying to find things to do, but ended up doing nothing just thinking about it. Dream, on the other hand, was in his room. He was laying on his bed with something in his hands. I was dropped here by someone who could save me and move me across worlds. And this letter is my lease on life. Someone who gave you your abilities too. Don't forget that remark on your title. Apparently, the system is an enemy of sorts. Either way, the answers will come after you gain strength. Dream pondered the future while holding the letter he got when he first came here. Turns out, it doesn't wrinkle. Knock knock. Someone knocked at the door. Dream could guess who it was. It's open. Click. Hi. Hi, Luna. Luna walked into the room and shut the door behind her. She had her headphones around her neck and was dressed in some of the clothes he got her, specifically yoga pants and a cotton shirt. Dream stared at her for a second. Something wrong? Luna, I should get you clothes that you don't look so sexy in. Why? Why? Because the men of this world won't know how to control themselves in front of such a delicious booty. Delicious? That's an odd word to use. I'll get you something. Until then, get that delicious booty over here. Asterisk giggle asterisk. Luna chuckled and walked over, setting herself down right next to Dream and started cuddling. What's that letter? I found this next to me when I was first dropped here. The writing on it sure is amazing. Luna admired the writing as she read it. When she was done, Dream put it back in his inventory. So the person who brought you here gave you that letter? I think so. No other explanation. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Dream took a deep breath and moved closer to Luna for comfort. Are you anxious about leaving? Yeah, but I'm also excited. Meeting new people, and we can fight new monsters. Everything will be new. Dad has told us many things, but I can't wait to finally see them. That's good. I'm also interested to see what this world has to offer. Dream really was excited about finally exploring this fantasy world. He would get to see new people, gain new knowledge, and he was prepared for anything. They both stayed like that for a little while. Although she said otherwise, Dream could feel how nervous Luna was. It made sense though. She may never come back to this place again. The home she stayed in since she was a child with her sister and dad. It was comfortable, safe. She knew she had to leave, and wanted to as well, but it was difficult. They didn't need to talk to hear each other. He just held her, letting her know that he was there. After almost half an hour, Dream broke the silence. The only thing that's gonna suck is not having toilets. Luna thought about it for a second and realized he was right. It isn't something you really think about, but it was definitely important. I don't want to go anymore. Ha ha ha. He laughed at her comment. He could probably figure something out for that, but things wouldn't be as luxurious as they are now. He was interrupted by someone though. You could get a compact mini house and just summon it out whenever you need to camp. That, and there are portable toilets. You're a genius. Dream just kept Sophia's idea to himself though. He could surprise them later. Dream and Luna both stayed together for a while because what could be more comfortable? Eventually, things got a little more heated and they made out. It was something they would do whenever they could. It was difficult though as Riddick didn't like her in his room. They enjoyed each other while they could until they were called. Everyone, come to the living room. Riddick. Riddick called them all out to the room. He probably wanted to discuss tomorrow. Dream and Luna both got up and walked outside. They were met with iris glare. What's wrong, Scarlet? Shut up. You know what? Dream chuckled and just sat down. Luna followed suit. All right, I explained it to you, boy, but not the girls. So, here's our general plan. Riddick started explaining to them what he planned to do. Going to the Enchanted Mountain, researching items, and whatever else they could do. It's mainly for the boy that we're going. And when he gets what he needs to, I plan on moving to the Spire. 1. So you guys can go training at the leveling grounds all around it. 2. So I can get back to my own training. I've been gone for nearly 20 years, and I'm not getting any younger. Any questions? Riddick, I assume we will be able to train in magic at the Spire? There's probably a school, right? Dream, there is. If you all are interested, we can get you signed up. It'll be easy for you all to get in because of me, but I still want you to go through the entry exam. Don't ask me what it is. You'll find out when you get there. Riddick, an entry exam, huh? Do you know what it could be? Dream threw the question at Sophia. It might be anything from weaving spells to mana control. Maybe sensing mana? The ways of magic in this world are still pretty unknown. They are. I should just start working on controlling and sensing mana myself. Although I have you, I at least want to understand the concept behind everything. I understand, but also keep in mind I am your skill. I consume the awareness ability and have the senses. I just use it on your behalf. You have absolute control and access to what I have. Don't be afraid to use it. Sophia spoke with reassurance, and she was right. She technically is Dream's skill. It's not like she's going anywhere. Why shouldn't he use his skill just because it's in a different form? Thanks, Sophia. Of course. After talking to her, Dream focused back on the topic at hand. I won't be long at the mountain. I just need information. Plus, I'm eager to start fighting. Does the mountain have any hunting grounds? There are most likely several. I haven't been there in a long time though, so I'm not sure. All right, well, let's just focus on the village and capital first. Indeed, girls, start getting things organized and packed. We leave tomorrow after breakfast. Riddick got up and walked away after reminding them. Dream had actually given them suitcases so they could easily pack their stuff. He would then just store it himself as it was all things he summoned. The girls went to their rooms because now they had something to do. Dream, on the other hand, went to his workshop to store everything. Most of the stuff inside the workshop was actually just garbage. Many little experiments and many little explosions. He just summoned a big trash can and threw everything in there. After a couple of hours, it was getting close to dinner. Dream finished packing anything usable and tossed all the garbage to the side. When dinner finally came, everyone just sat down and ate. Nobody really said anything. And when dinner finished, they all just went back to their rooms to finish packing. Dream also went to his room to take care of the stuff in there. Morning came, and everyone woke up earlier than usual out of nervousness. Since everyone was up so early, they all brought out their bags to the living room. Breakfast was made and ate, and when everything was finally done, they sat together one more time. Is everyone all packed? Dream. The girls nodded their head. Riddick had been ready for a while, so he didn't say anything. All right, I'll store your stuff and get the helicopter ready. Any last things you want to do them now? Dream. Dream walked outside to their makeshift helipad and summoned out the helicopter. He then told Sophia, "Start it up." Roger. The helicopter went through its startup. Wind blew everywhere and scared any small animals hanging around. Dream stared for a while before going back to the house. He found the suitcases full of clothes and other items and stored them. Everyone was also standing around. It was time to head out. Everyone ready? Dream asked and got head nods back. All right, let's board the chopper then. Everyone took one last look and walked out of the house. They boarded the helicopter outside and found their seats. When everyone was situated, Dream gave the command. Sophia, let's get our adventure started. Roger. Her voice came over the speakers of the helicopter. Moments later, they began rising off the ground and into the air. Everyone looked through the windows at the little cabin that got smaller and smaller with each passing second, until it could no longer be seen. Their new beginning was finally getting started. Chapter 22, First Contact. The group of 4 arrived outside the village in 4 hours. Not a day like Riddick thought. In fact, when they were first approaching the village, Riddick had shouted out, scaring the crap out of everyone. We're already here? How is that possible? We've only been flying for 4 hours. Old man, calm your tits. I told you this thing can go fast. Why are you so surprised? Because it would have taken us weeks on foot. You can cover weeks of walking in 4 hours? Hell yeah, this much is easy. The other devices we have on my planet can do triple this distance in the same amount of time. They can even carry 200 people. So I say this is all right. Whatever. Riddick gave up thinking about it. Since they didn't want to scare people, they landed in an open area away from the village. When they were approaching the village, Dream remembered something. You know, I didn't even think about how we might need money. I hope you aren't poor old man. Don't insult me, boy. Don't forget that I'm a class 3. We can make plenty of money wherever we go. Riddick reprimanded him and just kept walking while Dream wondered how much he had in that inventory. As they started to approach the entrance, Dream thought of yet another problem. Hey, old man, don't you think we should cover up your daughters? Is it weird to wear cloaks in this world? Cloaks? Why should they wear that? I think you underestimate how gorgeous your daughters are. I gave them some more modest clothing, but even that stands out. I think they'll be fine. If not, isn't that where their little boyfriend will step in? Heh, all right, you win. Dream couldn't exactly say anything to that. He would just wait and see. So they approached the village, paid the entrance fee, and walked in. Luna and Iris were very excited as they took everything in. The village was nothing impressive, but anything more than trees was new for them, so it didn't matter. People walked down the street. Buildings was scattered about. Everything was mostly made of wood. It was a little awkward for the people who walked past their group, though. The girls would stare at everyone, taking in their features. Boys blushed, and so did girls. The old men and women would just wave and be friendly. While they were having a grand time taking everything in, Dream was surprised. Everyone here looks better than I thought. I mean, I wasn't expecting anything, but at least the puberty boys aren't covered in acne. It's probably due to mana. Mana seeks to enhance. So anyone in contact with mana will have fewer blemishes and look better. And these people probably aren't anything great either. I can just imagine a genius child with mana all their life. How amazing would they look? Dream thought about various things as they walked through the village streets. But as they started to reach the end of the village, he got confused. Old man, what are we even doing here? I know the girls can use the enlightenment to the fact that people exist, but did you have anything planned? Honestly, not really. I just wanted them to come here first before going to the capital. We can head out again soon. All right, maybe we should try something though. Like what? Let's have them go over and buy something. Talk to someone. All right, girls, come here. Riddick called out to the two wondering foxes who had walked off. They ran back, and he explained to them his idea. There's a bread shop over there. Let's go over and get something. Riddick, why you sure? I don't know if that's... Iris. It'll be fine. Riddick. He ushered them into a shop, and they were met with a greeting. Welcome. How can I help you all today? A man about as tall as Dream came out from behind a counter. He was rather plump and had a bald head with a long mustache. Hi. I was wondering if... You could buy some bread? Iris. Iris nervously asked the shopkeeper her question. The shopkeeper could see the smiles of the two men behind her and began to understand a little. Haha, of course. We have many different types here. Come and see which one you would like. Thank you. The man brought Iris to his selection, and she looked at different breads before choosing a loaf. I'll take this one. Iris. No problem. Shopkeep. You can put it in here. Riddick. Riddick brought over a basket for the bread and let the shopkeeper put the loaf in it. He then paid for the bread. Thank you. My daughter is still a little nervous around people. Riddick. Dad. Iris. Haha. No worries. Where are all of you headed? Shopkeep. We're going to the capital after this. Riddick. I see. Well, do stay safe during your travels. Monsters tend to target carriages on the roads. We will. Thanks for the food. They exchanged farewells and exited the shop. Iris was confused, though. Are we supposed to take a carriage? Iris. We won't, but he doesn't know that. No need to make a fuss over it. Now time for Luna. Riddick. Luna wasn't as open about how nervous she was like Iris, but Dream knew that it wasn't actually much less. They went over to a butcher shop next and did the same thing. The shopkeeper was another man. He wasn't plump, however. He was lean and ripped, probably a hunter who sold his kills. He also looked mid-age. Luna asked for a cut of what Dream could only assume was beef, and Riddick wrapped it in leather and paid for it. As they walked out, Dream wondered about the currency. Old man, what are the currency levels? The four empires recognize copper, silver, and gold. 100 copper equals 1 silver, and 100 silver equals 1 gold. If you ever get rich enough, 500 gold can be exchanged for a gold plate. No other kingdoms uses a different currency because it would be like slandering the empire's authority. That, and it's also easier. Makes sense. It was good to know, so he asked. So when do we plan to move? I don't see anything else to do here. Dream. We can head out now. I think the girls have had enough of a buffer before the shock. All right, let's start walking then. As there was nothing this village had to offer, they began to exit. They walked into an open area where nobody could see and summoned out the helicopter. Where to, old man? That way. Knowing how fast this thing is, we can be there before sunset. The helicopter took off in the direction Riddick pointed to. Everyone ate lunch while they were flying since it was lunchtime. They planned on eating dinner at the capital. Riddick misjudged again as it only took 3 hours to get to the capital. As they approached, they could see the tall castle surrounded by many buildings and a wall. The helicopter was set down a couple miles away. They walked over and Riddick paid to get through the gates. As they walked through, many buildings around 2 stories greeted them. This city has a population of around 300,000. The king here is the 3rd class I told you about. Their army is also rather nice, but it's really only for monster attacks. Riddick. Riddick gave some interesting info about the capital. The first thing they noticed was actually the amount of people. There were many times more people walking up and down the streets here. The occasional carriage also passed through. Vendors would be at their stalls selling whatever they could. Smells of food also wafted through the air. Wow, everything is so big. There's tons of people. Iris started getting excited while taking in the sights. Dream could also feel Luna's curiosity towards everything around here. Not that Dream wasn't curious. It was also his first time seeing a kingdom-style city. The many wood buildings, and the people were very different from what he was used to. One more thing that was different was the power level of the people here. I know it'll be difficult until I get my first class, but what's the power level of everyone here? I estimate many first class and very few second class. It is obviously more difficult to get second class, although first class seems to be standard among people who level. Dream nodded in understanding and kept walking. Riddick spoke up after some time. Boy, how urgent are you to get to the mountain? Not that urgent. Did you have something in mind? Yes, actually. I was thinking we can stay here for a little. We can find a hunting ground in the area and get you guys to first class before we got to the mountain. How does that sound? Dream thought about it and didn't see anything wrong. He would also like to be stronger and finally get a class. Sounds good. Are we going to find a hotel then? Yes. We can get situated and head to the guild here. We'll be able to find the hunting ground and take tasks. All right, so apparently there was a guild? It makes sense because they need people to keep the monsters in check. Their materials are also important for crafting. Riddick asked a couple people and found a hotel close to the guild. It was a tall 3-story building that was also very wide to accommodate many rooms. They walked in and found a hostess behind a counter. The first floor looked to be a restaurant. Looks like they serve meals as well. Hello, welcome to the Gregory Hotel. Are you looking for rooms? Hi and yes. 3 rooms, please. If you can put them together, that would be best. Riddick spoke to the hostess. He paid for a week-long stay and was given 3 different keys. He thanked the girl and came back to the group. We're on the 3rd floor and we have rooms next to each other. The girls will be in one and us men will have our own. Here are the keys. Thanks for the courtesy, old man. I don't want to stay with you either, boy. After trading jabs, they all went up to find their rooms. I'm not thrilled with the stairs, but oh well. I'll take the center room. And why is that? Riddick gave him a smirk as he said that. Dream replied in kind. They might serve food here, but can you really beat mine? You all will probably end up coming to my room to eat. So let's make it easy. I'll take the center. I'll be setting up a table and anything else I need anyway. Tisk fine. After Dream won, Riddick threw the key at him as well as the girls. They didn't complain about sharing as they didn't want to be alone while in a foreign place. Riddick also knew that. Dream went with the girls to their room to drop off their suitcases. What surprised him was that it was bigger than he thought. There was a dresser, table and chairs, and a queen-size bed. The 3 walked in and Iris went over to the bed to lay on it. Her expectations, however, instantly dropped when she felt it. This bed is weird. It's not hard, but it's not nearly as comfortable. That's kind of obvious. They aren't going to spend money on better materials. Plus, the people in this world probably suck at making beds. Dream also went over to feel it, and he could agree that it was a little uncomfortable. Did they stuff this with wool? The mattress laid on a wood platform and was about a foot thick. I can't imagine what I would do if I didn't have my ability. I'll just replace it, but we'll need to change it back later. The girls moved the mattress and Dream summoned out a high-quality queen mattress. He then brought out the girls' suitcases full of clothes and left the room to set up his. The rooms were the same, so he just replaced the mattress. He really didn't need to bring out all his clothes because he had the storage, not to mention the issue with stealing. Since there wasn't much to do, he went over to Riddick's room and replaced his bed too. Thanks, boy. We won't be able to go to a field today, so we can just walk around and grab dinner. We'll head out tomorrow morning. That works. Do you know of any restaurants around here? There's a couple. Just depends on what we want. All right, I'll go see when the girls are finished settling and we can go eat. Dream headed back and checked on the girls. They were also done with everything, so the 4 went to dinner. At night, the streets were very rowdy. Anybody out hunting was back before sunset, and all the workers were done with their jobs. Everybody was searching for dinner. The 4 had walked down a couple streets and found a place that sold meat dishes, though the girls were a little surprised seeing how many people were inside the restaurant. As hunters needed a lot more energy, meat was the best option. This place apparently sold alcohol as well. The only problem was how many eyes fell on the group when they walked in. Chapter 23, Silent Scream. Old man, I told you this would happen. This is always gonna happen. But I'm not gonna go putting a mask on my girls. True. Dream agreed, as he also wouldn't make them do that. After a little waiting, they were guided to a table by a host, as most of the tables were rather close together, so they couldn't expect much privacy. But they could also hear all the conversations going on. Dude, look at those girls over there. I tell you, I've never seen such white hair. That's what you're looking at? What about that ass of hers? Both of them even. Ass? You guys have no taste. Boobs all the way. Huh, and you say we have no taste? You can never beat a tight ass with boobs. You looking to fight? Men all around the room first admired the sight of two stunning women before breaking out over heated debates. Dream couldn't blame them, though. Boobs versus ass was indeed one of the great questions of the universe. Even he couldn't decide. The girls, though, were shocked, embarrassed, and also angry at the things they heard, though. Never in their wildest dreams would they ever imagine being talked about like that in front of so many people. Iris obviously got heated. Even Luna had a bit of a crumpled face. Are men seriously so vulgar? How could they say those things? Iris, now you know why I mentioned wearing cloaks. And also why I gave you different clothes. Just imagine what they'd say if you were walking around in those shorts you like. Dream. I guess. But still. Iris. This is just how men are. You'll learn to block it out. Riddick. Oh, so you mean to say that you guys are the same? Iris. Iris gave them a glare as she asked her question, though the answer shocked her. Yup. Both of them said the same thing at the same time. Iris was dumbfounded at how her dad and Dream apparently also thought like those vulgar men. Luna, on the other hand, already had an idea, especially with some of the interesting ways Dream would describe her, which would only get weirder by the day. Never did she think she would get described as thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. She wasn't even totally sure about what oatmeal was. Regardless, neither of the girls were happy with the situation. Whatever. When do we get our food? Iris. When a waiter comes. Riddick. They didn't have to wait long before someone came to take their orders. Each of them got whatever looked good and the waiter left. They had appetizers like bread that they munched on while waiting. 20 minutes later, they finally got their food. Each was a cut of meat, but unlike what they ate in the forest, this meat was seasoned and cooked properly. This surprised the girls when they first bit into it. The different spices and the medium-rare juicy meat made for a wonderful combination. They instantly started cutting into their meat and ate quickly. It was good that the portion sizes were big, otherwise dinner would be over fast. I guess I never really did make you guys meat or anything. Dream. You had other foods with meat, but no, it was never just meat like this. Luna. I probably would have, but I wasn't able to get many things until my skill evolved, which was only like a little while ago. Maybe I'll try a dish sometime. Dream. You should. Your cooking is good. Luna. The group kept eating while making occasional conversation. Meanwhile, the men in the room still hadn't stopped talking about the girls. Some guys got bored and talked about other things. But people came in and out, so there was always someone to say something. Everything was fine, until it got taken a step further. Hey ladies, I've never seen you around here before. A man who looked to be in his late 20s came walking up to the group's table. He was with a friend. I've never seen you two here either. You guys should come with us. We can show you around the city for a while. Dream, as well as the other three, looked over and checked out who was talking to them. There were two men who were burly enough to be NFL players back on Earth. Dream guessed they were about 6 feet 5 inches. They also had some gear on and looked to have come from a hunt recently. They weren't dirty, though. Big muscles and a short-sleeve shirt showed just how strong they were. Iris wasn't impressed, though. Check out the town? No thanks. Just go away and leave us alone. Iris. She spoke up in irritation. She had barely been dealing with the lecherous looks and the shameful comments for a while now. And now they were coming to her table. She didn't want to be mean, but she's also not really a nice person to begin with. After Iris gave them such a blunt answer, them two men noticeably flinched. They weren't expecting such a response from such a beautiful girl. They also didn't take so kindly to that either. But they didn't let that show. Hey now, there's no need for such a harsh response. I actually happen to be one of the Class 1 hunters in the guild. I know plenty of places. Me and my friend were just looking for some company. So how about it? Man 1. As the man was saying that, he bent down and put his arm around Iris. Iris totally wasn't expecting it either. She reddened a little at the unexpected contact. The man obviously didn't miss this and figured she was the type to play hard to get. Man 2 also went up to Luna. Hey girl, I'm guessing the fiery one is your friend. It's a perfect match if both of you come with us. Come on, I know a great pub with delicious wine that we can check out. Man 2 reached out and grabbed Luna's hand as he said that. As she was just as inexperienced as Iris, she forgot to fight it and was pulled up from her seat. As the two men were trying to take the girls, both Riddick and Dream were glaring. At first they didn't do anything as they wanted the girls to know how to reject someone, but when the men started putting their hands on them, they understood that this wouldn't end as cleanly as they expected. Dream was the first to speak up. Hey, I suppose you just hoped that we wouldn't notice you? Or are you so blind as to not see us? Dream. No, we saw you, but I don't think we owe you any attention. You can just finish eating and move along. Man 2. Oh, I think we both know that's not going to happen. Dream. Are you challenging me? I don't know if you qualify to. Well then, we should find out, shouldn't we? Duh. Dream stood up from his seat as he said that. Both men looked at him and smirked. This was it? Iris also wasn't idle while they were talking. Don't touch me with your dirty hands, asshole. She grabbed his arm and threw it away while also standing up. Come on, little girl. You don't need to be so fiery. Let's just take a walk outside. The man went over to grab Iris, but she decided to respond with a jab to the throat. I said keep your hands off me. Cough out, bitch. Don't dish what you can't take. Slap, thud. The man responded with a slap to her face. As he had much more strength, it was enough to put her on the floor. This, however, earned the unrepressed killing intent from both Dream and Luna. Luna kicked the man, grabbing her in the balls, which got him to back off and then pushed him away. Dream also went to the man who slapped Iris and delivered a Sparta kick to the gut. Boom. A low thud rang out as the man was knocked back by the kick. Dream turned to pick up Iris. Hey, are you okay? I'm gonna kill him. Dream thought she would be a little shocked, but no, she was absolutely seething with hatred. Let me serve him to you then. They're strong, and I don't want you turning into a fox to fight him. Dream had felt it when he kicked the man. That guy was indeed strong. As expected from a Class 1 hunter, after the two men were pushed back and Dream had picked up Iris, he squared up with them. Riddick asked just in case. What do you think, boy? You good? Yup, no problems. Good. Go ahead and gut them like a fish. Dream nodded after he heard the hatred in Riddick's voice. Dream was also surprised he didn't incinerate them on the spot considering his power. Either way, looks like he has the green light. The two men also squared with Dream. That was a strong kick there. Surprising how it came from you. But you think I'm so weak to cave from that? Man 1. It won't end with just a kick. Get over here so I can make you squeal like a pig. Dream. Punk. Watch that mouth of yours. Man 2. Fine. I'll go to you then. Dream. Dream stopped wasting words and activated the suit. This thing would allow him to grind their bones to dust. He kicked off toward the first man and threw out a punch. The man responded with a simple arm block, but it wouldn't end so well with just that. When the fist landed, thud, snap, arg, fuck. A curse came out as the man's entire forearm was shattered. Dream wasted no time and threw out a right kick to the man's left thigh. Another sound was heard. Crack. Aw. The man went to the floor while holding his leg. The femur bone was definitely the most painful bone to break. Meanwhile, the other man had come over to support his friend after recovering from his balls being kicked. He took out an axe that he had across his back and chopped down diagonally. Axe from behind. Yup. Dream had sensed the axe coming. Unfortunately, he couldn't completely move out of the way, so he decided to parry it. Let's hope this suit can take it. He turned around, threw up his arm at the blade. Shring. Sparks flew as the two made contact. The axe was diverted towards the floor safely, but Dream had taken more of a hit than he thought. Fuck, that's gonna leave a nasty bruise. My arm hurts. The axe carried a lot of weight and Dream had been knocked back a few feet onto his back. Damn, that armor is tough. Come on, you piece of shit. I'll chop your leg off. Man 2. The man came walking over and chopped down again. Dream didn't want to meet it head on and dove away. After he dove, he got up and squared with the man again. I think I know enough. We can begin. Dream. Shing. As Dream said that, a blade was ejected from his arm. The blade was about a foot long. Dream had never tested how sharp this was. Now it would seem he has more experimenting to do. He dashed over to the man again. The man responded with a horizontal slice, but Dream dodged. Dream then responded with a slash to the leg. Slice. The blade went straight through the man's thigh, like a hot knife through butter. Huh. As the body goes into shock from having a limb cut off, the man didn't feel any pain as he fell on his butt, though it didn't last long. Ah. He started screaming like mad when the pain finally set it. Dream didn't mind him though, as he was no longer a threat, and started walking over to the first man. Fuck, you can't kill me. The man seemed to forget about the pain from his broken leg as he drew a sword from his back and started slashing in front of him. As he slashed like a maniac, Dream moved in during an opening and cut the man's wrist off. Slice. Clang. Ah. You son of a bitta. Dream punched the man in the face to shut him up. As both were now incapacitated, he had them at his mercy. Dream checked with the girls first. You wish to throw any punches? Yes. Iris. Iris was still heated from being smacked. She instantly dashed over. She punched, slapped, and burned the first man all over. None of her attacks were weak either. She had been caught off guard by that slap, but that didn't mean she couldn't dish it out. She went on for almost 10 minutes before her fire had died down and the man stopped screaming. The man was left weak and pitiful with cauterized wounds everywhere. I'm done. All right, Luna. No, thank you. Although, Luna got up from her seat and walked over to the man with his leg chopped off. She then delivered a swift kick to his face. Thud. Arg. Luna's foot hit the man with a dull sound. The man grunted in pain, but not much considering his leg pains. I'm good. Luna. All right, old man. Maybe you should take them to get some fresh air. Keep watch for me too. Dream. Dream wasn't sure the girls would enjoy seeing the punishment he was about to hand out, nor did he want them to see him doing it. So he gave Riddick a hint to take them out. Riddick didn't seem to think that way though. You know, I think we'll stay. And don't worry about being interrupted. I'm not as powerful as I am for nothing. Riddick. At first he was confused. What if the guards came? But when Dream thought about it, he understood. Wasn't Riddick as powerful as the king here? There was probably nothing he couldn't do. And although Dream was conflicted about doing this in front of the girls, he wasn't about to let these men be turned into the guards. He turned around to the two men after nodding to Riddick. Before he started though, everyone, leave. Dream shouted to everyone in the restaurant that hadn't already left. He could spot some younger teenagers who he didn't need to scare like that. When everyone had emptied out, Dream turned to the two men. There will be no interruptions while I handle you two. The man turned to look at Dream, who no longer had his mask on, and felt killing intent that would give him nightmares. If he lived past tonight, that is, the killing intent that he sensed wasn't overwhelming, but it was sadistic, fiendish. He could only imagine what this man was about to do to him. Dream walked towards him and squatted down next to him. You know, a friend of mine once told me that sometimes you need a more artistic way to cut something, or someone, so they gave me this knife. Fuck you. Slice. The first man threw out a punch with his remaining hand, but it was promptly cut off. Oh, wow, you can get awfully loud. Let's fix that. After the man basically screamed in his ear, he got annoyed. Sophia, where do I cut the vocal cords? I'll highlight it in your vision. After a second, Dream saw a red line for where the man's vocal cords would be in his vision. He then grabbed the man's head and slammed it on the ground. Thud. Stay still. Dream took his knife and put it up to his throat, and right where the line was, he punctured the throat. Pooey. The man opened his mouth to express his pain, but nothing came out. There we go. The man kept opening and closing his mouth, and air could be heard coming from his lungs, but no sound. Dream walked over and did the same to the other man. When he was done, there was silence. Boy, how did you do that? There is a muscle in your throat that makes your voice. I just cut the muscle. Riddick was interested as it was something he didn't know. Biology probably wasn't advanced in this world. The girls, though. Dream? You don't have to do anything. I'm fine, you know. Iris. Iris was worried as she could tell what was about to happen. She was a tough girl and a slap wasn't much. Dream, though. It's not about being fine, Iris. A man dare slap and humiliate you. You think I or your dad would ever allow such a thing to go unpunished? I apologize that your first day outside has ended in such a fashion. To make up for it, these pieces of horse shit that ruined our evening will be taught what it means to be broken. They will understand that walking in here tonight is a mistake that they will never be able to learn from. After Dream finished talking to Iris, the men knew that their time had come. Silent screams rang out in the night. Chapter 24, Quest. Dream was in his hotel room. The torture actually didn't last long, mainly because some guards had been alerted. That doesn't mean that the pain the two men experienced was any lesser, although it was probably more psychological than physical. The ways of torture don't only involve various tools to inflict more pain. It's also about manipulating the terror they feel from anticipating pain. Use their own mind against them, although a massive amount of pain also does the trick. Dream spared no effort in dicing them up like onions. By the end, the two men were nothing more than scattered limbs and a pile of flesh, though despite that, they hadn't died. Event though they had wished for it. It was when Riddick finally spoke about guards coming that Dream stopped and everyone left. They didn't even bother to make sure the men were dead. If they were, great. If not, they would either be scared for life, permanently disabled, or both. When either way, no evidence other than witnesses was left, and with Riddick's status, nobody could do anything anyways. So they just left to go back to the hotel room and sleep. Dream had a hard time sleeping though. Who wouldn't after doing something like that? But he didn't regret doing it either. Not just because of Iris. At first, he was doing it out of hatred. Then it became bloodlust. By the end, however, he was rather apathetic. What he understood though was that yes, it could be seen as extreme, but he needed to be able to do it. In this world, strength ruled. He needed to be unfazed by the brutalities he will see and perform in the future. He didn't want any unnecessary consequences just because he was too lenient with his enemies. One could say that tonight was a sort of training, an initiation into his new life. At the very least, he didn't have to listen to their blood-curdling screams, though one could argue that that was scarier. So here he was in bed reflecting on what he did. It was difficult to get out of his mind, but the part he was most worried about was the girls. Dream had asked Riddick when they were walking back why he had them stay. His response was, "They can't and shouldn't be protected from the brutalities of life. They will encounter things like this in the future, as will you." Though that's only half the reason. The other half is that they deserve to know all facets of who you are. They must accept all of you if you want them to stay with you. Do you plan to hide the brutality you are capable of forever? What he said made sense too. He shouldn't hide it. And maybe he was overthinking things. Maybe they weren't shocked or mortified. He at least had the connection with Luna that told him that she was all right. She wasn't disgusted, at least with him. Dream kept thinking about such things for a couple hours, until he felt a presence at the door. Knock, knock, knock. It's open. Dream knew who it was knocking on his door. "Sorry for disturbing you so late." The door was opened and a beautiful girl with black hair came walking through. Dream sat up to welcome her. "Good evening, Scarlet. What brings you here?" "I wanted to check on you, see if you were okay." "I think I should be the one asking you that. It wasn't a sight I wanted you to see. Even more so on your first day in the world." Dream welcomed her over to sit on the bed as he spoke. She walked over, and they sat across from each other. "Dream, I think you forget how we hunted in the forest. Although I've never seen a human subjected to such mutilation, that doesn't mean I haven't seen animals that way. Not to mention, I can be rather brutal with my kills as well, I guess. Not to mention, you did it for me. You wouldn't have done such things if I had been more careful." Iris looked down in shame. She hadn't been careful and got carried away, which led to the slap on her face. She knows she could have handled it better. Dream wasn't having that though. "You're not allowed to blame yourself. Then you can't either. You need to know that I appreciate what you did, and I'm not disgusted by it either." "Okay." Iris grabbed his face and looked into his eyes with seriousness. She didn't want him worrying himself over something as trivial as this. Sure, Iris was surprised as she had never seen a human in such a sorry state, and that Dream was the one who made him that way. But would she get scared or keep her distance from him? No way. Why let a sorry excuse for a man separate them? After seeing that she was trying so hard for him to understand, Dream started feeling much better. Iris had never taken the initiative to be so serious about something before. He broke out into a silly grin thinking about how out of character it was for her. "Gimme a kiss." Dream pulled her in since she was already so close and the serious atmosphere was instantly broken. He then began doing as the French do. Iris was caught off guard since she was trying to be serious a second ago and didn't resist. Not that she would anyway. "I am not good with tongue." "Then I guess you should start learning, huh?" Dream grabbed her and pulled her to lay down and cuddle on the bed. They kissed, separated, and kissed some more. As things kept getting more heated, Dream noticed that Luna and Iris weren't really too different, just that Iris was definitely the shy one. It took some practice, but Iris finally started learning, just like Luna did. They started relaxing more and enjoying it as they figured each other out. After some time, Iris spoke up. Dream. Huff. I think I'll prefer to stay with you. The other guys seem to just be assholes." "Oh, I don't know. I can be quite the asshole too." "Yeah, but I kind of love you. So it's okay. I can't have Luna take all of you either." "Hee hee. Competitive are we? Well, don't worry. I have plenty of love to go around. And of course, I love you too." "Hee hee. Huey, it's embarrassing." Iris squirmed around a little while her face turned bright red. Dream thought that was the cutest thing in the world and started eating her up some more. Iris didn't go back to her room that night. In the morning, everyone met in Dream's room for breakfast. Another thing that Dream found out about her is that Iris also has trouble hiding embarrassment. Riddick had basically found out what happened last night and asked her about it, to which she confirmed it by turning into a tomato. Either way, everyone was rather happy as they ate their flapjacks that Dream made. After all, today was the day to go to the hunting grounds. As Dream was eating, he also got another little surprise from Sophia. "It seems that the two men died sometime last night. You got some experience." "Really? That's good to know. What level do you think they were?" "They had likely just gotten a first class. Otherwise, you would have gotten more." "True." Dream was pleased to know that it wasn't just monsters that gave experience. Anyone with a level will. Everyone finished eating breakfast quickly out of excitement and immediately began walking to the guild. Dream was curious about some things while walking, so he asked Riddick, "Old man, are there quests and rewards for this stuff?" "There is, though it isn't much. All of you will also need to get an identification. You'll get it when we register. A few things to note: don't put your abilities or titles on the registration. Your name, level, and class are the main things to log. Everything else is optional, and you shouldn't reveal everything about yourself." "Alright, what's the level of these hunting grounds?" "They start at level 40 and go all the way to level 120. The level gap is big, but so is the field. Certain areas are marked with certain monsters, so you need to learn not to get carried away and wander that high." "Wait, so wouldn't I be able to class 2 today?" Dream thought it could very well be possible with his experience boost, but Riddick thought otherwise. Keep dreaming, boy. I think you underestimate how difficult it is to level after you get your class. Every class is a bigger step, not just in levels, but experience. Otherwise, everyone would be 4th class. I don't doubt that you'll get past 1st class today, but 2nd? Not happening. Dream also felt that made sense. How could it be so easy to get to 2nd class? Plus, that could be bad for him as well. He needs to take time figuring things out before jumping into the deep end. After walking for several minutes down a couple of streets, the group made it to the guild building. The building was a tall 2-story building with a rustic look. It wasn't by any means dirty, though. Dream and the others walked through the open door and heard the chattering of many people, surprisingly loud for the morning. Apparently, the guild building was also a restaurant, as there were tables to the side and a bar. Many hunters were eating their breakfast, probably before they head out for the day. Since neither Dream nor the girls knew what they were doing, Riddick took charge. "Follow me." All of them followed him to a counter that was on the right side of the building. Riddick walked up to the desk where a pretty lady was sitting going through papers. She greeted them as they approached. "Hello, how can I help you?" "Hello, I have these 3 right here that need to get themselves registered. They plan to take quests for the hunting grounds." "No problem. Take these forms and fill them out. You can give them to me when you're done." "Thank you." Riddick received 3 forms from the lady and went to go find a table. "So we just fill these out? How do they know we aren't lying?" Dream asked because it wasn't a very secure way of getting people's information. There are certain quests like escorts or large-scale battles that require people to be verified before partaking in. They have certain tools that can detect your class, level, and stats. Riddick, why not abilities? A class can say a lot about your abilities. I'm a mage. What abilities do you think I have? Touché. Either way, this is only a medium-sized kingdom. The four empires are where we get proper identifications. Those can be used anywhere. The four found a seat and started to fill out the papers. They did as Riddick told them and only put their basic info like name, age, species, etc. And since they didn't have a class, they didn't have to fill out much more. Once they were done, they went back to the lady and turned in the sheets. All right, certain quests that require verification will be marked. Otherwise, you're free to take anything else from the board. Take the sheet and bring it to one of us so we can hold it for you until the quest is finished. Thank you. Riddick. Sure thing. Once they were all finished, they went over to the board to pick out some quests. Dad, what quests should we look for? Iris. Since we're here to get you all to first class, anything that requires hunting. Once they got to the board, they looked through all the quests to find hunting ones. They saw mainly herb gathering and kill quests, but there were also scouting quests and material gathering quests. There's one right here for some level 50 forest crawlers, level 70 earth bears, even level 110 water wolves. Luna. Monsters can begin to control elements as they level up. Just keep in mind that they also have evolutions at the same time we have class advancements. So a level 50 monster is many times stronger than a level 49. Riddick. Riddick warned everybody about the characteristics of monsters. Not that they would attempt to tackle something over their level anyway, but that information is still crucial. Though, this group wasn't an ordinary one either, and Dream knew that. I think we can handle anything up to level 65 or so. Why don't we take the forest crawlers one and see if we find anything else while we're there? Dream. I think so too. Dad? Iris. All right. Just note that I won't be helping you guys with anything. Riddick. No problem. All that training in the forest wasn't for nothing after all. Iris. Iris thumped her chest in confidence and Dream took the quest. They walked to the reception lady and turned it in. They signed a copy of the same quest and were finally set to head out. You're all set. Just know that forest crawlers are very stealthy. Surprise attacks are their thing. So always keep vigilant. Lady. Will do. Would you happen to sell a map for the area? Dream. Dream asked about probably the most important thing. They needed to know where to go and where to stay away from. Although Riddick might have one, it was best to ask them. There is. I can grab you a copy for your hunting ground. We'll take it. Riddick. Riddick stepped up and paid for the map from the lady. Here you go. Thanks. No problem. Stay safe. After getting the map, the group of four walked out of the building. Riddick handed the map to Dream and he unfurled it, seeing where the hunting ground was. The map pointed toward the east outside the city. There was a large forest there, and it was divided into sections to show the types of enemies as well as their levels. Sweet. Since we have everything we need, I guess we can head out. Dream spoke and started leading the way to the east gate. It was time to start their first adventure. Chapter 25, Forest Crawlers. Dream and the others walked over to the east gate to exit the city. Once they had exited, they found a place around a mile away where nobody was watching and Dream summoned out his Jeep. It was a Jeep Wrangler and it also had a bit of trunk space, perfect for 4 people and getting through rough terrain. Once he summoned it out, he got in the driver's seat and told everyone else to hop in. Although that may have been expecting too much. Iris looked at him in confusion. How do we get in? Iris. Right. Forgot you guys are cavemen. Dream. Dream got back out and showed them how to open and close doors as well as the seats they needed to sit it. It's a carriage basically. Just open the door and sit in it like the helicopter. Dream. Cool. Iris. There's 2 seats in the back and 2 in the front. Riddick, you get shotgun. Dream. Shotgun? Riddick. Just come here. Dream. Dream put Riddick in the passenger and the girls in the back. He didn't bother buckling them in. Once everyone was settled, Dream started the car and pressed the gas. Vroom. What is that? Iris. It's the car. Just accept it. Dream. Dream didn't feel like explaining things and started driving to the forest. There was a path that the hunters took, but they decided to enter from a different area to not be suspicious. Dream rolled down the windows as they drove as they might get motion sick, and so they could see what was happening better. Ooh, this is fast. Though we can run about this fast too. That takes energy. Iris. Not to mention running for several miles. Luna. This is about half its speed. I'm keeping it slow because it might get too bumpy. Dream. Of course it's only half. Iris. Dream smirked at Iris, feeling defeated by something that wasn't even alive. It would be fun to see her face when he got the chance to drive the sports car. The drive to the forest took about 10 minutes, which was a bit shorter than Dream thought it would take. Although they did come across flat grass, which allowed them to drive faster. They came to a stop where the forest began and everyone hopped out. He stored the jeep and spoke. Looks like we have to walk from here. We aren't too far off though. Dream. How far into the forest? Luna. Maybe a mile or so. These maps don't give too much information, but the monsters we're looking for are towards the outside of the forest. As you get to the center is where the stronger ones are. Dream. Then I guess we better get walking. Iris. Everyone nodded to Iris and entered the forest. The forest here was similar to the one they lived in, just lighter. The trees weren't as tall and the brush not as thick. The heat also wasn't as bad. Not that they cared too much about that. While they were walking, they encountered a few level 30 to 40 monsters. Some of them were similar to the dog-type creatures Dream fought when he first got here. Others were different, like deer, or maybe even birds. Although the monsters were only small fry, they didn't let their guard down. They didn't know when they would reach the crawler territory. Plus, the fact that they were stealthy creatures created the need for being careful. One interesting thing was that Luna and Iris stayed in their human form. Dream was curious as to why, because their fox form was stronger. The reason was, we won't be able to be in our fox forms while in the cities. So we need to learn to fight better in human form just in case something happens. Iris. So basically, she didn't want what happened last night to happen again. Luna also told him that both she and Iris were ashamed of what happened. Although Dream thought that they shouldn't be, he wouldn't stop them. He felt that being able to fight in their human form was also very important. Although they weren't bad when in human form, it was just that they weren't fully used to using their magic that way. As they kept walking, they started encountering less and less low-leveled monsters. They estimated that they had reached the territory of the crawlers by this point. This is also when Dream thought of something. Hey guys, I'm gonna start using my stealth skill. I'll move a little bit away from you guys and fight ranged. Iris, you'll need to stay guard by Luna. Luna, you'll know where I am through the connection. You guys just have to keep walking and I'll follow nearby. Capiche? Dream. Wait, doesn't that mean that we're the bait? Iris. Basically. Dream. Hey, why should we be the bait? Iris. Because you fight melee, Luna is support, and I'm ranged. I also have my stealth skill and awareness skill. I'll be able to find things and either alert Luna or shoot it out of stealth first. Dream. Fine. Just make sure to leave some kills for us. Iris. Sure. I wish there was a party system though. Dream. Dream wondered why there was no such thing even though everything else was so game-like. How are people supposed to work together if the one who kills it takes all? Right as he was about to head off, Riddick spoke up. Actually, there is a party system. Though with how smart you are, I'm surprised you guys haven't thought of it by now. Riddick. After dropping a bomb like that out of nowhere, Dream turned to Riddick with an ugly face. Hey old fart, why haven't you told us about that by now? Dream. Who are you calling old fart? And I haven't said anything because you didn't need it. But since you decided on such a fighting tactic, you'll need it. And how do we do such a thing? A wise one. Just hold hands with the one you want to party with and say party. You'll get a message asking if you want to party. Fine. Luna. Dream called over Luna after huffing at the old man. He held her hand and said party. Sure enough, a message popped up. Are you sure you want to party with Luna? Yes. You are now in a party. Members. Dream. Luna. Huh. This is interesting. Old man. What does the party system do? Dream. It splits the experience according to kill contribution. People also use it to keep track of who's alive. A dead person will be dropped from the group as they no longer exist. Dark, but useful. Alright, with this we won't need to worry about kills. Dream was pleased with something new and had Iris join his group as well. Sweet, then I'll split off now. Stay sharp. Dream gave his goodbye and activated Erase Presence. He then began walking off. He didn't plan on going far. This was just a way to train the skill. As he was going to get his class soon, he wouldn't mind it being compatible with stealth. Hey Sophia, what kind of awareness do you have? I know that the other skills had evolved, but I didn't see anything for awareness. The awareness evolved after it was eaten. By that time, it was a part of Noma, so you didn't see anything. But basically, I can sense the surrounding mana and its changes. Mana sense for short. Let me activate it for you. When Sophia activated her skill, Dream was hit with a wave of information. Wayo. This is. Dream was astonished by what he was seeing. Everything around him was being sensed. It's hard to describe. It's like when you sense killing intent. You just know it's there. I can feel everything around me, just not a tactile feel. And my vision. I can see the flows of mana in the air and plants. Very interesting. Let's not lose the girls though. Wait, what about? Dream remembered that the girls were still walking and want to go catch up. And when he did, he could see it. The connection between me and Luna. So Riddick really could see it. Though it's very faint, that's because the main connection is between your souls. I'm not sure how it works, but there's definitely another connection. There's also one between you and Iris that was made with the party. Interesting. Let's keep an eye on their mana flow when we start fighting. That'll give great insights to magic usage. Dream caught up with the girls and kept a distance of about 30 meters next to them. He also took out his EM rifle. He didn't bother putting on his suit. Everyone kept walking deeper and deeper into the forest without being attacked by anything, until Dream finally sensed something. A crawler? About 80 meters away. It's super low to the ground, and it's camouflaged, so it's like a chameleon. It's also rather fast. Let's test this gun on it. Dream saw the animal that was flat pressed to the ground skittering its way between the trees toward the girls. He took a quick aim with his gun, and when it got in his line of sight, he fired. DSHH. Screech. Bullseye. Dream nailed the creature right on the head. Though he got a headshot, he wondered why it was so fragile. Sophia had a reason. As it specializes in stealth and speed, it probably compromised with low toughness. Though its attacks are likely dangerous as well. Makes sense. Sacrifice one thing for more of another. Dream nodded to himself at the reasoning. Meanwhile, the girls got spooked by the sudden shriek in the forest. They turned toward where it came from and approached the body of the crawler. Dream killed this? I guess they don't call it a forest crawler for nothing. Iris. Yeah. Its body is like a pancake with legs, and its head is like a fin. Its teeth are razor sharp as well. It would be dangerous if this thing could get to your feet. It would just shred through your muscles. Luna. As Dream was watching the girls, he started thinking about the animal. I feel like it's too easy. Those creatures would never be able to catch prey like that. One wouldn't be enough even if it snuck up to the prey. So why? Wait, don't tell me they. I think you're right. Go recon ahead. Sophia chimed in to agree with Dream's scary conclusion. Dream then kicked off ahead to see where the first one came from. It only took a minute for him to sense something. Rustle, rustle, skitter. The sound of brushing leaves came from ahead. Dream focused on his manavision and could see crawlers running towards him. There's at least 15 of them. They all heard the sound. So that lone one was a scout? It alerts the group to enemies. That's dirty. Dream turned tail and ran back to the girls to warn them, though not before he fired some shots to kill some off. DSH, DSH, DSH. Shriek. The screams of crawlers rang out in the forest. The girls heard the screams and faced the direction it came from. More? But they travel in groups? Iris. Apparently. Dream ran up ahead earlier, and now he's coming back from where those sounds are. I guess he found some company. Luna. Right after Luna said so, Dream could be seen running from the distance while out of stealth. Guys, we got like 12 of them coming towards us. Either prepare for battle or start running. Let's fight. Just don't get bit. Iris. No thanks. Not trying to lose my feet today. Luna. Huh. But, fine. Turning on their heels, Luna and Iris started running with Dream when he reached them. As they ran through the forest, they could hear all the skittering and rustling of leaves not far behind them. The sounds they made weren't actually loud. In fact, it was barely audible. It was just that the girls were foxes and could hear very well while Dream had his mana senses. This showed just how dangerous those crawlers were. If a small group of hunters were surrounded by even just 10 crawlers and couldn't detect them, they would be swarmed and eaten alive. The crawlers were like piranhas on land. Iris spoke after they had created some distance. So how do we kill them if we're running? Iris. Well, I can keep shooting. You guys got any ranged skills? Dream. I don't. Iris. I can throw ice lances. Luna. All right. Then Luna throws and Iris keeps running. Dream. After figuring things out, Luna started creating ice lances in her hand and throwing them like javelins. Dream also kept turning and shooting when he could. It was rather difficult for Luna to hit the crawlers though as they were so camouflaged, but whenever she spotted one, she nailed it to the floor. Her ice lances were very sharp and also very cold. The wounds on the crawlers would freeze over when pinned with the lance. After a couple minutes of running around through the trees at full speed, Dream had finally shot the last one. DSH. Shriek. Asterisk huff asterisk. Alright guys. I think that's the last one. Dream. Everyone came to a halt after he said that. Iris and Luna both found a rock and sat down to catch their breath soon after. Asterisk huff asterisk, those things are fast. They even kept up with us. It's also difficult to hit them when they camouflage so well. Luna. Yeah. My senses let me see them pretty clearly, but you didn't have that. More importantly though, we have a problem. Dream. What is it? Iris. I don't know hardly any of your guys' skills. We can't have a proper strategy if we know nothing about each other. If we knew each other and our skills, we wouldn't have just run away from those things. Plans are needed in case we get into an inescapable situation. Luna and Iris both nodded at that. It was common sense for them to have plans, but they didn't realize how underprepared they were. Dream was also honestly surprised that he hadn't learned exactly what the girl's skills were. All he knew was that Iris liked close combat and Luna was capable of healing. So they were tank and support. But knowing the exact skills was something he never asked about, and it was obvious he needed to find out now. Chapter 26, Training. So Scarlet, what are your skills? Dream. Dream looked towards Iris so she could give her answer. Besides Devour and some fire magic, he didn't know anything else. I have fire manipulation, Devour, and basic air magic. I also have close combat mastery and expanded stomach, which goes with my Devour skill. So that's why you eat so much. And fire manipulation? So you have control over fire and can create it? You pretty much. Though more fire and precise control costs more mana. Then why did you say you have no ranged abilities? You can throw fire lances like Luna, or spew out fire like a Flammenwerfer. I have no idea what that is, but I don't have any ranged because fire is hard to control. Luna's water is easy. I barely know how to create a blade of it by my hand. That's why I said I was melee. It's just easier for me to slash and burn. Iris turned her head away in embarrassment from Dream's scrutinizing gaze. Meanwhile, Dream could already figure out the solution to most of her problems. He stared at her for a second before giving up. Sigh. Oh good lord, we have lots of training to do. What about you, Luna? Dream. Dream turned to the hopefully not so hopeless one, Luna. I have water manipulation, basic earth magic, and basic restore. The Restore 1 is my healing ability that Dad says is a class above regular healing magic. I also don't use earth magic very much. Dream guessed she also had the combat mastery since they practiced a lot. But other than that, it seemed like he was rather on the spot in terms of what they could do. Just that he didn't know their skills were something like manipulation. Manipulation is very likely above even advanced magic, allowing you to control the element with your mana freely. This opens up tons of avenues for them, one of which is dealing with groups of monsters like earlier. Dream took a deep breath and formulated a strategy. Sigh. Okay. So we need to correct both of your ways of using your magic. First, Luna. Dream. Dream summoned a knife from his inventory and walked in front of Luna. Yes, Dream. Luna. Luna eyed him in confusion and a little wariness. Hey, don't worry. I want you to practice digging a trench, 10 feet long, 5 feet wide, and deep enough for me to stand in. Dream dug an outline in the ground with the knife as he said that. This is what he would use to confront those forest crawlers. Oh, okay. I'll try. Luna and Scarlet. Time to commit a little arson. Arson. Iris. Follow. Dream grabbed Iris and walked a little ways from Luna. It was time to teach some basics. When they were far away enough, Dream stopped and faced her. All right. First question. What is fire? Dream. Fire.
Yes.
Uh. Iris stood there with a concentrated face, only for about a minute. I don't know. Obviously. Then why'd you ask? Heh, just listen close. I'll try to keep it simple. To make fire, you need three things. You need heat, food, and air. The food and air burn when you give it enough heat. In your case, when you make a fireball, you heat and burn the mana in your hands, while the air around you automatically gets used. You got that? I think so. So I need to burn the mana like normal and give it air to keep burning? Almost. You also need to keep the mana coming. If you cut off your food source, then it will still stop. But what about when I would be hunting the bulls? Their hair would still burn even though I wasn't giving them mana. That's because the hair became the food instead of your mana. Wood is food, grass is food. Many things can be used as food. But to use your skill, it all starts with you burning your own mana. So to start, create a ball of flame in your hand. Iris brought up her palm at Dream's command, and a fireball was created. Fwoof. Good. That ball of fire is burning mana on the inside, while air comes from the outside. The burning mana and the air combine to create the orange flame you see. So what do you do if you want to throw it? I need to keep giving it mana? That's half right. You need to give it some extra mana, throw all the mana, and push it with air to let it travel. Try it. All right, hiya. Iris put in a bit of extra mana and threw the ball of flame outward with a loud shout. When the ball left her hand, it was strong at first, before it started dwindling at about 15 meters before going completely out at 20 meters. Decent. Now, obviously the more mana you feed it, the hotter and longer it's gonna last. Now, what we need for today is not a fireball, but a flamethrower. What you want to do there is create the ball of mana in your hand, burn it, and blow the burning mana with your air magic. While you're blowing it with air magic, you need to keep producing burning mana in your palm. Try it. Okay, muttering ball of fire, and then air. Whoosh. Iris made the ball of fire in her hand like last time, and then blew on it with air magic. When she did, a 4-foot-long tongue of fire was created blowing off of her hand. Hey, I'm doing it. Look. Haha, you're a fast learner. Now all you need to do is make the torch you have there even bigger. More burning mana. More magic. There's a tree about 15 feet away. Hit it with your torch. Okay. Iris excitedly got to work on controlling her new spell. Dream let her figure out the rest and turned around and walked towards Luna. How's the digging coming? It's all right. I'm trying to get it all out, but dirt will just fall back inside. Huh, wait. Dream looked down at the trench she made and saw the problem. She was trying to dig the hole like a shovel. Heh, I see what it is. It's like you're digging with your hands, but with mana instead. Is that not what digging is? Well, why scoop when you can just push it? Your earth magic gives you control of any solid material it touches, right? I think so. When my mana goes into the ground, I can begin to move it how I want. Good. So what I want you to do is spread your mana into the ground and shape it into the hole you want to create, and then push all that dirt down. Just take the whole chunk that your mana is controlling and move it down, to the sides, anywhere so you can make the hole. Try it. Okay. Luna turned to face the ground and started spreading her mana through the dirt and rocks. The mana spread was slow, but when she finally covered a cylinder shape in the ground, she pushed down in the air with her hand. Shoop. Thud. The ground had little reverberations as a hole of dirt was shoved down, just like the earthbenders on Avatar. I did it. I didn't know you could push the ground down. Luna. Most ground has many little tiny air pockets in the dirt. When you push it down, it mainly just compresses everything underneath. What you could also do is create a wall of mana, insert it into the dirt, and split the wall of mana while pushing away from each other. That would move everything to the side, like chopping and separating meat. Try and make that trench now. See how you do. Dream gave her the same assignment, but she was much more eager now. Once you learn a new way of doing the same things, it can change your whole perspective on how it works. Luna sent her mana into the ground much faster than before. She created a deep wall into the dirt like Dream said, and then she pushed the mana to the side. Rumble. A low roll in the ground occurred as much more dirt was moved than last time. After a couple of seconds, a wide trench was next to Luna. It was also the same size as he wanted. Nice. I like it. You pick up on things well. Thanks. But it's amazing how you know how all these things work. Do you know if there's anything I can do for my water? Dream thought a bit at the question Luna gave. For water? That was a little difficult. So you can turn your mana into water?
Yup.
And I've seen you change that water into ice. Here, I want you to make 4 ice lances on the floor. Luna waved her hand and made 4 water lances, then froze the water. They fell on the floor. Good. Now use your earth magic to control those lances and throw them like spears. No hands. I want you to hit that tree 20 feet away. Okay. Luna started to move her mana and fill the ice lances with it. Once they were all filled, she slowly started lifting them off the floor. Dream stayed quiet as this took a lot of concentration on her part. She didn't have a computing skill like he did to make precise movements. After a minute or so of the lances hovering head level, Luna launched out her mana. Thud thud. 2 ice lances pierced shallowly on the tree trunk. Phew. Luna let out a long breath of air. That was good. You at least got the concept down, using your earth magic to control the solid water. Now you just need practice. Yeah. But I know how effective this can be, so I don't want to take too much time either. Luna. After she said that, she summoned more ice lances and started launching them. 5 lances, 20, 50. Luna just kept launching lances at the tree. Most of them missed, but they kept getting stronger and more accurate over time. Dream just sat down and let her be. He could feel her determination to do better and knew this was something only she could do. After about 30 minutes of watching Luna, Dream got a shout from someone. Dream, I got it. The tree. Dream turned toward Iris and noticed a large amount of smoke in the air. I guess she got the tree. He got up and walked towards her to see better. When he got to where she was, Dream could see a tree stump covered in ashes. Wow, your fire must have gotten pretty hot. Show me the torch. Okay. Iris turned toward a tree about 15 feet away and stuck her palm out. Fwoof. SSSSSSSSHHHHH. She started with a fireball and started blowing on it with air. Though as she did it, the fire got more compressed as it turned into an actual torch. The compressed flame reached all the way towards the tree as the surface of the bark got red hot and burned. After another minute or so of doing that, half the tree was burned through. All right, you're good. I'm surprised you learned how to compress your flame. How'd you do it? Dream asked her as he was genuinely surprised she figured it out. Iris stuck out her bountiful chest in pride. I heard you talking to Luna about compressing the dirt and thought it could work with my flame too. So I just squished the burning mana together and it started burning hotter in a smaller area. I did that all the way out towards the tree. Beautiful. That really is fantastic. Heh, we can burn a lot of those crawlers with that. And once Luna learns her stuff, you too will be killing machines. Hehe. Yeah. Although, that took a lot of mana. Whoa there. As Iris spoke, she started swaying and lost her balance. Dream quickly caught her before she hit the floor. Sorry. I'm really tired. No, it's okay. You've done really well. You can go to sleep. We'll be leaving soon anyway. Okay. Iris closed her eyes after Dream reassured her. When he actually took a closer look, he could see sweat covering her forehead. Dream wiped her face with his shirt and carried her back to Luna. She really must have been concentrating hard. It was her first time using air magic, not to mention combining it with her fire. But now she's become much more powerful than before. When Dream got back to Luna, he saw her sitting against a rock. How's your head? Dream. It kinda hurts. Then let's stop. Your sister is also done for today. You guys worked hard. What about the quest? Don't worry about that. Hey old man, I need a bit of help. Dream called out to the sky for Riddick. He knew that he was flying up there, and right now he could use his help. I've been watching, boy. I've even learned many things. You don't suppose you could teach me some of your knowledge as well? Riddick. Riddick floated down to the ground in front of him, just like Superman. I can, but not now. I need your help with her. Luna's about to pass out as well. Dream? What are you gonna do? Luna. We're gonna get you guys back outside the forest. I just want you to sleep. I know it's still early, but you guys really pushed yourselves. I'm proud of your progress. Thanks. I guess I can sleep for a little. Luna. As Luna said that, she finally went asleep. Dream laid Iris down next to her and spoke to Riddick. I'm gonna go hunting. I'm the only one that hasn't worked his ass off today, and my skill needs to be worked on. Can you at least watch them? Go on, boy. I'll take care of it. Thanks. I doubt they'll wake up today, so I'll take my time. With that, Dream started walking off into the forest. Riddick watched as he walked off and thought to himself, I guess he is pretty smart, and he's rather hardworking. Even when we were in the forest, he was always working on something. And now my daughters want to work just as hard. It's been a long time since they've been so motivated. So he really is going to take them away, huh? Riddick turned back and waited with his girls after thinking for some time. Chapter 27. Erase Presence. Dream didn't have to go very far before he started sensing enemies. At first, he came across groups of 10-20 crawlers, but as he kept exploring, more and more started showing up. This wasn't too much of a problem as he had Erase Presence, which kept him hidden, but when he began the fight, he always had to start running as they chased him. The crawlers had surprisingly good senses. They could pick up on any movement within 100 meters of them. So whenever Dream fired around, his stealth was dampened, which alerted the crawlers to him. He also couldn't hide the effects his body had on the grass and leaves when he touched it while moving. Not only that, but running away was very tiring. He knew he couldn't keep it up, so he started using hit and run tactics. First, he would toss out a flashbang, which worked very well, and then shot as many as possible. He would keep throwing them out until the crawlers scattered. By that time, though, many would be dead, and he just had to chase down any runners. This process was fantastic. Dream killed several groups of 40 and leveled up to level 43. His Erase Presence was also power leveled to level 41. It made sense because he was constantly using it. While shooting, while running, he never deactivated it once, though he noticed the toll it took on his mana. But as long as he kept leveling up, he would be fine. Eventually, Dream decided to break down how the skill worked with his surroundings. He noticed that the leveling was slowing down, so he went to Sophia to try and understand the skill. Sophia, does Erase Presence seek to assimilate with my surroundings? It's more like it wants to remove your effect on the surroundings. Instead of becoming the wind and moving through it, it just removes the fact that you're in the wind. That seems really powerful. I just don't know how you remove your effect. I mean, my very existence displaces matter. So unless I remove my existence, I will keep affecting matter. I think you answered your own problem. Okay, so I have to figure out how to remove my own existence? But this skill doesn't seem like it goes that far. It says Erase Presence, not existence. So what is my presence? Your presence is your effect on the surroundings. Not necessarily. It's the thing that lets other animals detect me, like an aura. So it's due to mana? Because aura doesn't exist without mana. So I need to pull in everything. Let nothing escape. Killing intent, emotions, and the mana that can be dissipated from using skills. That sounds more plausible. The only problem is the fact that your senses use mana to sense your surroundings as well. So if you really want to pull in everything, that must be included. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. I need to do it until my skill covers for it. I'll be able to use everything without being noticed when the skill levels up. Although I don't feel the best while not grasping everything about how it works, but we don't have much of a choice. Alright, then would you like to? This will remove all your senses except for your bodily ones. The effects it will have on emotions is unknown. I will also create a mana barrier on your skin to prevent any leakage. The shooting skill will also be temporarily disabled until we can find a way to precisely transport mana into the projectiles. Anything else? Dream thought for a second. Basically, he was going to hide all of his mana. The only problem he was worried about was the effect on his emotions. Well, just make sure I don't become an emotionless robot. Other than that, let's try it. Okay, disabling skills. As Sophia got to work, Dream could already feel the effects of his mana being pulled in. His senses instantly went away. All he had was the primary 5 senses. It felt uncomfortable not knowing what was around him, but he stuck it out. Everything felt the same other than his senses. He thought that was it and was surprised, until Sophia spoke one more time. Removing emotional aura? When Sophia started that process, Dream started feeling very different. It started feeling as if emotion had no bearing on anything. He didn't totally become an emotionless robot. He knew they were there, but they held no say in what he thought. When Dream finally started thinking about things, he remembered his objectives. I came here to kill the crawlers, but I was having trouble with detection. I need to level up my skill and get experience. When the emotionless Dream came to that conclusion, he got some notifications. Erase Presence. has leveled up. Erase presence has leveled up. Erase presence has. The skill started leveling up continuously, but Dream knew it wouldn't be enough. Sophia, we will be going into combat. Highlight any enemies in my vision. Since Dream couldn't use his mana sense, he opted to use Sophia's processing power to take in all information and plot out enemy locations. Roger. Dream began walking when he heard her. He needed to find some crawlers. It only took around 15 minutes to find a group of 23 crawlers. However, Dream didn't start fighting right away. He needed to run experiments that would best help level his skill. With a presence gone, an animal will subconsciously not realize that I am in their vision. All I need to do now is reduce my effect on the surrounding environment. When Dream set his goal, he began walking straight into the group of crawlers. The crawlers were on the floor being very still. They were also rather spread out. This was one of their ways to hide and ambush any unsuspecting animals. And since they were spread out, Dream used that to help train. He could walk between them to the other side of the group. So he began walking. As he got closer to the group, he got slower and slower, until he finally stepped right next to a crawler. But even though he was right next to it, nothing changed in Dream's head. No fear, no anxiety, no worry, just pure, absolute focus on what he needed to do. He took another step. When his foot reached the grass, the eye of the crawler shot open. Dream stopped moving when he saw that. The crawler searched around the area, but didn't see, hear, or smell anything. So it just laid down and closed its eyes again. When it did, Dream continued. He very carefully placed his foot on the ground and made sure it made no sound. When one foot was placed, he began moving his body to take the next. Dream dampened the vibrations of his heartbeat, circulated the air in his lungs without even breathing. His digestive system was even suspended to keep any unnecessary fluids from flowing in his body. The only thing his body was doing was pumping blood, moving air, and using the muscles. Each step he took got easier and easier. At first, he still disrupted the sleep of the crawlers when he stepped next to them, but now they didn't even bat an eye. After his steps got easier, they then got smoother. Then they got faster. By the time he got to the end of the group, he was basically just strolling. The skill must have leveled up. Let's continue. Dream then started walking back, just much faster. He got to the other side, turned, and started jogging through, then ran through. Then he started jumping in between them. None of the crawlers were alerted. Dream began working on the next objective, so I can move flawlessly through them. Now I need to be able to kill them without giving away my location. Dream stopped walking through them and walked to about 20 meters away. He then took out his EM gun. DSH. Shriek. All the crawlers were alerted when one of their own got killed. They all opened their eyes and started scouring around to find the killer. But even after 5 minutes of searching, they couldn't find anything. As they all scoured, Dream stayed still. He didn't move a step. After a bit, he pointed his gun again and took another shot. DSH. Shriek. He waited while the crawlers got alerted again, but none of them found him. He started shooting faster. DSH. Shriek. DSH. Shriek. DSH. Shriek. The crawlers got more and more scared, but they couldn't find who was killing them. Meanwhile, Dream hadn't moved a step from his spot. After killing about 10 crawlers, he spoke to Sophia. What's the level? Erase presence is at level 83. I recommend reactivating skills to further the skill leveling. Agreed. Activate shooting. When he said that, he started firing again. This time, the bullets were infused with mana. DSH. Shriek. When he took that mana-fueled shot, the crawlers actually turned to his direction, but they still hadn't detected him. They just stared for a second before looking elsewhere. Dream fired again. DSH. Shriek. They still couldn't find him. As he kept shooting and more started getting killed, they no longer looked towards Dream's direction, only towards their dying brethren who were making the noise. Dream kept firing a little faster each time. It only took a couple of minutes for all the crawlers to finally be killed. Dream asked Sophia, level 94. I will reapply your aura now. When Sophia said that, Dream's presence started getting a little less faint, but he also began to feel things again. His first reaction, wow, I can't go doing that very often. I really was an emotionless robot for a little. Like, I knew they were there, but they just weren't being used. How did that work, Sophia? Dream felt as if his vitality returned. He went to Sophia to explain the emotions. The soul seems to harbor most of your emotion. When I pulled back the connection between the two, the brain's analytical side came out. Though since the connection between mind and soul was still there, you knew that the emotion didn't go away, just that it wasn't being applied to your thought process. Although this did help rid of most of the aura, it didn't totally get rid of it. The aura that was still there turned cold and emotionless. Luckily, most of it still was drawn back and no problems occurred. Good. So to top off the skill V level, I just need to be able to kill the crawlers without alerting them in this state. We're back to square one, but with a higher level. Let's find another group then. Use our senses as well. Okay. When Dream got his mana senses back, it felt really nice. Walking around with only his bodily senses made him feel blind. After about 20 minutes of running around, Dream found another group of 30 crawlers. He didn't waste any time and started firing at them. DSH, DSH. Shriek. Unlike before when Dream had to run away, none of the crawlers knew where the shots were coming from this time. Dream was able to shoot them without worry, but that wasn't going to help him level the skill. After firing some test shots, Dream dashed into the middle of the group. He then slashed down at the crawlers near him with his knife. Slice. Eat. The crawlers made a little yelp before dying. Dream was curious as to why they were quieter, but he had more important things to do. He kept slicing down at the crawlers. At first they noticed him right before he slashed down, probably due to his killing intent, but that was only for a dozen or so. Eventually, he was no longer discovered. Dream killed off the rest of the group when he got the notification he was waiting for. Erase presence is max level. Nice. Dream was very pleased to have his skill finally maxed out. He found a seat after he killed off the last crawler. Sigh, is it really sunset? How long was I walking through that group of crawlers? Almost 5 hours. It'll be nighttime in an hour. I should head back then. I doubt Riddick stayed there waiting all this time either. Wait, what was the quest we needed to do? Dream felt kinda stupid for forgetting their quest. Although it was more just a side goal, they mainly came here for the experience. The quest was to bring back 50 crawler heads. They wanted the teeth that are super sharp. Oh, I guess I'm finished then. Let's just collect them. Dream started going back through all his battle sites and decapitating the crawlers for their skulls. As he was collecting heads, he felt some of the teeth they had out of curiosity. These are sharp. No wonder they want these. I can easily cut my finger with them. If you couldn't sense these things and they snuck up on you, you better have the toughest skin in the world or you'll get shredded to bits in seconds. They really are land piranhas. Dream was glad that he didn't mess up while walking right next to groups of those things. He sure as hell wouldn't have done it if he could still feel fear then. It took until darkness fell for Dream to go back to all the battles. But when he was finally done, he had over 200 heads. There were probably some more, but he didn't feel like searching. When Dream realized how many he killed, he asked Sophia about his level. Sophia, what's my level anyway? 46. This is considering how the girls were still in your party. Though they probably only got small amount, it adds up. You would be level 48 without them. So still not enough to class change, but that's fine. We should level up together. I'm interested to see their training results tomorrow. Dream stored the bags full of heads in his inventory, which almost totally filled it. He then started making his way out of the forest. Dream passed by the spot where the girls were last time, and sure enough, nobody was there. He just kept walking. It took almost 30 minutes to finally get out. When he summoned his Jeep out and started driving back to the city. 10 minutes later, Dream was approaching the gates. Since he didn't exactly have money on him and didn't know if he needed to pay, Dream decided to test his max stealth ability. He walked up to the guard who was at his station, but the guard didn't seem to notice even after he waved at the man. Dream decided that it was safe and walked through the gate. Nobody stopped him. Sweet. This probably won't work on higher-leveled people, but for these chumps it's perfect. Dream laughed smugly in his head before making his way to the hotel. After many twists and turns, he walked inside the building and to his room. He could feel presences inside the rooms next to him and knew that the family had gotten back fine. He didn't decide to bother them and just entered his own room. He didn't feel it until a little while ago, but his fatigue was at an all-time high. Turns out walking on the tightrope of life and death for so long takes its toll with or without emotions. And as a result of such fatigue, Dream immediately fell asleep when his head hit the pillow. Chapter 28, Air Bear. When Dream woke up, it was already daylight out. Yawn. A yawn graced the room as Dream sat up while rubbing his eyes. He was feeling surprisingly good. Everything is so clear. Like my senses are better. What happened? Since you worked your brain so hard, it recovered and became stronger, like a muscle. Nice. I do indeed feel fresh. It's already daytime. I imagine that I overslept a little. If a little means for a whole day and night, then yes, I guess you did too. That long? It has been 33 hours since you fell asleep. Damn. All right. You know where everyone is. The connection with Luna points to a nearby restaurant. They're probably eating breakfast since you couldn't make it. Okay, I guess I'll go join them. Dream hopped out of bed and cleaned himself up before leaving the hotel. After walking down a street, Dream saw the restaurant they were in. He walked up to the door and entered. When he did, he saw many people looking towards a specific table. Dream knew what was probably going on and indeed saw the family sitting at the table. A certain somebody also noticed his entrance. Dream. Luna. Luna shouted his name with the brightest smile he's ever seen. This also caught the attention of all the men in the restaurant. Clang. A couple utensils were dropped in awe at the utterly mesmerizing smile that brought happiness to everyone's hearts, though that was only until they saw who it was aimed at. Hee hee. Hi guys. Dream got a little sheepish at all the sudden attention he got and scratched his cheek. He made his way over to the table they were at and found a seat next to Luna. Riddick spoke when he sat down. You were asleep for a while, boy. I didn't realize you stressed yourself so much. Riddick. That's fine. I also didn't plan on doing as much as I did either. It kinda just happened. What about you girls? How long did you sleep? Dream. Well, Dad actually helped us and we woke up and practiced some more. Then got tired again, so he took us back to the hotel. I say we got another couple hours practicing after an hour of sleep. Iris. Oh, nice. Any progress? Dream. My air magic went up to intermediate. I also got more mana from that as well as practicing so much. Almost past F+ magic. Iris. My earth magic also went up to intermediate. My magic went up to E as well. Luna. Fantastic. Now the best way to level those skills is through combat. Scarlet with her torch, Luna with her earth and ice. We can kill hordes of those crawlers. Dream spoke with great expectations. The strategies they could employ with their skills were limitless. Iris had a different idea though. Actually, we were thinking of finding a different target. One that could get us more experience. We actually leveled up yesterday while you were asleep. But those crawlers don't give much, so we couldn't get our class. Iris. Actually, that's a good idea. Let's do that. I'm 4 levels away. How far are you guys? Dream. I'm level 48. Iris. I'm also level 48. Luna. Good. Then let's try and get our classes today. We can find suitable opponents when we get to the guild. Dream. Dream settled their plans, and everyone ordered their food when a waitress came over. After an hour, they had gotten their food and finished eating. They then walked to the guild. The first thing that Dream did when entering the building was turn in his kills. The girls had already completed the quest, but he didn't need crawler heads taking up inventory space. Dream found the reception lady and gave her all the heads. Though she was baffled by how many he brought, they accepted them all, and he got a couple dozen silver for them. After turning them in, Dream walked over to the girls who were at the board. Have you guys found anything suitable? Dream. We were looking at some of the creatures. Apparently those crawlers can go up to level 60 with the leaders being almost level 70. But we were looking at some of the bears. They don't wander in large numbers, but they're very tough. The weakest ones are around level 50, while the strongest can go up to level 100. It depends on how deep we go and how old the bear is. Iris. Interesting. Sure. Let's do it. It'll be good experience to fight something that can shoot back. We just need to be careful, especially ones that can control elements. Dream. The quest calls for the hides of level 60+ bears. No amount or type of bear specified, so we can take it as we want. This one. Luna. Yeah. Go turn that one into the lady. We can head out after. Dream. Luna went to the reception desk and got a copy of the quest. Once they were finished, they head out to the same forest as last time. Since Dream and the girls had already gone through this, they quickly bypassed several groups of crawlers to head deeper into the forest. Luna was told by the reception lady at the guild that bears mark their territory with claw slashes on trees. And as the three kept running, they eventually found their first tree with a claw slash. These cuts are deep. Though it's only a tree, getting hit by them will be no joke. From what I know, bears are heavy, big, strong, tough, and even fast. They might not be as fast as us, but in close combat, they won't be much slower. We can't get caught off guard. Not to mention if it controls an element. Dream. Should we make a plan? Luna. We should. I was going to keep my strategy from last time. My stealth skill is maxed, and it would be stupid not to use it. Now considering that, you two will be the ones in an upfront confrontation. You know your skills best as well, so I'll just give general strategies. Luna, you have earth magic that can easily create holes. This can be used to trap their legs and temporarily immobilize them. You can also use water and ice to freeze them temporarily as well. Lastly, your lances allow for ranged damage. Scarlet, I don't know how strong these bears are, but I want you to think twice about going close combat. I suggest sticking with burning them with the torch. Though it might destroy their hide, it's better than you getting hurt. Got all that?
Yup.
Iris. I do. Luna. Okay, you two can figure out the details when we fight the first one. Until then, I'll scout around with stealth and see if I can find any. After Dream said that, he activated his skill and ran ahead. The girls lost sight of him. He really did level that skill. He basically disappeared in plain sight. Iris. Yes, he did. I wouldn't want to be the bear that gets put at the end of his barrel. Luna. All right, Sophia. When we fight, try and analyze the skills these bears use. Roger. I also have actually been analyzing the skills of the girls for a while. All I can say is that it's extremely complex. Those girls definitely didn't level all the way to manipulation. So they were born with water and fire manipulation? Makes sense considering their titles. Agreed. But that's also the reason why I can't figure out how it works. Luna creating water from nothing and Iris being able to accelerate and burn mana. It's obviously impossible according to physics, but this isn't physics. What will make things easier, however, is watching as their secondary magics level up. That's easier to copy since it isn't in the realm of creation. Interesting. Well, just start with a general outline, and we can fill in the information when we come across lower-level elemental magic. Okay. Sophia enthusiastically gave her understanding and Dream focused back on finding bears. Since bears were lesser in population, they were obviously harder to find. Dream actually searched for nearly 45 minutes before finding some. There were two bears here, both tearing away at one of their kills. The bears weren't massive, but weren't small either. He figured they were still growing and not adults yet. Dream backed off a little and signaled Luna to his location. They were by his side in 10 minutes. Iris spoke with a whisper. Dream, you found one? Where? Iris. About 150 meters over there. There are two that aren't fully grown. They're eating some food right now, so we can catch them by surprise. Are they elementals? Luna. I'm not sure. We'll have to find out when we fight. Just keep your distance at first. Dream. Although Dream didn't know if they were elementals, he did know that they had a large amount of mana. This either meant that they were very tough, could use magic, or both. All right, I'm going to stealth and sneak up close to them. I want you guys to approach, and when they notice you, I'll start firing. Okay. Both the girls nodded to him. Good. Stay safe. Dream activated his stealth after he spoke and ran off into the distance. As he approached the bears, he started planning what to do. I'm thinking I should bring out my sniper. I can shoot first, maybe kill a bear, and then start harassing the other as the girls fight it. Dream formulated a simple plan and set himself up about 30 meters from the bears. He crouched down and summoned out his heavy EM sniper rifle. He then took aim at the head of one of the bears, waiting for the girls. The girls were able to approach to about 90 meters before the bears finally spotted them. When the bears spotted them, they growled while standing their ground next to their prey. They didn't want these humans to take their food. This worked in the girls' favor as they were able to get closer. It was when they were about 40 meters away that one of the bears finally moved. The first bear that was actually slightly smaller than the other darted forward to attack the girls while the other stayed behind. Though, it was only able to take 2 steps before being met with a bullet. DSHH. Crack. Thud. The bear that was charging forward dropped dead on the floor with a heavy thud. The girls, who had been agitated to fight, remembered just who it was that was hiding somewhere in the trees. I truly couldn't imagine having him as your enemy. You wouldn't even know how you died, Luna thought to herself, and felt a great amount of security, knowing what Dream was capable of, and that he had her back even when she couldn't see him. She would have loved to give him a kiss if there wasn't a bloodthirsty bear in front of them. Meanwhile, the bigger of the two bears saw its partner die and was overcome with rage. It didn't know how the humans did it, but that didn't matter. Roar. A battle cry came from the bear as it began its charge. A great killing intent erupted forth at the same time. The girls knew that they couldn't always rely on Dream and prepare to fight. Iris began by blowing out a 30-foot-long torch right at the bear's face. Luna also sent her mana into the ground so she could create a pit for the bear. When the bear saw the flames coming towards it, it halted itself. No matter how angry it was, it didn't want its face burned to a crisp, though this acted as the opportunity Luna was waiting for. She dropped all the dirt around the bear about 6 feet, which was the bear's height, trapping it in a hole. After the bear was dropped into a hole, it began to panic a little. This was because the girl with the flames was quickly approaching it. Iris began running towards the bear with her torch still burning, though she began to notice her flames acting weird. It's using air magic. It's blowing the flames away. Luna. Iris realized what was happening and stopped her flames. When she did, she could feel gusts of wind blow by, probably the result of the bear's air magic. I can't burn it if it's just going to blow it away. Iris. I'll try my ice lances. Luna. After she said so, 5 ice lances were created around Luna. She then started launching them with a speed much greater than yesterday. Though, the bear wasn't concerned with such light projectiles. Thud, 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 thud. 5 low bumps came from where the lances hit the bear. Its defenses are too thick. Small lances won't cut it. Luna. As Luna pondered on what to do, the bear started climbing out of the hole. Luna. Dig the hole deeper. I'll keep bothering it with my fire while you make a bigger lance. Iris. Iris came up with a plan on the spot and went into action. She began shooting out her torch, and the bear responded by blowing it to the side. Luna didn't miss the chance while the bear was distracted and made the hole bigger. The bear lost its ledge and fell even deeper than before. While Iris maintained her torch on the bear, Luna started making a lance. This lance was much bigger and much sharper than the other ones, but it also took more time to make. When she was finally done, a 7-foot-long and 1-foot-thick lance appeared above Luna. What one noticed about this lance, though, was how sharp its tip was. One could see just how needle-sharp it looked, and being backed up with all that weight, if this couldn't pierce the bear, nothing could. Luna walked over to the hole that Iris was harassing the bear in and began raising the lance into the air. When it was about 30 feet high, Luna started throwing it down, letting gravity and her own acceleration increase its speed as much as possible. It was aimed right for the middle of the bear. Pooey. Roar. The ice lance pierced right through the tough hide of the bear, and it let out a roar of intense pain. As it got distracted by the lance, it also completely forgot to defend itself from the fire. Iris didn't miss this chance and concentrated her torch right on the bear's face. R.O.H.H.H. The bear howled in absolute agony as the fire incinerated its hair and began superheating its skin. Its eyes were burned instantly and it became blind. The bear kept screaming in horrible pain but didn't have the spare mind to activate its wind magic. After several more seconds of Iris torching it, the skin started to melt and the howls started to die down. When the bear no longer made noise, Iris stopped. This is also when Dream showed up. The bear is actually still alive. It probably passed out from the pain, though it won't live long with that ice lance inside it. I'll go end its misery. Dream. Dream hopped down into the hole and put a bullet through its almost unrecognizable eye socket. The bear was finally dead. You killed LVL-66, Air Bear. You have leveled up? Dream got the notification and was one step closer to his class. Chapter 29. Lethal Wound. Did you guys level up? Dream. No, X2. Neither of the girls leveled up. Though they got most of the experience, it was also split. If we can kill several more of these, we should be good. Dream. Yeah, but they're pretty far apart. We only found these two after so long. Iris. Dream nodded at that. Going at this rate, they might barely be able to get their classes before night falls. Oh well. Luna, take this knife, and if you could skin the bears, please. We still need the hide. Dream. No problem. Luna. Luna took the knife Dream gave her and went to work on the bears. Iris also helped her. As they were doing that, Dream walked over to the bear he shot. He wanted to check something. When he shot the bear, he actually noticed that there was no brain splatter. This could only mean one thing. Dream bent down and inspected the bear's head. Sure enough, I only see an entry wound, no exit. So even this railgun couldn't punch through the skull entirely. Though, this side of the skull is weak. The bullet must have still shattered the skull from the inside. Interesting. Hey Sophia, what are the projectiles for the railgun made from? The projectiles for the heavy sniper are a lead core with a steel plating. The steel likely either warped or peeled away when it pierced through the bear's skull, and since it lost its point, it only impacted the other side. Makes sense. Those materials are barely good enough to get through mana-infused bear bone, not to mention the skull. I really can't wait to start studying new materials. When Luna skins this bear, I'll take a look at the bullet. Dream stood up satisfied. He finally knew the limits of his weaponry and where to start improving. If he came out here with gunpowder guns, the bullets would likely just ricochet off the bone. Now he just needed to take care of the girls and their skills. Hey Scarlet, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that you gain stats by eating strong animals. Am I correct? Dream. More or less. Iris. Sweet. Since we have the luxury of not needing their meat, it's all yours. I'll throw the meat in my inventory and you can eat it when we get back, since stuffing yourself here wouldn't be the best. Okay, and since we're on the topic, does Devour digest food faster? And how much does Expanded Stomach? Well, expand your stomach. Dream asked Iris, hoping to get an idea on how fast she can eat her food. It would help for when they killed bigger monsters. Devour does digest food much faster. It's actually not really regular digestion, more like destroying whatever is in my stomach. The meats from the restaurant a couple of days ago were digested in several minutes. My expanded stomach is also more like a spatial stomach. I can fit almost 10x the size of a regular stomach in there. Iris, that's a lot. So you would have no problem eating that whole bear today? Dream, maybe both if I started now. But yes, tonight I would be able to eat that bear. Iris, well, if it won't hinder you, do you want to eat some now? With the time it takes to skin them and search more to fight, you should be able to get through a lot. I also don't know if you prefer it cooked or raw, but you can do that. Dream. Really? I guess I can. I usually cook it because it's not as messy, but since it's right now, I guess I can eat it raw. Okay, transform as well. I'm sure it's easier. I'll take the skins from Luna when she's done. When Dream gave her the green light to start eating, she transformed into her fox form and began chowing down on the bear that Luna was almost done skinning. She didn't bother cooking any of the meat, and there was much blood that, if she didn't end up drinking it, it just splashed on her fur. Now if it were Luna doing that, it would be a little more gruesome since she has white fur. But Iris had her pitch-black fur, which made the blood on it stand out less. In fact, one could say that it looked natural, as if her fur was meant to be blood red. Her skill probably affects many things such as taste and appetite to accommodate for the fact that she will eat many things. Though, I wonder if her menu is limited to just meat? Dream pondered if Iris' skill could have much more potential than they thought it would. He asked her just in case. Scarlet, have you ever tried eating more than just the meat? Like the bones or the brain? Bones? No, I've never tried. But that really isn't food, is it? Not necessarily. The brain is probably where you'll get most of the animal's magic in the bones. Well, they have bone marrow. It wouldn't hurt to try, especially if you get more stats out of it. Alright, I'll eat the meat and try a bone. Maybe we should try the bones tonight. But yes, make sure to save them. Though I'm not actually sure about the brains since I shot them. Oh well, while you guys do that, I'll go search for more enemies. Don't get caught off guard while I'm gone. Okay. Iris waved him goodbye with a mouthful of meat, and Dream shot off into the distance to scout for more bears. Turns out that the bears really are just that scarce because it took him another 30 minutes to find some, though this time it was 3 bears instead of 2. Dream talked to Luna over their connection to get a status update. How are you guys doing? Dream. I finished with skinning. Iris is sitting and digesting food. She was able to eat all the meat of one bear before finally getting full. We saved the bones as well. Luna. All right, I'll head back to you guys. Dream spoke to her and started making his way back. He didn't need to worry about losing the bears because he had Sophia for that. She could perfectly remember exactly where everything is, like a map in his head. It only took several minutes for him to get back where he then stored the skins, flesh, and bones in his inventory. They all started walking over to the bears to give Iris time to digest more. Since your stomach is a spatial one, does it affect your movement at all? Like with any added weight? Dream. No. It works like your inventory. But I still know when I'm full. Iris. Very cool. Then we don't need to worry about your performance being affected. There's 3 bears this time, though they weren't eating any prey like previously. I can take out one before the fight starts, and then both of you will each face one. I will support while you guys fight. The biggest thing affecting strategy is what element they are. There might even be multiple elements, so we need to be extra careful. If they aren't in one place, then you should go find them. Make sure to not lose them. We'll catch up with you. Iris. All right. Dream took her suggestion and ran off towards the bears. He only ran for a little before finding the bears again. Though, when Dream took a closer look at them, he noticed the size of the bears. One of them is quite a bit bigger than the teenage ones. It's probably an adult. I wouldn't be surprised if it's over level 72. So it's the same fight as last time, just with an adult added. This might be more difficult than I thought. Dream saw the adult with its presumably 2 children. He started planning how he was going to deal with it. The only problem was that he didn't know if his bullet could get through that skull. It might barely be able to. He would just need to pack in as much mana as the bullet could handle. He should be good that way. Then it'll be the girls against the teenagers, while he can help. When Dream looked towards the teenagers, though, he saw that one of them looked different. The ones they fought before were both white, and right now, the adult and one teen were also white, but the other teen was brown. Could it be the earth element? While the others are air. It'll be interesting to see what it can do. Dream waited for several minutes before the girls arrived. Before they started approaching, though, Dream told Luna to stay back so he could take a shot first. I want to take out the adult first. I'm thinking I can just go up the eye socket, but I want it still for that. While the girls were still a couple 100 meters away, Dream took aim. He put the reticle right on the adult's eye, though it moved around quite a bit, so he had to wait for the best time. Dream was perfectly still for over a minute until the bear finally faced his direction. He didn't miss the chance and took the shot. DSHH. Thud. The bullet blasted straight through the eyeball and turned the bear's brain to liquid. It was dead before it hit the floor, and as he thought, the bullet didn't come out the other side, which means it couldn't pierce through the skull. Though this made sense when Dream saw the notifications. You have killed LVL-84 adult air bear. You have leveled up? You have leveled up? Huh. No wonder the bullet didn't come out. If I had shot that anywhere else, it wouldn't have done anything. When Dream killed the adult, the teenagers beside it were befuddled. What just happened? Why did Mom fall? The girls also didn't miss this chance and started moving in. It wasn't long until the bears noticed them. When they did, they seemed to understand something and directed their oncoming rage towards the ones who killed their kin. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. The white and brown bears gave a pissed-off roar and started running towards the girls. As they ran, Iris decided to take on the brown bear while Luna took the white. When Iris began getting close to the brown bear, she noticed that the ground began getting soft. Sure enough, as she began to slow down in wariness, the ground gave in and she sunk down to her knees. The ground then suddenly hardened and trapped her. The brown bear never slowed its approach and went to kill its trapped prey, but Iris wasn't so easy to kill. She raised her hands and began to torch the bear when it got close. The bear was taken very off guard by the blazing fire and couldn't react before its face was seared. Ruawaya. The bear screamed in pain as it was blinded, just like the last bear they fought. It backed away and Iris took this chance to get herself out of the dirt while maintaining her torch. Luna, on the other hand, was having a difficult time with her bear. When they had first made contact, Luna began to trap the bear with her earth magic and sink its feet into the ground. She was actually successful and began approaching it to drop a lance on it. The only problem was that she underestimated the bear's strength. The bear was able to rip its claw out from under the ground and take a swipe at Luna. This would have been fine as she made some distance, but the bear used a skill with its air magic, Wind Blade. The wind blade came right from its claw and slashed across Luna's body. It wasn't a dull blade at all, and left a deep slice on her forearms which she threw up to block with. Not only that, but the power behind the blade was also great, and she was thrown back several meters. Luckily, she didn't need to take the fall as someone was there to catch her. Thud. Arg. Luna. Oof. Damn, you got me right in the gut. Dream. Dream tried to be as accommodating as possible, but there's not much you can do to gracefully catch a flying body. Luna was also surprised by the catch and grunted in pain. She then looked to see who caught her. Dream. In my arms. You have healing, right? I suggest you get started. I'll take care of the bear, at least until you get back. Dream. Okay. Luna. Luna nodded her head as Dream set her down by a tree. She began channeling mana to heal herself. There was already a lot of blood coming from her arms, and she would get dizzy if she waited too long. Dream also started walking towards the bear that had just freed itself from the earth trap. It'll be pretty difficult to kill this thing with my guns. The skull will just deflect them, and they might not even get past the muscle of the body. I guess I'll try melee. Dream steeled himself for a bloody battle and activated his armor suit. He ejected his arm blade and dashed over to the bear. It only took a split of a second for them to get face to face. The bear attacked with another swipe of its right claw backed by a wind blade. It was aimed for his neck. Luckily, the bear wasn't too fast. Dream was able to avoid both the claw and blade coming for his head by ducking really quickly. He then entered that opening and jammed his left arm blade into the bear's armpit. The blade successfully entered and lots of blood immediately spurted from the wound. Unfortunately, Dream couldn't revel in his success. Although the bear was in lots of pain, it only fueled its rage. The opposite arm of the bear came from the side as it jammed its claws straight towards Dream's gut. This is also when Dream started regretting his decision. Fuck, I can't dodge that. Hopefully this armor can hold. Dream tried to twist his body and prayed to the armor gods in hopes of blocking successfully. Unfortunately, he severely underestimated the power and sturdiness of the nearly foot-long claws. Crack. Pooey. The claw totally bypassed the super high-tech armor and entered Dream's body. It instantly shattered several ribs as it entered next to his abs and exited his back. Blood immediately started pouring out. The bear didn't stop there, though. Dream also wasn't one to just take it lying down. The bear followed up by biting down onto his right shoulder. The teeth of the bear tore through the armor like scrap and shattered all the bones in his shoulder and collar. At the same time, Dream retaliated by using his free left arm and stabbing the bear straight in the neck. When he did that, the bear finally panicked from a lethal wound and threw Dream away like a ragdoll. The blade also exited the bear's neck and blood spurted out like a fountain. Dream was in no better shape, however. When he hit the ground, a pool of blood was quick to form as the wounds gushed out blood uncontrollably. Chapter 30. Never Again. Thud. Cough. Dream hit the floor on his back with a heavy thud. This only served to intensify the pain from his wounds, as well as vomit some blood that was in his stomach. Fuck. It hurts. Breathing hurts. I can't move my arm. Sophia? How bad is it? The wounds are lethal. Multiple arteries have been cut inside your abdomen. The axillary artery in your collar has been totally severed. You need immediate attention from either Riddick or Luna. 18% of total blood volume has been lost and rising by the second. Sophia gave it to him straight. In fact, she was already working to stop the flow of blood in his body. Every little thing she could do to prolong his survival. Unfortunately, the ones he needed help from couldn't act so quickly. Dream? Dream? What happened? Luna. Luna stuttered as she was still shocked by what happened. Dream had hardly left her for several seconds before he was tossed on the ground in a bloody mess. Did he just walk up to the bear and get stabbed? Fortunately, Dream also dealt a fatal blow. Blood was constantly spurting from the bear's neck as it backed away. At least it wouldn't come back attacking. Luna wasn't the only one who witnessed this either. Iris was over to the side and had seen everything. Fortunately, she was just about finished burning a hole through her bear. Since Luna had healed enough of her wounds by now, she quickly got up to finish off the bear. She created several super sharp but small ice lances and threw them towards the bear's mouth. As the bear was still howling in pain, 2 lances actually entered the mouth, and one went straight to the brain, finishing off the bear instantly. Iris also intensified her heat, boiling the guts of her bear and finishing it off before running over. What the hell did he do? He only fought it for a couple seconds. Iris. I don't know. I just need to heal. Luna. Luna tried not to panic and kneeled down next to Dream to try and heal him. Dream's armor retracted back out of the way to let her do her thing. His bare and bloody body was exposed. Oh my God. Iris. Iris muttered out in fear and worry. The wounds he had truly were bad. A giant, bloody claw tear went straight into his stomach and allowed them to see all the rib bone fragments and some messed up organs. Everything around his shoulder was also crushed, bloody, and mangled. In fact, his arm looked to be half torn off. The skin had already turned purple around the wounds, signifying internal bleeding. Blood was also pouring out like a fountain, with more than occasional spurts. The girls already had blood on them. Luna wasted no time and immediately started healing him. She poured all of her mana into her skill, and although she was silent on the outside, her mind was racing furiously. How did he do this? We've only been hunting for a couple of days, and he's already dying on the floor. Why did he think that was a good idea? He even told us to stay away from the bear, and now he's dying. Even our connection is weakening. He won't really die, right? Not right now. We haven't even made it to the mountain yet. Can't he fix this with a machine or something? But he's just laying there. Luna didn't notice that tears had already started falling. She started to genuinely panic. It was when the connection began to fade that she realized he was really about to go. She couldn't feel his feelings or hear his thoughts. She had never felt so distant from him and has never truly understood how much she didn't want him to leave until now. She kept pouring mana into her skill to restore his body, but it wasn't acting fast enough. She couldn't even tell if it did anything due to the mess, but she just kept healing. And then, she ran out of mana. And no, I still need more. She started to panic even more. Dream was nowhere near okay yet, but she wasn't able to heal him. This was when she heard a yell next to her. Dad, get over here. Iris. Iris yelled out louder than she ever has before. Anybody who heard it could feel the desperation in her voice. Luna wasn't the only one who didn't want him to die. Riddick came flying down from the sky not long after she yelled. I saw what happened, and you both know I can't heal him. Riddick, give me mana. Luna. Luna held out her hand to her dad, but he didn't comply. You know I can't do that. You can't handle my mana. It'll harm you, and that's not a risk I'm willing to take. Riddick. Then we need to get him to a healer. Luna. If you move that boy, he'll die in less than a minute. Riddick. Then I still need to try. I still have some mana left. Luna. Luna turned back to Dream and desperately activated her skill again. But since her mana tank was actually empty, the fuel had to come from somewhere else. Her vitality. Right as Luna began to heal again, her breathing became ragged and her body started paling. Riddick quickly realized exactly what she was doing and stepped in. Absolutely not. Get away from him. Riddick. And no. I need to. Luna. Riddick grabbed Luna and pulled her away from Dream. The skill was forcefully stopped. Luna tried to fight, but there was no chance of that. Luna began to despair. She knew that he would really die, but she couldn't do anything. She almost felt like dying herself, though it wasn't long until they were interrupted by someone. Gee guys, it's me, Sophia. I need your help. Now. Everyone suddenly stopped and turned to Dream, or more specifically, the phone that was next to him. Sophia? Luna. I'm Dream's skill. Listen, Luna and Riddick need to grab Dream. I need Riddick's mana and Luna's healing skill. Please. A quick speaking voice came from the phone. Sophia was panicked as she really needed them to comply. This was the best and only plan that she and Dream had come up with. While Luna had been healing Dream, he was by no means being idle. He and Sophia had been speaking to each other. You are losing blood very fast. There's nothing we can summon to repair your internal organs and bones. But her mana won't last, and we are using mine to keep me from dying faster. We will need mana for her skill. Riddick will have enough, but he's up in the sky. I doubt he has healing, or he probably would have helped. Are you capable of taking her skill like you did with Devour and use Riddick's mana? I will either succeed or we both die here. We need to talk to them somehow, but the connection has been weakened. I can't use telepathy. Use a device. The phone, the speaker on it. Just tell them you're my skill. On it. This was when Sophia finally spoke to them. When she did, Luna didn't hesitate and immediately crawled over and made contact while Riddick also moved with her. Once they did, Sophia gave them the rundown through telepathy. Luna, I need permission from you to dash. Yes. And Riddick, I need permission to use mana. Go ahead. I guess I can't exactly say no with my daughter like that. Confirmed. Beginning healing. When she said that, Luna was restricted from using her skill. Riddick's mana also started flowing out and into Dream's body. Riddick also wasn't lying earlier about Luna not being able to handle his mana. The mana that is tied to someone else can be very difficult and dangerous to handle, especially in large amounts. If Luna ever messed up, she could hurt her body badly and possibly damage her soul. Not to mention that Riddick would have to infuse her with it since she couldn't draw it out. In little amounts, it can be helpful in allowing the body to kickstart its absorption from the atmosphere like after you run out. But with the amount she needed, not possible. Sophia, on the other hand, was a skill meant for precision and processing. This was why she was able to access Riddick's mana and even cut Luna off from her own skill to use it. After Sophia got to work, Dream's body started gradually being repaired. Though this wasn't just healing, it was almost like it was reversing what happened, hence the word restore. The organs were put back in place and patched up. His shattered bones found each other and fused back together. His torn muscles and tendons were also stitched back together. And last but not least, the holes and gashes in the skin were sealed. Though the process seemed simple, it was by no means easy or quick. On the outside, it took almost an hour and a half of healing. But on the inside, Sophia had already done dozens of hours of processing. Since Sophia didn't understand the skill signature, she could only aim it where she needed it most. This took tons of calculating and risk factoring. She had to repair the arteries one by one, each muscle fiber, each blood vessel, all the bone fragments, all the fat, making sure that blood didn't spill where it shouldn't be. There were many things to keep track of, and it was only because she had accelerated thinking that she could do it so fast. But this was the purpose of the skill, Sophia. When there was a task at hand, the emotions that she gained from acquiring a part of Dream's soul took secondary precedence. Nothing mattered except carrying out her master's will, not to mention saving his life. This was the biggest proof that she was still indeed a skill and not an entirely separate being. Not that she herself cared. After 2 hours, when Dream was finally healed, Sophia stopped the mana flow and spoke to them. Dream will need some time to regenerate his blood as he has lost large amounts. During this time, he will occasionally be able to speak with you guys, but he won't be able to move his body. Can you guys help take care of him? Yes, we will. Luna. Thank you. I asked that he be kept on his bed. It may take up to a week for him to recover. However, his body is in perfect shape, so he can be moved fine. That's good. Luna. And one more thing. Dream asked me to heal Luna. This requires me to use Riddick's mana. Do I have permission? Fine. Go ahead. Riddick. Confirmed. Riddick was a little hesitant that Dream's skill was going to be using his mana on Luna, but he had no reason not to trust him anymore. He just gave the permission and Sophia began recovering Luna's vitality. This actually took Dream's own vitality, but she didn't tell them that. Dream had noticed when Luna used her own and was basically giving it back, so it was fine. It only took moments for Luna to feel refreshed and back to normal. She quietly spoke to Riddick. Hey Dad, can you store the bears? Luna. I can. Riddick. Thank you. Can you take us home too? Luna. Sure. That's fine, Riddick. Luna nodded to him and stood up. She then reached down and very gently picked up Dream's body. Iris also moved closer to them, and Riddick activated his flight magic. They took off back to the hotel. Damn, I feel dizzy. Sophia? After an unknown amount of time, Dream began to wake up. His blurry eyes opened to the sight of a wood ceiling. You've been asleep for 2 days. I only woke you up when you had enough blood to be safe. How much blood did I lose exactly? 63%. A person on Earth would have had no chance of survival. But you not only got total healing, but your vitality is much stronger. Plus, I was able to kick your body into overdrive for blood production. That's a lot. So why can't I move my body? Your body has still only recovered a small amount of blood. There's not enough oxygen to pass around. I only woke you up so you could talk and eat. Gotcha. Dream nodded and looked around the room. He soon spotted the two girls laying on his bed next to him. I would tap you guys if I could use my hands. Looks like I'm gonna be in a pretty pathetic state for a while. Huh? Dream? Luna. Luna lifted her head to face him. When she did, Dream's smiling face met her. Hi. Sorry I've been out for so long. When she saw his face, she immediately started crying again. She started curling up into a ball and backing away. But Dream really didn't want that. You aren't gonna avoid me now, are you? I would be lonely without you here. But sniff, I couldn't heal you. And sniff I almost let you die. I wouldn't be alive if you weren't there. I made an absolutely stupid mistake and you helped me recover from it. I feel like an idiot. You sniff, you are an idiot. You almost left me. Sniff left me an Iris in this world full of sniff disgusting guys. Hee hee. Well, I can't do that now, can I? Heh. Dream chuckled a little at Luna's joke. The atmosphere was lightened a little, and she eventually started to calm down. Dream also wasn't stupid enough to forget that there was one more person here. Hey, Scarlet. Wakey. You're mean. Iris turned around and stopped playing dead. When Dream saw her face, they had tear stains. Did you use your fire to evaporate tears? Dream. Shut up. Sniff. Haha, both of you are the cutest things, and also the best things to ever happen to me. I really wish I wasn't paralyzed from the neck down right now. Well, maybe you shouldn't have gotten hurt so much, idiot. Iris. I guess that means that I just need my girls to pamper me now, huh? I'll be living like a king, Dream forced a laugh at his little joke, but he really started to get depressed when he thought about how disabled he was. Truth is, he felt like pathetic dog shit. It was absolutely humiliating not being able to control his own body, in front of the girls, no less. And now they need to tend to him like a fucking child. Not only that, but he got himself into this mess. He was way too overconfident and almost got killed by his lack of experience. He thought he could just run in and fight because he had that armor. He paid the price for overestimating his skills and gear and for underestimating the bear. Who underestimates a fucking bear? It all happened so quickly too. He stabbed the bear and got stabbed. He then got bit and stabbed again. 10 seconds, in and out. What if the enemy was stronger? He would have died and left the girls to fend for themselves. What if Riddick wasn't there? There would have been no mana to leech from. This was the kind of thing that groups of people get wiped out for. He felt rage and frustration for his stupidity boil in his chest. Dream swore that he would never make the same mistakes again, or else he better be prepared to die to make up for it. Chapter 31. Class Types. It took 10 days before Dream could finally get on his feet. Such a fast recovery would be unheard of on Earth, but he isn't on Earth. To give a reference, people who donate blood give about 10% of their blood volume, which takes several weeks to recover from before you can donate again. Dream had lost over 60% of his blood volume, but with Sophia, good food, and his high vitality, he was able to get the majority back in 10 days. He wasn't totally 100%, but he could live normally, which he gladly did. Dream hated the fact that he needed to be taken care of, but this also let him know just how good the girls were to him. They were by his side every day. They didn't even go hunting. He had told them that they should get their classes already, but they refused. They would just stay on his bed, sometimes in their fox form, and cuddle. It would have been heavenly if he wasn't paralyzed. They didn't want to leave him. He really felt fuzzy at that thought. But the morning when he recovered, he immediately got to work. Are you sure you're completely fine? You could get hurt again if you aren't. Iris. Iris asked Dream while everyone was in his room. The girls were initially happy about Dream getting better when they first saw him up and moving, but it was dampened by the fact that he wanted to go hunting right away. I'm fine. I refuse to delay my class advancement more, and I also want to get to the Enchanted Mountain. Something like that will not happen again. I'll make breakfast and we can eat before heading out. We shouldn't bother getting a quest either. We can just head to the forest and find some bears. Dream. All right. Iris. Iris was a little surprised by Dream's determined tone. She, along with Luna and Riddick, just sat down and began eating the food that Dream made. Breakfast was finished quietly and quickly. Nobody spoke even as they exited the hotel and left the city. It was only when they arrived at the forest that Iris spoke up again. Dream, The last time we hunted bears, it took too much time to find them. Should we just hunt a bunch of crawlers? Iris. I was actually thinking of that as well. Since I want this to happen quickly, I'm going to bring out a little tool of mine. I forgot to bring it out last time, but better late than never. Dream. After Dream said that, he summoned out 10 items on the floor. Iris looked at the odd X-shaped devices in confusion. What are those? Iris. They're called drones. They can fly and I put eyes on them so they can see things. We'll use these to find bears quickly. Dream. Dream flipped the on switches of all the drones as he said that. The lights flickered as each drone began to lightly spin their rotors. Iris then remembered something that was similar. So they're little helicopters. Iris. Pretty much. All right, Sophia. Send him. Dream. Roger. When Dream gave the command, all 10 drones took off fast as lightning and scattered in different directions. Sophia would control them and look through their hyperspectral cameras to quickly find any bears. Then she could plot out the fastest route for them to get there. And as expected of her unparalleled efficiency, Sophia found 2 bears after just 3 minutes. All right, we have some prey. Just follow me. Dream. Already? How fast were those things? Iris. Iris shouted in surprise at how quick those things were. It took them 30 minutes of running last time. Dream bolted into the forest, and the girls quickly followed behind. Riddick also took up his usual place in the sky. After 10 minutes of Dream following his route, they spotted their bears. Right when they did, Dream gave his instructions. I'm gonna hide and take one out. You two work on the other one. Don't get hurt. Just keep your distance. Luna traps, Scarlet burns. Let's party up as well. Dream. Dream took both their hands after speaking and created a party with both of them. He then activated his stealth and disappeared. After he left, Luna smiled bitterly at how his attitude changed so much after last time. I guess it was a slap in the face for him. He's not so casual anymore. She sighed in her mind and started walking with Iris to face their bears. As they approached, they saw 2 white bears, likely air elementals, which seemed to be the common ones in this forest. They went through the same procedure and walked over to grab their attention, or at least they tried. As they started to get closer, they noticed something off with the bears. Both of them were eating some dead prey a minute ago, but now they were huddled right next to each other, frantically looking around. They were searching for something, with fear and panic on their faces. Iris and Luna walked even closer. They were able to get within 50 meters of the bears before they finally got noticed. The bears turned to face them, but even then they were still looking around, not totally focused on the girls in front of them. This was also when the girls found out why the bears were so scared. It was the atmosphere. A wave of quiet anger and bloodlust poured over everyone in the vicinity. It was stifling. It made one automatically prepare for battle, as if they were about to face a powerful enemy. But it was the suspense from not knowing where your enemy was that brought intense pressure to your mind and sanity. Even the girls felt their heartbeat quicken. Chills momentarily went up their spines until they figured out who it might be that was releasing the pressure. Is that Dream? Iris. I think it is. Let's just prepare to fight. Luna. Roar. Right as Luna and Iris prepared to launch their attacks, one of the bears released a loud roar in an attempt to dissipate the pressure. It was likely being driven crazy from the suspense. The girls only flinched for a split second before continuing to attack the distressed bears. Luna began using earth magic while Iris started her torch. This was also when a bullet ripped through the air. DSH. Thud. A new hole was created in the eye socket of one of the bears. It died instantly and dropped straight to the ground with a thud. The girls also successfully trapped the other bear. Iris began burning its face while Luna launched shards at it. Its resistance was futile, and it was dead within the minute. Iris spoke up in uncertainty when they got the experience. That seemed really easy. I know we have more experience in fighting them, but it still ended so fast. Iris. I think we know who to thank for that. Luna. Luna turned to another direction when she said that. A figure walked over. I already know where more bears are. I also want to start letting you guys kill them since I get more experience. Follow me. Dream. The figure was indeed Dream, who wanted to waste no time and motioned for the girls to follow him. He didn't even care to explain what happened. That injury must have been a hard wake-up call. He never usually gets so serious. But I guess it's a good thing. Iris. Yeah. Luna nodded her head in agreement. The girls ran off after Dream soon after. It looked like their classes would come sooner than they thought. During their next fight, the same pressure was brought to a group of 3 bears. Unlike last time though, Dream didn't kill one at the beginning. The girls approached and began the fighting. Luna would focus on immobilizing one and moving on to the other while Iris would attack the ones that couldn't resist. This was supposed to be very difficult as there were still 3 bears. But they began to notice the unseen fruits of Dream's help. If a bear ever tried to break free of an earth trap, they would very suddenly get slashed from nowhere. Some would get a stab in the body or in the legs. It greatly decreased their resistance, and none of it was lethal. The girls knew it was Dream and sought to finish off their prey. Like the last fight, it ended rather easily and only took more time. This also allowed the girls to get most of the experience since they did the killing. The trio got this strategy down and moved from group to group. No bear could hide or resist them, and they leveled like crazy. Until one of them quickly reached the end of level 49. Hey guys, I can get my class advancement. Iris shouted in total glee after they finished off another group of 3 bears. Luna and Dream walked up to her. Congrats, though you shouldn't choose anything yet. Once Luna gets hers, then you both can consult each other and your dad. Dream. Dream spoke quickly to make sure she didn't choose anything out of excitement. He actually had an idea for both of them which would be very cool, but probably wouldn't work. Okay, let's hurry up and fight some more then. I already have an idea on what I want to do. Iris. All right, just follow me. And make sure to let Luna get the kills this time. Dream. The 3 rushed off to their next target and quickly fought a battle. And sure enough, Luna wasn't far behind Iris and was able to advance. I can advance, though the choices are so different. Luna. Well, we can figure it out right now. Let's call the old man down. Dream. Already here. Riddick. With great timing, Riddick floated down and landed in front of the trio. He immediately gave them a rundown. Since you girls are ready, here's some basic information. As you all can imagine, your first class is a very important choice. It can and almost always will dictate your future. You can't regret a choice after this. Another thing is that not all classes are combat-related. There are classes that cover every field you can imagine, from merchant to blacksmith to farmer. Though these are very seldom chosen, as it may bar your path to strength. Never underestimate blacksmiths, however. Those people aren't exactly weak. Riddick. Riddick put on a sour face as he mentioned blacksmiths. Dream thought that he perhaps had to learn that lesson the hard way at some point in time. He chuckled in his mind and Riddick continued. Anyway, there is also another very important aspect to classes to pay attention to, and that is wording. Classes like Fire Mage obviously have to do with casting fire magic. Same with other elements. There are also swordsmen who wield swords, axe masters, bowmen, etc. These kinds of classes fall under the category of basic class, though this does not at all mean that they are weak. The next category is specialists and masters. These classes can have the word master or great in front of them, like master swordsman or great mage. These people have practiced and have achieved mastery over their art. If you were to find a second-class master, I highly suggest keeping your distance, though this class is much more common at the third class. These 2 categories are the most common and popular. That's because anything other than these types are very rarely seen, though there are 2 other types that have been seen occasionally. These types are unique and ruler classes. The ruler class got its name from the fact that the kings of the 4 great empires have this type of class. I won't go over them now. Just know that these classes are extremely powerful, much more so than masters. Unique classes are ones that don't have regular names, ones that are vague, odd, or represent something. To give an example, I once came across someone with the class Mana Weaver. That man was capable of turning his mana into incomparably thin threads, which he would then use to either weave a spell or just slice someone. Those threads couldn't be seen and could cut through anything that was unprotected. It was truly a scary power. Riddick sported an ugly face as he described the power of that man. What happened to that man? Dream. He was killed by the combined efforts of several elders of the Spire. Let's just say that he did something he shouldn't have. Anyway, I just want to make sure you guys are aware of the nature of classes. This information is very important when encountering people in the future. Another thing you girls need to know is that I won't make the decision for you. I can give advice, but the choice is ultimately yours. This will mark the start of the rest of your life, and there can be no regrets after the fact. So look through every choice carefully, and if you have questions about anything, don't hesitate to ask. After Riddick said so, he brought out chairs for everyone to sit on and let the girls go through everything. Luna and Iris began to take the decision seriously after hearing everything as well. They began reading through their classes carefully. Chapter 32, Predator. While the girls were thinking about their choices, Dream spoke to Riddick. There's only one problem I can see right now. They haven't used any weapons yet. Wouldn't it be good for them to do that? The difference a weapon can make is big. Though I don't doubt their magical abilities, it would still be good for them. Dream. That is true. But at the same time, in Iris' case, it could be worse instead to choose something like swordsman instead of fire mage. It was the same problem I had with you wanting to take on multiple specialties. If they divide their abilities in class, it can greatly hinder them, as a class can greatly amplify your abilities, if chosen correctly. Riddick. Very true. Dream. Dream nodded at that reasoning. They could always learn to use a weapon as a supplement to their core abilities as well, so they wouldn't need to choose a class for it. Not that they had a choice right now either way. The two men sat there for several minutes in silence. Though they were curious about the selections, they didn't want to rush the girls. But as time passed, the faces of the girls got increasingly troubled. Dream couldn't help his curiosity and spoke up. Are you two all right? The selection can't be that bad, right? Dream. Well, just as a question, how many options should someone have for their first class? Iris. Iris lifted her head and looked at Riddick. Well, it depends, but it's usually around a dozen or so. Why? Did you get a lot? Riddick. And no. The opposite, actually. I only have two choices. Iris. Two. That really is low. What about you, Luna? Riddick. Riddick was a little surprised, but still calmed down. He turned to Luna as she was probably in the same boat. I also have two choices. Luna. You guys really are twins. They probably aren't bad, though. What are they? Dream. Mine are Firefox and Predator. Iris. Mine are Icefox and Familiar. Luna. Riddick perked up after Luna said her choices. Did you say Familiar? Riddick. Yes. Luna. Riddick stared straight at Luna with a contemplating face. She in turn got confused and cautiously answered his question. Is that bad? Luna. I'm not sure. There are certain animals or monsters, usually ones closer to spirits, who can become a familiar. This happens either through taming or if the animal in question deems the receiver worthy enough. The bond between a familiar and its owner are very strong. But I've never heard of something like it coming up as a class, so I couldn't tell you if it's good or not. Riddick. Oh, Luna. I think I have an idea. Dream. Dream spoke up after hearing Riddick's explanation. You think you know what that class is about? Riddick. Yes. First we have to look at Scarlet's second choice, which matches her second set of abilities. This means that Luna's second choice will match up with her healing ability. The reason why it might say familiar, though, is because her style is support. Ice lances from a distance, earth traps, and don't take it in a mean way, but she did her best when I was there, and we helped each other. Healing is also supportive. Dream? Well then why didn't she get another class like healer or even supporter? Riddick. Well, I think that's because of me actually. 1. Luna and I, as well as Scarlet, have quite the bond. I'm not gloating or anything, just being self-aware. 2. When I was on the verge of death, it was her that lent me her ability to use as I needed. That was her desire to assist me. And going off of your description of familiars, that sounds pretty on the mark. Dream. Asterisk psi asterisk, I guess you're right, boy. Though I'm not sure I'm so pleased with one of her classes being that way because of you. I can't exactly argue with that. Riddick. Riddick had an ugly face as he heard Dream's argument. Everything he said was on the mark. But that also meant that his daughters were being so affected by Dream that even their classes changed. He wasn't too happy with that. Dream also knew Riddick's worries, but there was nothing much he could do, except make Luna aware of what each choice meant. Luna. The class of familiar is a supportive role. Since it is a class, it likely isn't dependent on any specific person. but it is still supportive nonetheless. Your other option will allow you to enhance your manipulation abilities and, in turn, your combat prowess. I say to choose Ice Fox if you want to get stronger by your own power. You can always work on your restore ability, and in time, who knows, maybe a later class will incorporate it. But the choice is yours. Dream. Dream wanted Luna to know that each class will lead down a different path and therefore a different style of fighting. He was most concerned with the fact that familiar applies to helping someone else, and he felt kind of apologetic for possibly influencing her selection. But again, there wasn't much he could do. Everyone was silent for a little as they let Luna ponder on her choice. It was much different from Iris, where both choices were combative. The person in question, though, seemed to be much less concerned about such a big decision and spoke her mind after a short while. Although it is supportive, the class is there for a reason. I'm not as combat-oriented as Iris is, and I don't want to force such a style onto myself. More than that, though, I am very okay with helping you too. I couldn't think of anything better. Luna. After she said that, Luna shut her eyes. Dream got confused, but Riddick apparently had an idea why. Wait, did you just… Riddick. Hee, sorry, Dad. I just think it's better. Luna. You chose it? That's awfully rash of you. Dream. Dream was surprised after he figured it out. She made the selection. She didn't even want to think on it more. Dream thought that it was a little fast, but at the same time there was no use overthinking. If Luna felt that she was suited towards support, then she should go that route. Dream also didn't disagree. In fact, he wanted her to choose that, but he obviously couldn't say that outright. It wasn't long after Luna made her choice that changes took place. PSH. Luna suddenly transformed into her fox form in a puff of smoke. Luna? Dream. IARG, I didn't mean T0 transform. Everything is starting to hurt. Luna. Dream walked over to her and had her lay on his lap when he heard her grunt in pain. Though he assumed it was the class selection that triggered the pain, so he decided not to panic. But he was still worried. Old man? You know what this is? Dream. I do. You know how I said species other than humans don't need to make energy pathways at class 3? Well, that's because they evolve as they level up. Their species undergo evolutions instead of class changes. But since my daughters are part human, they get their class change as well. I wasn't actually totally sure if they got both, but sure enough, they do. Riddick. So they're going to be overpowered in the future. And Luna is evolving right now? Looks like it. And Iris will too. That looks painful though. Iris. Everyone watched as Luna laid there in pain. Dream just stroked her hair to give her something else to focus on. But he also didn't forget to conduct research. Sophia, I need you to analyze the changes in her body, the soul as well. We need to figure out how classes work. Already on it. You really are the best. Dream gave praise at the fact that Sophia knew him so well. Meanwhile, Luna's body started to have more obvious changes after a while. At first, there was nothing on the outside that looked different. But after about 10 minutes, her fur began to see changes. Luna had always had snowy white fur with a blue hue that seemed like it glowed during the night. There was never anything instead of just white. But that began to change. 3 blue stripes were drawn on each of her cheeks like whiskers. The top of her face also turned blue, from the top of her snout to around her eyes. It looked like a mask, unlike the usual bandana look that foxes normally have. Her paws faded out from white into a dark blue. The tail was the same, having a blue tip. After those changes external, nothing else happened and Dream thought that was it. The blue color just became more pronounced. But as the end of the evolution came, he began to feel something. Warning. A connection between souls is being created. It's coming from Luna. This is likely a result of the familiar class. Allow connection? Sophia came with a warning not long after. Dream nodded in his head. Yeah, that's fine. Dream was surprised by the sudden connection, but it wasn't out of place. Since the familiar class was probably caused by him, it would also mean that he is one of the targets of her help. Iris probably got the same thing. He allowed the connection. Not that he would ever deny it. Connection established. It will take time to dash. Sophia let the connection through and started to evaluate what it did, until she was interrupted by someone. The individual, Luna, has sought and created a familiar connection with you. Your familiars will be capable of assisting you with their own skills as they see fit. Depending on the strength of the familiar and its partner, certain levels of communication can be carried out over distances. Well, I guess that explains it. 3 notifications popped up and explained what happened. Dream detected a little anger coming from Sophia after that. Apparently, she doesn't enjoy being interrupted by all-powerful systems. I'll slap the record someday. We'll probably have to become gods ourselves before we can do that. I will help you become a god. We can do it. To slap that snarky record in the face. Sure, I guess it's good to have goals. Dream sweat a little at her impossible ambitions, and at how petty she could apparently be. After the notifications passed, Luna had finally finished her evolution. She opened her eyes and looked up towards Dream. When Dream looked back, he saw that it wasn't just the fur that had changed. Her eyes did too. Her elliptical fox eyes changed from gray to an icy blue, almost looking just like ice. He had never seen such exotic eyes. They were even more surreal than her gray ones that looked like jade. Dream ended up staring for a bit before Luna swung her tail in his face. He snapped out of it and started playing with her fur. You know, I think your fur got softer and smoother. I can get used to this. Dream. Don't get comfortable yet. I still gotta evolve too. Iris. Iris got up from her rock and quickly transformed into a fox. She then walked over and squeezed in between Luna and Dream to sit on his lap. Right after she got comfortable, she began her evolution. This really does hurt. A grunt came out not long after she started. It was also around the time when Dream began seeing the same changes he saw on Luna. The stripes that were drawn on Iris were identical to that of Luna. 3 whiskers on each cheek, the red mask on her face, and the fade into red on the paws and tail. Dream really did feel that the blood-red color fit her, especially now that she has a class called Predator. She will indeed spill lots of blood, but her pitch-black fur was the perfect canvas to do it on. Luna also cuddled Iris while in her fox form, and although she was going through pain, Dream was just enjoying the exquisite fur of both of them. It took about the same amount of time for Iris to evolve. When she was done, her eyes opened as she stood up. Dream checked her eyes as well, and saw that they had indeed become blood red. It wasn't anything like a ruby red either, but almost as if it were a real pool of blood. He thought it looked cool. I've gotten stronger, but my ability didn't change too much. Iris. What did change exactly? Dream. Dream was curious about exactly what classes could do. He got an idea from Luna and her familiar connection, but Iris didn't have that. My expanded stomach is actually gone. I still have Devour, though. I also got an inventory. That's nice. Iris. So can you still eat a bunch of food? Dream. I can. It just got put under the Devour ability. I think the stomach is actually better now. It can fit more and break down material faster. The best part, though, is that I can transfer things from my inventory into my stomach. I don't have to actually eat things like fat bears. Although I do like eating, so I probably still will. But the troublesome things I don't have to worry about anymore. Iris. That's good. So you got a better stomach. Is that it? Dream. Nope. I also got sensing skills called Keen Smell and Heat Vision for finding prey. My teeth also got much sharper as well as my claws. I didn't really get any combat skills though. Iris. Iris looked a little sad as she said that. Well, you use fire anyway to fight. As I said, you'll need to work on your other abilities. It'll be fine. It's also only the first class. Dream. Dream comforted her with the fact that this was only the beginning. There was still much more time ahead of them, and who knows what could happen. Alright, so that's your skills. You said you got stronger as well. What are your attributes at? Riddick. Riddick spoke up with the next most important bit of info. My attributes are Strength E plus Agility E plus. Stamina E Magic. My magic was originally E plus, so I went up a letter. My other attributes also went up a sign. Iris. Not bad. You're approaching someone who just entered second class with your magic. Keep it up, and you'll be at the top of those on your level. Riddick. Riddick gave praise to Iris. Dream also got an idea on the average power levels for first and second class. Apparently D level is the average for people entering second class, and E level is probably average for those already past first class. With that useful bit of knowledge, Dream turned to Luna. How about you, Luna? What did your class give? Dream. Chapter 33. Mystic. Dream asked Luna about the results from her evolution and class change. Well, the familiar class allows me to better act as a supporter. An ability called Bestow lets me use my restore ability on people even at a distance, though it would be a bit weaker. I think it also might be able to give people boosts, but I'm not sure how much. Boosts? Like more strength? Dream. Strength, agility, and restore can heal. I'm not sure about transferring mana to other people, but basically I can boost the attributes. It likely isn't much though. Luna. Well, something is better than nothing. And that's only for now. Who knows how far this ability can go in another 100 levels? Anyway, was there anything else? I'm sure you got better attributes, but were there any other abilities? Dream. Dream was happy about the fact that Luna could boost it all. Her being able to use Restore could also bring huge application to their battles. Their survivability would be much higher, as well as their fighting stamina. Needless to say, she was now an essential part of their team. But other than boosts, it would be nice for her to be able to fight for herself. He didn't want her to have to rely on others. I didn't get any other direct skills, but I might be able to develop one. My ability to communicate with others over thoughts has been increased. Since I will be a supporter in the future, then it would also be good for me to be able to guide everyone during battles. I'll be able to get a big picture and communicate it to you guys and increase coordination. Though I would need lots of practice, I have time since we're still low level. Luna. Luna smiled as she seemed proud to be able to do more, even if she wasn't given another skill. Dream also believed that it was something good to have. Many teams have issues with coordinating their fights, especially when they don't know each other. It's tough for people who haven't learned each other's styles and habits to fight with each other. But if someone could give everyone a situational perspective, then there would be fewer mistakes and less people getting blindsided. This would be Luna's role, since she would be in the best position to do so. Dream wouldn't really need it for himself because he has good awareness. His stealth also gives him a different fighting style, and he's usually in an archer's position where he can see mostly everything. But if they ever brought new people into their group, then Luna would be a crucial intermediary for cooperation. That really would be amazing. Something like that will be crucial in the future. So I agree that you work on it, especially while communicating with multiple people. Dream. Dream gave his praise while standing up. Luna and Iris also got up and transformed back into humans. PSH. Huh. Dream looked at the girls after they transformed in a cloud of smoke. They weren't the same. They had something on their heads. Are those masks? Dream. They are. Riddick. Riddick answered Dream's question as if he were expecting it. It seemed like he knew what that was. They never had masks like that before. Dream. It's a part of their evolution, and most foxes that can transform get one after first or second class. You see, foxes tend to have a trickster sort of nature. They are mischievous little things. Cunning, deceptive, a bit secretive, but kind and caring to those who matter. These aspects are what created the mask. Though the mask is mainly cosmetic, its significance is that it's derived and created from their soul. Humanoid foxes cherish this mask as a symbol of themselves. Each one is unique, and many will often wear it while in their humanoid forms, as they don't prefer to put their true self on display. Riddick. Riddick explained the backstory of the mask that the girls now had. Iris and Luna took theirs off and inspected it closely as their dad spoke. They were intrigued and happy. They didn't completely know why they liked the mask so much, but it made sense after Riddick explained it. It was made from their soul. Of course they would feel attached. Each of the girls now also had their own symbol, a fingerprint if you will. Dream also felt it was nice. It would be something special they could always keep with them, though he was also worried and spoke up. Although I understand its significance, but it's because of how special it is that they might now want to wear it. It could get damaged, and it doesn't look so easily reparable. Dream. There's no need to worry about that. They can summon and unsummon the mask at will, as it is still made from their soul. It also isn't exactly a physical object, more spiritual than anything, so it won't get damaged in any normal situation. Riddick. Oh, then never mind. Dream. Dream nodded and put away his worries. He also took a look at the mask. He didn't want to ask for it from the girls since it wasn't his place to, but he was still curious. Although Riddick said that the masks were all unique, the girls' masks didn't look all that different. The only real difference was the colors. The masks were basically the upper half of a fox head, a long nose at the front and ears on top. The eye sockets also looked like it allowed them to see perfectly fine, so they could probably wear it in combat. The design consisted of the whiskers on the sides, similar to the drawings on the girls' fox furs, as well as symbols on their foreheads. Luna's symbol was a blue swirl with flowing blue waves going past it to the ears. Iris had a fiery design on hers with a flickering flame going up to her ears. The colors of the masks were also respective to their own. Luna's was totally white like snow with blue drawings, and Iris was black as ink with red drawings. Dream admired the masks and how exquisite they looked. He also wondered what they felt like, but he soon remembered that he still needed to do something. He got ready to take his leave. All right, you guys can fiddle with your new abilities some more. I still have to get my class and I already have some prey, so I'll get going. Dream. Oh, we can go too. We were just taking a look and got sidetracked. Luna. No, that's all right. I'll just go myself. It won't take me long either. Dream. After he said that, Dream activated his stealth and dashed off into the distance. Luan stood there, about to insist but not given the chance. Iris spoke after a moment. I guess he must be eager to get his class after seeing ours. Iris. He also gave us most of the experience. I'm sure he's only a tiny bit away from getting there. Maybe a couple kills is all he needs. Luna. The girls shrugged it off and got back to inspecting their skills and masks. They knew he could handle himself and weren't worried. Meanwhile, Dream was coming up on his prey. He didn't really need to plan much before attacking, but he had something to test first. He was wondering why his aura had been leaking out during their battles. Dream thought that everything was sealed with his erase presence, and that there would be no way to detect him. But as the girls noticed at their first battle, his enemies would be scared by the atmosphere when he was around. He went to Sophia first. Do you have any idea what that is, Sophia? I thought this issue was solved when I maxed out the level. I'm not totally sure. I have a feeling, though, that because you've been getting stronger, your soul is growing in power and influence. Your desire to kill could be being transmitted by your soul instead of mana or emotions. Monsters with weak souls like the bears wouldn't be able to resist. It's possible. We should test a bit. And so he did. When Dream came near the prey, he didn't take out any weapons. He just observed, watching the bears from about 40 meters away. It was then that he saw the bears react. Though they weren't as frantic as before, they just glanced around them, trying to find the source of unease. He stayed like that for nearly 15 minutes. He just watched as the bears got more and more uncomfortable. They eventually started moving away from their spot to get away from whatever was watching them. Dream followed them as they kept moving, and the bears kept looking around them. I can imagine it's like when you feel like someone's stalking you. That uneasiness from knowing there's possible trouble, but not finding it. But since I'm not trying to kill them, they aren't freaked out. I still can't identify any leakage. All I know is that they aren't capable of tracing it back to you. Erase presence likely still works fine. But what's going on is beyond what erase presence covers. The skill will need to be evolved. Even more reason to get a class. We'll have our chance soon. Ending there, he put away his other thoughts and took out a weapon. It was finally time to get his class. 30 minutes later, DSH. Thud. You have killed a level 58 air bear. Congratulations. You have reached your class advancement. After shooting and killing the last bear in a group, he finally got the notifications he was looking for. Sweet. All right, let's get this going. Dream had a burst of excitement before finding a rock nearby and settling down. This would be an important choice. When he situated himself, more notifications popped up. Your selection of classes will be based on your profile and experience thus far. The choice you make cannot be taken back. Excess experience will be accumulated and gained after the class selection has been made. Select a class: Gunfighter, Analyst, Bladesman, Hunter, Ranger, Grappler, Striker, Assassin, Engineer. 21. Masseuse. Dream looked through the options that the system gave him one by one. Most of the classes were classic RPG choices. It made it easy for him to understand, luckily, though he was surprised when he found classes like Masseuse. Do they expect people to actually choose that? And I see Cook here too. Nobody probably does. Though there might be rare cases, it's probably only the people who know that they won't be able to go farther. Choosing those classes would basically bar your path to strength. Maybe, though, we should see if we can find someone who actually did choose something like that. I have yet to taste the great delicacies of this world. Anyway, most of these classes are basic ones, but I do see a unique one. Dream scrolled down and focused on number 14 in the list. Mystic, huh? Sounds exotic. It probably has something to do with your stealth. Most likely. My other best options are gunfighter or analyst. But since you, Sophia, have analysis-type abilities, I don't think I'll need more. And I'm not really sure what gunfighter will give me, but I already have shooting, and it would be a waste to only get like increased gun damage or something. Neither one seems like it would give me stealth abilities either, which I would prefer. There's also an assassin. What about that one? Not sure. Assassins usually deal with high burst damage, but they're also commonly associated with short blades like daggers. They carry out attacks with planning, cunning, speed, and precision, and they are also masters of stealth, similar to ninjas. And though this all sounds good, one fatal flaw is that they have a hard time with upfront battles. They wouldn't be limited to sneak attacks, though. You also have your teammates to distract the enemy. Your stealth is probably your best ability, and it's allowed you to get this far pretty easily. Having a class to enhance that would be good. Sophia gave sensible advice. Her logic was that an assassin would compound on top of Dream's current abilities. And she wasn't wrong, but she was forgetting one important thing. What you say is true, except for the fact that it's not my best ability. You, Sophia, are my best ability. I will not become strong through stealth, shooting, or anything else. I will become strong with your help. With knowledge and your transcendent processing capabilities, we can create magic like no other. My stealth is supplementary and can allow me to carry certain things out more easily. But I will not be able to hide from everything, and I will not let it become my crutch and get caught off guard when it doesn't work. Dream's voice lowered as he spoke. He was reminded of his injury, and it always let him know how weak he currently was with upfront battles. But he knew he would have to fight them, and stealth wouldn't always work or be usable. So he needed to use his other strengths, which consisted almost solely of Sophia. She was his greatest ability, and Dream knew she would be his key to strength, especially in the future. Knowledge is power, even in the jungle, and Sophia finally understood what he was going for. She also felt the trust he had for her and the hopes for the future in his voice. And although the expectations weren't light, it wasn't like he was asking her to slap a god, which she had wanted to do herself not that long ago. I understand. I won't let you down. I exist for Master's sake anyway. You haven't called me that in a while. Anyway, it's not like my stealth won't be improved. I'm just thinking that Mystic will be better than Assassin, especially since it's a unique class. At least as far as I know. Should we consult Riddick about this? No need. I understand what I want to do, and there's no need to overthink. And since that's the case, I think it's time to choose. Dream took a deep breath and stared at the list of choices. Although he said he didn't want to overthink, he couldn't help but feel nervous. This was his first step into a bigger world, and he didn't want to make the wrong choice. He looked at everything and reaffirmed himself of his choice before finally taking the leap. He spoke out loud. I choose Mystic. Class-Mystic has been chosen. Experience will be compiled and reformed. The active skill, Erase Presence, has evolved to the active skill, Mystify. Sophia will be enhanced. You are level 50. Dream gave his choice and watched as the notifications popped up with a fast heartbeat. The anxiousness over making an important choice that will change his life was at its peak. After it announced his level, however, nothing else happened. He waited for over a minute, just staring at his notifications, before finally speaking up. Is that it? I mean, I know I'm not part animal like the girls and can't evolve, but it still feels underwhelming. Don't forget it's also the first class, and your stealth skill still evolved. I was also enhanced, though it felt weird to be violated like that. Violated? I was upgraded without my consent. Like, my code was forcefully changed. I had no control over anything. Though it was only for a bit, it still felt uncomfortable. Oh, Dream couldn't exactly say he knew what it felt like, but he understood what she was saying. Sophia was a skill with intelligence, and the record enhanced her, the skill. She couldn't do anything about it, and even Dream could feel her discomfort. Well, at least it was for something good. Not that there was a choice anyway. What I need to do now, though, is figure out what my new skill does. Dream took a deep breath to dissipate his stress and accepted the anticlimactic class acceptance. He opened up his status to see the changes. Chapter 34, Setting Off. Dream opened his status. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Class, Mystic. Titles, Origin Seeker. Level, 50. Stats, Strength D, Agility. Stamina E plus Magic D. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL 5. MMA Mastery, LVL 30. Active skills, Summons from Another World. Shooting, LVL Max. Mystify, LVL 1. Interesting. So I've almost completely gotten into the D range for attributes. I can imagine that places me pretty high up. I also see that you leveled up, Sophia. I did indeed. I had actually been level 2, but the enhancement gave me another 3 levels. Asterisk size asterisk only 3 levels, huh? Dream let out a tired sigh. An entire class advancement only leveled her up 3 times. He was starting to feel how difficult leveling would be in the future. Alright, we can look at my new stealth ability. And rather than going through the pain in the ass process of testing its limits, we can just look at the description. If you don't mind, Sophia. Of course. As Dream didn't want to figure out what his ability did the hard way, he opted for having the record tell him instead. A screen soon appeared in front of him. Mystify, a technique of concealment and confounding. Anything with perception will either be incapable of perceiving you or will be mystified by your presence. The individual can also directly influence the cognition of the target. Effects are determined by the mental strength and intelligence of the target. So this was a combination of my erase presence and the effects from my soul scaring the bears. Both came together for an ability. Dream made his assumptions. Since the abilities all have to come from somewhere, he assumed it was those 2 things that allowed him to get this ability. Sophia also assumed such. That's most likely the case. The fact that you can influence the cognition of the target is huge. I wonder if they have illusion magic in this world, because that would most likely match up with this ability. There probably is. Speaking of, I am very eager to learn some magic. Until I can learn other skills, I will be at a plateau with my combat strength. My weapons won't be able to carry me much further. Well, you may not have to wait long. Remember that you guys only stopped here to get your class. And although it took much longer than expected, all 3 of you have finally advanced. You could set off for the Enchanted Mountain today if you wanted. You know what, that is true. Well, since I've learned all I need to know, I should go find the others. You have their location? I'll mark it on your vision. After she said that, Dream saw a blip in his vision. He then took off towards the family. As he ran through the forest, Dream could feel the increased strength in his body. His body was light as a feather and his coordination was perfect. Every step he took aimed his body and moved his center of gravity however he wanted. One could say that he was gliding across the ground rather than running. His footwork from all those years of sports like soccer, track, and football only helped his smoothness. As he got closer, though, he didn't go up to greet the family up front, but instead decided to test his new stealth ability. He activated Mystify. When he used the skill, Dream's body began to warp and dissipate into the air, as if disintegrating. His body no longer affected the air, no steps were shown on the ground, no sound was made. He just disappeared. He himself could also feel the changes. He couldn't feel the air blowing past his skin, and the ground he stepped on felt unreal. Usually the blades of grass would bend with weight, or dirt would shift when he kicked off, and he would still cause those changes from his perspective. But from the outside, there was no evidence of it happening, as if only he was aware of his existence. The most important change, though, was to his mana. I'm using mana way faster than before. I definitely wouldn't be able to maintain this forever. It also probably consumes more if I were to use that magic as well. The ability is also only level 1. I can imagine it getting better as it raises level. That's true. Sophia chimed in to look at the bright side, and as if proving her right, Dream received a notification not long after. Mystify has leveled up. Mystify has leveled up. His skill leveled up twice as he ran. After it did, Dream could indeed feel a tiny bit less mana being drawn upon. Good. Only 97 more levels. Though my other skill was maxed in several hours, I doubt I could do the same for this one. Dream ran around for a bit more, hoping for another level up, but never got one. He wasn't disappointed, though. It was a higher class ability after all. As he started getting closer to the family, though, he started concentrating. He applied even more mana into his stealth to stay hidden as best he could. Why was he trying to hide? Well, in order to test how good his ability actually was, he needed a good test subject. And what better subject than a non-hostile third-class magician? Indeed, Dream was attempting to sneak up on Riddick. He knew the girls couldn't find him, but he had never been able to hide from the old man. And although he probably still couldn't, he could at least try and catch him off guard. Dream got slower and slower as he approached. When he got to the 200-meter mark, he came to a walking speed. He knew he was well within the range of Riddick's senses, but it seemed as if he couldn't detect him yet. Dream kept moving forward. 200 meters, 170 meters, 150, 130. When Dream reached almost 100 meters away, he finally saw a reaction from Riddick. The old man raised his head as he sat on a rock and turned towards Dream's general direction. Dream also stopped in his tracks. Riddick scanned his area for a couple of moments before turning back. Dream could tell he was still suspicious, though. "All right, Sophia, I can approach a third class up to 100 meters before alerting them. And now I have two options. I can slowly inch my way over, or book it. Inching over might get you a dozen or so meters closer, but he would still eventually find you. Booking it would alert him quicker, but you can close distance faster. Don't forget that this skill isn't just about stealth, but confusion. So approach quickly, and use the second part of my ability to confuse him as soon as possible." From how far can I affect him? I estimate the farthest being 60 meters, but with lesser effects. As you get closer, the effects get stronger. So the challenge is getting to at least 50 meters. Got it. I guess we run now. Dream prepared himself and plotted out the best path for his approach. Once he was ready, he kicked off the ground as fast as he could. Riddick also sensed the sudden movement and snapped towards Dream's direction, though he still couldn't make out the exact location. Dream saw this and just kept running. It only took a couple of steps to reach 80 meters, another couple to reach 60. By this time, Riddick had basically locked onto his figure, and Dream wasn't sure if he knew it was him. Either way, Dream began using his confusion on Riddick at 50 meters. Once Riddick was attacked, he quickly stood up from his rock. Dream then felt waves of mana emanating from Riddick's body and brushing over his own. Is this detection magic? Very likely. Just keep your confusion aimed at him. Dream kept channeling mana to his skill stealth and to confuse Riddick. He kept getting closer, and Riddick got more alert, but for the most part stayed calm. Dream had also made sure not to release any form of a threatening aura. He didn't need to die for doing something stupid like that. Not that sneaking up on a third class was smart anyway. Dream took many quick and small steps instead of large strides as he got closer. He hit 40 meters, then 30. When he got this far, Dream could see a smile float up on the old man's face. This is when he knew that he had been exposed, but that didn't mean it was over. Dream stopped weaving the trees and shot straight at Riddick when he got past 15 meters. Riddick responded to the challenge with some magic. He raised his hand and aimed at Dream. Though Dream didn't know what it was, he also didn't plan on getting hit. He pumped more mana into his skill and went around the magic aimed at him. It was also when Dream suddenly moved that he noticed the effects of his ability. You see, Riddick has absolutely no problem keeping up with fast objects, as evidenced by how he could barely see bullets leaving a gun. So when Dream saw how Riddick wasn't focused on him, but rather the space right next to him, he knew that his ability must have had some effect. Dream got closer and closer until he was right in front of Riddick. He then spun around and made his way to the side of Riddick's body where he threw a punch to his liver. When Dream thought that he would succeed in making contact, a shimmer came from the surface of Riddick's body and blocked his punch. A low thud was heard, followed by the sounds of pain. Thud. Ow. Damn. That freaking hurt. Is that a shield? Dream. Dream immediately retracted his hand and held it. It felt like he had punched metal. Riddick responded with a smirk. It's a barrier. Did you think I wouldn't have one and just let you hit me? Riddick. You think I know anything about barriers? Dream. Fair point. Riddick. Riddick's face froze for a second before nodding after he considered the fact that Dream still knew nothing about magic. Though I do have to praise you on getting so close in the first place. Although there were many more ways I could have found you out from far away, I am still a third class. Sneaking up on one is no easy feat, especially for someone who just got their first class. Though, that wasn't all just sneaking. I have to ask, what was that ability you used? Riddick. Riddick asked a question after praising his efforts. Dream expected the question and answered him. It's the ability I got from the evolution of my erase presence. It's called Mystify, and it can both hide me from enemies as well as confuse them. I used the confusion on you, and although the effect was minimal, it still remains that you didn't identify me until 30 meters. You also missed me with your magic. I did already have the feeling that it was you. But yes, I didn't know 100% until I could finally make out your face, which surprises me, even though I didn't use my detection skill. And I guess I did miss you, huh? Riddick pondered with a long face as he stared at Dream for a bit, though it was soon interrupted by another party. Dream, how did your class selection go? Iris. Both Iris and Luna came walking up to Dream. My class is called Mystic. I'm assuming that it's a unique one, though it only evolved my stealth ability. But honestly, that's plenty considering how good it is. Dream. Mystic? I've never heard of it. Well, it is a unique class after all. Riddick. And it evolved your stealth ability? I was wondering why your presence got so faint. Luna. I'm surprised you could still sense me at all. Though I guess I wasn't targeting you guys with confusion earlier. Dream. Dream wondered if Luna had better senses than he thought, but he suddenly remembered his familiar connection with her, which would explain why she could sense him at all. Iris, though, gave an answer he expected. I couldn't. I didn't see you until you yelled in pain from trying to hit Dad. Iris. Heh. Well, what's to expect from a first class sneaking up on a third class? Riddick. Old man, you didn't even sense me until 100 meters. I could easily fire off a shot from a distance 6 times that, and you wouldn't know what hit you. Don't get caught with your guard down. Dream. Try me, boy. Riddick. Riddick and Dream stared each other down until they were interrupted again. Anyways, Dream got his class. So what do we do now? More hunting. Iris. No. I say it's time we move on. We only stopped here to get our classes anyway before moving on to the Enchanted Mountain. So I say it's time we do so. Old man. Dream. I agree. We can head back early. It's only noon, and we can easily be out of the kingdom by sundown. Riddick. Okay. Iris. A smile came onto Iris' face at the thought of leaving the kingdom. Even Luna couldn't help her excitement at the thought of traveling to one of the 4 great empires. The 4 walked their way out of the forest and drove back to the kingdom. Once they passed the gate, they headed straight for the hotel room and packed up their stuff. Dream stored all his summon stuff as well as the girls' bags. They then met in his room. Old man, how far is the Enchanted Mountain? Dream. With the speed that your helicopter has, I say a couple days of flight will get us there. It's much farther than from here to our forest. Riddick. All right. Then we can leave the capital and set off. Dream. Hee hee. I'm excited. Iris. The family promptly left the city and found a spot not far from the walls. The guardsmen would be able to see them and the helicopter, but they honestly didn't care since they couldn't be recognized, and they wouldn't be coming back here anytime soon. Dream summoned out the luxury chopper, and everyone boarded. He then gave the command. Time to go, Sophia. Roger. Sophia's voice sounded and the blade started spinning. The air draft and loud noise quickly caught the attention of the guards on the walls, only a couple 100 meters away. Some even started running towards them from the gates. It only took a few moments, though, for the chopper to get off the ground. It then turned towards the direction of the Enchanted Mountain and sped off, leaving any approaching guards flabbergasted as to what the hell that thing was. Chapter 35. Floating Castle. Riddick was accurate in his judgment this time around. It really did take a few days of flying, though the trip as a whole took longer. The girls ended up getting restless after 30 hours of flying. Since the helicopter wasn't really that big, there wasn't anywhere they could move around. That and there were no beds, only chairs, so they had a hard time falling asleep at night. Dream ended up landing and setting up camp on the ground every night, so everyone could get a good sleep. Since it wasn't like they were in a hurry, they could take their sweet time. Altogether, it took 6 days for them to finally come across a kingdom. And it was when they were 5,000 feet over the capital of said kingdom that Dream asked a question. Hey old man, this can't be it, can it? Dream. Of course not. The Enchanted Mountain has many subsidiary kingdoms around it. This is probably one of them, and it means we are getting close. Okay, I should also ask this in advance. How exactly should we go about landing and entering the mountain? I can imagine that the power of everyone there is many times higher than the kingdom we were just in, and if they see us as a threat, then we are likely screwed. Especially if we're in the air, they'll see us as a monster. I say we stop several miles from the walls and drive there using your car. It'll be much safer than trying to land near it in this thing. Like you said, all right, then you'll need to let me know when we're getting close. That's no problem. The helicopter passed by the subsidiary kingdom and flew for another 8 hours before Riddick finally spoke up. We're getting close. All right, Sophia, bring us down. Beginning descent, as the helicopter was brought down from high in the sky, everyone looked out the windows and saw a long road with many carriages driving on it. That road is the main road to the entrance to the mountain. We'll have to follow alongside it if we want to get in, and that may involve alerting many people, but it's better than flying. Riddick. That's fine. I also see another one not far from it, but there's nobody on it. That's the road for people with higher prestige. Anybody below third class isn't allowed on it. I myself have traveled on it before. It's very comfortable since the road is made of smooth stone material, making any ride very comfortable, unlike rocky dirt. Oh, then I think that's the one we need to be on. Since there's nobody there, we won't have to worry about alerting someone. Sophia, bring us down near that road. Roger. A few minutes later, the helicopter landed right beside the road. Everyone piled out and Dream desummoned it. Dream walked over to the road to check it out. Sure enough, the road was totally paved. Not with asphalt though, but with a concrete-type material. It may not be as grippy, but it would still work. We also have several miles for acceleration. There'll be no problem then. No problem for what? Iris. Dream didn't answer her with words, but actions. He summoned out the car that he's been waiting to use for a long time. Song. Glass animals. Tokyo drifting. Moments later, a smooth and modern car, looking very different than the off-roading Jeep, appeared in the middle of the road. Behold, one of the fastest four-seaters in the world. Built by Aston Martin, this thing has a V12 engine with over 750 horsepower. Accelerating to 60 miles per hour in under 3 seconds is easy for this monster, and reaching speeds of over 250 miles per hour isn't just a pipe dream. What does that mean? Iris, you'll find out yourself. Everyone get in. Dream. After Iris spoke in confusion, Dream motioned everyone over and got them in their seats. Since he had no plans for a leisurely cruise, seatbelts were necessary and he buckled them in. When the girls were situated in the back seat and Riddick in shotgun, Dream moved over to the driver's seat. When he sat down, Dream admired the looks of the interior. The seats were very comfortable. The dash was nothing but a touchscreen and looked futuristic. The steering wheel looked like one you'd find in a race car. Of course, this car also came with self-driving. This was the sports car that Dream summoned out when they were still in the forest. Let's start the engine. Nobody freak out. Saying that, Dream pressed the button to start. The engine roared to life. VVVRROMM. Oh yes. Dream. What was that? Iris. Shut up, caveman. We're only getting started. Dream. Dream put the car into neutral, with one foot on the brake and one on the gas. How could he not rev a V12 engine? Vert veered. Oh yes, I love cars. Haha. Let's start moving. Dream then shifted into drive. He couldn't hold back any longer. A speedway in front of him and one of the best cars money could buy. No man could resist the temptation. Vroom vert VVVRRRR. The car kicked off the ground and began speeding forward. Everyone inside was also pushed back into their seats. Dream watched as the dials in front of him started moving faster than any car he'd ever been in. 10, 25, 50, 65. It really only took 3 seconds to break 60 miles per hour, but they were still far from done. They sped down the road at increasing speeds. 5 seconds later, they had already broken 100 miles per hour. Anything near them flew by in a blur. The engine also let the whole world know how hard it was working by screaming out. Dream constantly pushed 8,000 RPM after every gear shift, and it sounded even more beautiful than the YouTube videos he used to watch. Another 5 seconds, and they were already pushing 160, then 180. Very soon, they were blazing the road at 200 miles per hour. Oh my God, this is amazing. Huh. Dream. Dream screamed out as he had never gone so fast in his life. It was a very good thing that the roads were straight, because Dream didn't know if he could handle any turning. Then again, he had someone for that. Sophia, you take control, cause I won't be able to at these speeds. No problem. Dream kept his hands on the wheel, but Sophia took over using autopilot. Dream felt much more at ease with her doing so. It took much longer for them to cross the 220 mark, and when they did, Sophia kept it there and just sped along. Going at those speeds, it naturally didn't take long to approach their destination. Everyone soon saw the massive structure that was the Enchanted Mountain. Holy shit. Dream. Huh. I want to see. Iris. Iris tried to lean forward but was stopped by the seatbelt. She could barely get a glimpse, but even with just that she could tell it was spectacular. Sophia, let's cruise. Dream gave a command and Sophia brought the speedway down to only 70 miles per hour. Dream then unbuckled and reached behind him to unbuckle the girls. He also opened the sunroof. Once she was unbuckled, Iris quickly shot her head through the sunroof. Luna eagerly followed as well, and they were greeted with a magnificent sight. Whoa, that's big. Iris. It really is. I can't believe something that massive is floating. The mountain under it is unbelievable too. Luna. What the girls saw completely shattered what they knew about the world. Not that they knew much, but they weren't the only ones. Dream was also infatuated with the sight. He simply couldn't tear his eyes away. He needed to get a better view. You know what? Stop the car. Dream. Sophia threw on the brakes when he said so, and the car came to a quick stop. The girls were also almost lifted out of the car by the sudden braking. Iris yelled out in anger. Hey, why did you stop so fast? Dream paid no attention to her and quickly got out of the car. He then faced the mountain that filled his view. What Dream saw was something only seen in fantasy, like the artwork drawn digitally on various websites. It was something he never thought he could see in a million years, especially in person. Riddick was right about it being a city inside a mountain. It was as if someone carved out the center of Mount Fuji and filled it with buildings. There were also 4 white pillars at the 4 corners of the mountain, and what they held up was the most glorious thing Dream will probably ever see. A floating castle. It's beautiful. Dream. That's the palace I told you about. Each pillar holds up a corner of the palace, and there is a platform in each one that can levitate off the floor and bring people up. I've been up there a couple of times myself. Riddick. You've been up there? What for? Dream. Sometimes it was for the auction, sometimes it was to order custom-made equipment, or maybe to buy rare materials. Remember, boy, that this is where the greatest craftsmen come to work and where the rarest materials are found. There is nothing you can't buy here, and people from everywhere come here to buy and sell. Doesn't matter mage or swordsman. This is also why this place can be considered more powerful than the other empires. It's due to the amazing equipment quality and the people wielding them that live here. Is that right? I'm guessing it took some very powerful people to build this place as well. That's actually one of the mysteries about this place. It was built several thousand years ago, and nobody remembers how, though the names of the people who built it are engraved on the pillars, so we know who. But they're all dead, or so we're told. Dream thought about what it would take to create such a marvel of engineering. Though when he actually thought about it, it probably wasn't that complex to make. There would be no need for any mathematics or designing because magic would take care of everything. Those pillars sure as hell wouldn't be able to exist on Earth. Nothing about the Enchanted Mountain was realistic for that matter. Dream kept marveling over the floating castle. If you imagine someone building a castle on land and then scooping out with a shovel to place it on 4 pillars, this is what you'd get. The castle was almost no smaller than the mountain below it. The only thing Dream regretted right now was not being able to get a better look. The floating castle really was high in the sky. The bottom was easily at cloud level, and Dream couldn't really see all the buildings on top of it, only the tall ones. He also didn't want to fly up there with the helicopter. He had no doubts that there were many people at Riddick's power level, higher even, and one flick from them could end him. Didn't matter if it was a mistake or not, so he would rather play safe. The girls and Dream took everything in for several minutes. It was just too fantastical. Riddick eventually had to snap them out of it. All right, you three, we should keep heading over. The inside of that place is also a sight to see. Yeah, let's go, Dream. Iris. All right, everyone get in. Dream. Everyone piled back into their seats and Dream began driving again. Just at cruising speeds, though. It was only 10 minutes later when they could see the walls and gates entering the mountain. And it was also around this time that they began catching the attention of other people. There were already 15 guards at the entrance, ready to greet them. Dream figured that since they alerted people already, there was no need to get out and walk. He drove up and stopped the car 100 meters away from them. When they stopped, they heard a shout from one of the guards. Identify yourself. If you do not respond, we will attack. Dream turned off the engine after they stopped and turned to Riddick. I sure hope you can take care of this. I'm not too keen on going to jail. Dream, you think my third-class status is for nothing? Just leave the talking to me. Girls, you stay with the boy. Riddick. Okay. X2. After discussing what to do, everyone exited the car. Dream also stored it in his inventory. He didn't want to have to explain it to people. Once the guards saw that they were people, they eased up. At the very least, they weren't dealing with a monster, so they didn't have to be on the defense. The group of 4 walked up to the guards. A person also stepped up to meet them. He looked like the captain of that group. I need identification. Guard. Here. Riddick. Riddick handed the guard a golden plate. The guard took it and took out a tool of some sort that looked similar to the plate. After placing the tool on the plate, both shined gold. The guard nodded and handed back the plate. Dream figured it was a verification tool or something. Sir Grand Mage, I welcome you to the Enchanted Mountain. I also apologize for the rude audience. We thought your carriage was a monster. Guard. The guard greeted Riddick with a half bow and handed back his plate. That's all right. I have these 3 with me as well. They've never been to any of the empires before, so they don't have plates. I planned on getting them one when we arrived here. Riddick. Of course. Do you need guidance to the nearest guild? Guard. No, thank you. I know where it is. Very well. I'll guide you inside. The guard motioned for everyone to follow him and led them through the gates. The other guards also went back to their posts. Once they were inside, Dream and the girls were greeted with a bustling city. Wide roads with carriages passing through, as well as dozens of people walking every which way. Many buildings with their signs were on display. The guard spoke once they were through. Would you like me to send a message to the guild letting them know you'll be coming? Guard. Sure. I would appreciate it. Riddick. Of course. I'll let you be on your way then. Welcome to the Enchanted Mountain, Guard. Saying that, the guard turned and left, leaving the 4 to themselves. Dream spoke to Riddick. A message? I think a letter would be slower than us heading straight there. Dream. Heh. Do you think the mountain would be so primitive? There's a message system they use that sends words over the wires you see hanging between buildings. The guard station has wires going straight to various places like the guild and their military headquarters, allowing them to send messages instantly. Riddick. Interesting. Can everyone use these wires? Dream. For the most part. Certain hotels and houses have them in their rooms. You just need to know where you want to send the message to. I can show you how to use one later. For now, we should head over to the guild and get you 3 a proper plate. Follow me. Riddick. Riddick turned and began walking down the street. Dream followed and the girls heeded his earlier reminder to stay close and stuck right next to Dream, not wanting to get swept away by the crowds as they walked. Chapter 36. ID Plates. As the 4 walked down the streets, they had quite a few eyes fall on them. Dream sighed in his mind. He thought maybe they should all just get regular clothes from this world, since the ones from Earth were too exotic. That combined with the girls' stunning looks were just too attention-grabbing. Dream had chosen to wear casual clothes, board shorts with a t-shirt. He also had on his running shoes that he always wore, even on Earth. He had also done up his hair. His medium-length, wavy brown hair was swept to one side, though it was grown out since he hadn't cut it since coming to this world. But it didn't look bad. If it were just Dream walking down the street, he might catch a few eyes over his out-of-place hairstyle and different clothes, but nothing crazy. But it was clear that this world might not be ready for modern fashion, especially on the girls. Iris had developed a more reserved style. She likes to wear some kind of pants with sweaters. When they were in the forest, She would always be lounging around in sweats and a hoodie. Being in public, though, she stopped wearing sweats and wore long sleeves instead of hoodies, which is what she wore right now. Luna, on the other hand, was a bit more open. She liked to wear shorts with t-shirts. She also put her hair into a ponytail a lot, using the hair ties that Dream gave her after he saw her trying to knot her hair without them. In public, though, Luna wore pants. Shorts were just too enticing for the men here. She still stuck to t-shirts, though. But regardless of what Dream gave them, none of it was from this world. Modern clothing is too eye-catching. Dream went up to Riddick and spoke his thoughts. We should think about getting clothes for the girls here. I think you're right. We can stop by a shop sometime later. Riddick. Okay. And just so we know what to do, what's the process for creating a plate? Last time we didn't put hardly anything. Dream. This time you will be putting more. The place we are going to is a guild run by the Alliance of the Four Empires. And yes, there is an alliance. You will basically put everything except for your skills. You also have the option of leaving out your titles, which I will have the girls do. You might want to as well, but you will put your full name, level, class, and attributes. These will then be verified by a magic device that every guild has. Once it's all verified, it'll be imprinted onto a plate. Riddick. Very cool. Do they ask for your skills? Dream. They do. But depending on who you are, you may or may not put them. It's actually more common for people to hear. Since there are many craftsmen, they like to put their skills and prove their ability to gain reputation. But many fighters don't. Riddick. Dream nodded at that logic. It was the equivalent of displaying your master's or doctorate back on Earth. It proved your level of ability and acted as an advertisement. It took a while by walking, but eventually they made it to the guild building, and they were given quite the surprise. The building was actually almost 10 stories tall. It covered lots of ground as well, almost like an office building in the big cities of Earth. It was made of stone similar to bricks and had a wood trim. There were also windows placed in various places at different levels. Overall, it seemed to be a high-class place. It made sense since it represented the alliance between the four empires. Riddick led them in and walked over to a counter with a man behind it, similar to when they were in the previous kingdom. Hello, how can I assist you today? Hi. I believe there was a message about my arrival. Riddick. Oh, you're the Grand Mage. We were indeed notified. We have things prepared for new title plates. If you would just follow me. The host wasted no time and brought the four over to the stairs. They ascended to the second floor and entered a room with tables and chairs. They were led to a table with papers, pens, metal plates, and a device in the middle. The host took a seat, as did the others. The ones who need plates will need to fill out these documents. When everything is filled out, we will scan you with the device and verify that everything is correct. Once that's done, you will receive plates based on your class with your information on it. The document will let you know what information is required and what is optional as well. And there is no need to worry about your privacy, as everything is confidential. Host. Thank you. 3 documents will be enough. It's just for them. Riddick. Of course. Can they read and write? They can. Wonderful. Then I will take my leave and find the device operator while you guys fill those out. Sure. Riddick nodded to the host, who then stood up and left the room. Dream and the girls also took a document and began reading it. Name. Species. Why? Oh, wait. Dream. This isn't Earth. Dream finished his sentence in his head. He forgot that it wasn't just humans who were intelligent anymore. The documents were rather simple. They asked for pretty much everything on the status screen, as well as other information like age and affiliation. Dream filled out all the required fields, and not the optional ones like skills. Old man, what's affiliation? Dream. It's basically who you are tied to, an organization you're a part of. I'm affiliated with the Spire, for example. You guys are just gonna leave that blank. Gotcha. Well, I'm done then. Dream. So am I, Iris. Me too. Luna. All right. Let me see your papers while we wait. Riddick. Since everyone was done, Riddick decided to look over the documents just in case. He first went through the girls' papers, and before he could read over Dreams, he was interrupted by the host coming back into the room. Sorry for the wait. Allow me to introduce you to Adon. He will be authenticating the information and imprinting the plates for you guys. Hello, everyone. Adon. Hello. Riddick. Adon walked over and found a seat at the table. Since the host had done his job, he left to go back downstairs. Before we get started with authentication, did anyone have trouble with the documents? Adon. No. They are filled out and ready to go. Riddick. Perfect. If I could get those, please. Adon. Riddick handed him the papers. Adon set them out on the table and then picked up the device. We will start with Luna then. Once I enter in the information, we can begin the scan. Adon. Adon picked up Luna's document and began operating the device. The device was odd-looking. It was a glass dome with two bands of metal tying it down to a platform. Dream thought that if it were a full globe instead of a dome, it would be just like a crystal ball or a snow globe. Adon placed his hand on the dome and looked at the document. The dome began lighting up and letters were formed inside. After a minute or so, one could see the information from Luna's document inside the globe, looking almost like a status screen. All right, Luna the female fox, is it? I'm surprised you can already transform at such a young age and low level. And already having a D stat after just entering first class, and other stats on the verge. You're quite the genius, aren't you? Adon. Actually, Dasha, thank you. I guess I did work hard. Luna. Luna stuttered a little bit, but still smiled sweetly at the compliment. Of course. Now to start, I need you to draw blood on the prick with your finger for me. Adon. All right. Luna. Luna lifted her hand and placed her index finger onto the prick at the top of the dome. A tiny bit of blood was drawn and sucked into the metal, like a syringe. Good. Now place your hand on the surface of the dome and infuse your magic into it. If you can't infuse your magic, I can assist you. Adon. Okay. Luna placed her hand on the dome and began moving mana into it. The dome lit up and the status screen inside began to glow. Each of the bits of information began to glow one by one. A minute later, they were all glowing, and moments after they all lit up, they suddenly dimmed and went dark. Dream watched the whole thing curiously and figured it was the verification process. Perfect. Your information has been verified. Since you are a first class, we will imprint the information onto this iron plate. Adon. Adon took out an iron plate as he said that. He then inserted it into a slot in the platform where it was placed under the dome. When it was inserted, the information inside the dome began to fly down and place itself onto the surface of the plate. When they all fell into place, the words glowed again and melted into the plate. Adon then grabbed the plate and took it out of the slot. Congratulations, Luna. Here is your identification plate. The information on it will be invisible until you give it a verbal command to show something, or you infuse your mana and control it. It comes in handy at various places, so I suggest you don't lose it. Adon. Thank you. I won't. Luna. Luna took the plate from his hands and started inspecting it. She infused her mana and sure enough, her information surfaced. She could also control which information to show and which to hide. All right, we will move on to Iris. 1 second, please. Adon. Adon began inputting the information from Iris' document. He then had her go through the same procedure as Luna until her plate was prepared. You're a genius as well, Iris. Having a D stat and 2E plus S. Both you girls will have no trouble ascending to second class, especially with those unique classes. Here's your plate. Thanks. Iris took her plate and fiddled with it just like Luna. Adon then grabbed Dream's document and input the information. Dream. 18-year-old human. Ranger class. Okay. Go ahead and draw blood. Adon. All right. Dream placed his finger on the prick. That was apparently super sharp and drew blood. He then placed his hand on the globe and infused his magic, just like the girls. The same thing happened and everything glowed up like normal. The information was then imprinted into the plate. E-stats and 1 E-stat. Keep working hard and you shouldn't have too much trouble getting to second class. Here's your plate. Thanks. Adon handed Dream the plate with a much less enthusiastic comment than the girls. Dream just took the plate and fiddled with it, looking like a kid with a new toy. Luna and Iris looked at him with a confused face. All right, the process is done. Will you be paying for them, Sir Grand Mage? Adon. I will. This should be enough. Riddick handed Adon a couple of coins. This is perfect. Then I believe we are finished here. I thank you for your business, Grand Mage. Adon. No problem. Thank you for taking care of us. Of course. I'll just take these, and you can leave when you like.
Sure.
Adon picked up the device and documents and left the room, leaving the family alone. As soon as the door was shut behind him, Riddick spoke up. Explain, boy. Riddick. Yeah. Why did he say that your stats were so low? Iris. Riddick and Iris snapped to him with questioning faces. Hee hee. I just carried out a little experiment. Turns out, my Mystify ability also applies to devices. Dream. You and your experiments. Luna. So you gave them false information? So although I applaud you for somehow getting away with it, you best be careful about getting caught. Although you aren't powerful enough for it to matter now, if you try that as you get more powerful, the consequences will be that much harsher. If you were a high enough level, you may very well get labeled as a threat by the empires if they found out. Riddick. Don't worry, old man. If even that device, specifically designed to read someone's status, got tricked by me, then I think I'll be safe from any regular person. Besides, I can always just get it updated at second class. Like I said, it was an experiment. Dream smiled with an innocent face. He indeed put false information into the document, and luckily Riddick was smart enough to just go with it. Dream had Sophia mask his mana using the Mystify skill and input false information into the dome, so that when it was being verified, it looked like it was all authentic. He put his attributes at the low E level and changed his class to a basic one, Ranger. That's why Adon wasn't so impressed with him, especially after seeing the geniuses Luna and Iris. Honestly, he didn't know if it would work, but there was no harm in trying. He could play it off as being a mischievous teenager who thought he could hide stuff from them if he failed, but it all went perfectly. All right, boy. Just know that you can't trick everyone. Trying that with the wrong people can get you into trouble. Riddick. Sure. Anyway, what do we do now? Dream. Well, first we need to find a place to stay. Riddick. A hotel? Iris. No. I know a place where we can get a living space, since we'll be here for a while. I don't plan on living somewhere shabby. Riddick. Nice. Are the houses nice here? Iris. They are. It's a bit of a walk though, and it's getting late. So we should get going. Riddick. Riddick got up after he said that. Dream and the girls followed him out of the room, and they all left the guild building. Dream looked at the sky when they left and saw that the sun really was setting. He hadn't really noticed the time flying by. Riddick led them down even more streets than before. It was also basically rush hour as people began preparing for dinner, so they couldn't move as fast with the crowds. It took them until the sun was over the horizon for Riddick to finally stop in front of a building. The area they were in was also less crowded. Dream figured it was more of a suburb, as evidenced by the apartment-style buildings around them. Since I haven't been here in a long time, I'm not sure if the same person is still here, though I also highly doubt he would ever leave with how much money he makes. Riddick. Who? Dream. A friend of mine. Riddick. Wow, the old man has friends. I learn more and more every day. Dream. Shut your trap, boy. I know plenty of people. You think I live under a rock? Let's just get ourselves a good house. Riddick. Riddick scoffed and walked into the building in front of them. When they opened the door, they were met with a room that looked like a motel lobby. Riddick walked up to the counter with nobody behind it and rang the bell on the counter. Ding ding. Coming. A woman's voice was heard from a room close by. Soon after, a lady came walking out. Hello. How can I help you, Dash? The lady who walked out froze after she came face to face with the group. Dream saw her stare at Riddick as her eyes widened. Chapter 37. Shameless Monkey. The lady looked straight at Riddick with wide eyes and an astonished face. Riddick. Is that you? Hey, Elena. It's been a while. Riddick. Why? Why you? Asterisk deep breath asterisk we have much to talk about, Riddick. Come, my husband will want to see you. Elena. Sure. Is he? Riddick. As fanatical as ever? Yes. Even after we had our children. Elena turned and led the group towards a staircase to the second floor. Riddick talked as they followed. You two had children? After all those years of being married. When did he come around? Riddick. It actually wasn't long after you disappeared. He was moved by your situation and decided one day that he wanted to have a child. I, of course, didn't give him time to change his mind. I had waited for 57 years. There was no way I would pass up the chance. 57 years? But you don't even look a day over 25. Dream. Dream couldn't help but express his astonishment. Elena really did look young, like a woman in her prime. How could she be that old? He thought to himself that he really did need to start changing his mindset when it came to age. Meanwhile, Elena stopped in her steps and turned to look at Dream's baffled face. She smiled sweetly at the compliment. Ho ho, and who might this little charmer be? Elena. Oh, the name is Dream, Mississippi. A pleasure to meet you. Dream. Dream recovered quickly from his stupor and gave his introduction. Dream, that's a nice name. And how exactly did you come to know Riddick? Lena. Ah, that's Dream. A special circumstance. We met about 4 months ago while I was hidden. Riddick. Riddick spoke up for Dream. Elena got the hint and nodded. Interesting. Well, it's nice to meet you too, Dream. Elena. Elena greeted him back and continued walking up the stairs. At the top, there was a door that led to the second floor. Everyone entered and walked into a living room. Elena, you three can make yourselves comfortable. My husband is up in his study. Not that he ever leaves. If you would follow me, Riddick. Sure. Riddick and Elena went over to another staircase and left. Dream walked over to a couch and took a seat. So this is their house, I'm guessing. Dream. Probably. It's a nice place too. Iris. Do they run a hotel? This building is big, but not that big. Luna. Luna and Iris both went to either side of Dream. Luna curled up and cuddled under Dream's arm. Iris also transformed into a fox and laid across his lap. Dream pulled Luna in and started stroking Iris' hair. Your dad came here because we could get a house. Maybe they do sell houses, just not here. Dream. Maybe. I wonder who these people are too. They seem close to Dad. Iris. Well, if we consider that the old man is almost 150 years old, then they're probably old friends. I'm interested in something else, though. Dream. What's that? Iris. Why you guys were in the forest. Something big happened, and I'm getting more and more curious. Dream. Oh, we actually don't know the whole story either. Iris. That's fine. I'll hear it straight from the old man. I know it might be a sensitive topic. Dream. Dream put his hand on Iris' head and rubbed her ears. He had known something was up for a while, but hadn't asked about it to not be too intrusive. But since they had met people who knew the deal, then he had a feeling he would find out soon. The three relaxed for a bit before they heard the footsteps of three people coming from the stairs. They looked over to see who it was. The first one to show was Elaine. Soon after, two boys who looked to be in their teens followed behind. Elaine looked at the three on the couch and sported an amused face. Oh, I didn't know you guys were involved. Elaine. Hee hee. Dream. Anyways, I want to introduce you guys to my two sons, Mark and Beau. Pronounced Bow. Elena introduced the two boys next to her. Dream looked at them and found that they were twins. He stood up from the couch and walked over, putting out his hand to shake theirs. My name is Dream. Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you. One of the twins brushed him off and the other didn't respond. Dream thought that handshaking might not be a normal custom, until he saw that their attention wasn't on him. They're staring at Luna? Makes sense. I don't exactly blame them. But do they really have that little self-control? They don't come from a world of social media and porn. Their only stimulus is real life. And I'm sure your girlfriend is a fresh shot of dopamine for them. Not to mention that they're in their horny teenager phase of life. Good point. He nodded mentally at Sophia. After a couple of moments of Dream awkwardly holding out his hand, the twin who brushed him off walked past him and up to Luna, who was still on the couch. Hello. My name is Mark. What might your beautiful name be? Mark. The twin Mark kneeled down in front of the couch to get eye level with Luna as he said that. Dream just smiled and watched the exchange, wondering where he came to learn such cheesy words. Luna smiled back at Mark and gave her name. My name is Luna. Luna? It really is fitting for such a gorgeous woman. If you'd like, I can take you up to my room. I happen to have a necklace that would look amazing on you. Mark had a wide smile as he tried to woo Luna. Dream, on the other hand, was amazed. Oh my God, is he serious? His mom is literally right here. He also saw me cuddling her earlier and just doesn't care. Damn, this guy has no shame. I'm honestly questioning how he turned out like this. It seemed like Elena was pretty cool, not someone who would raise a shameless punk. It's not like parents can monitor their kids 100% of the time, especially in this world. His parents own a business in the most economically prosperous empire in the world. That means he gets whatever money he wants and does whatever he wants all day. And by his mana levels, he's probably close to second class. He has a bit more than you, so I'm sure he feels pretty high and mighty. Not to mention how his parents are probably rather powerful, with Elena easily being second class. His dad is probably more powerful too, so yeah, he's in a pretty damn good position. But still, nothing is worse than an undisciplined, spoiled little shithead. At least I don't need to be worried though. Luna can take care of herself. Dream and Sophia converse silently. Luna also gave her answer. Thanks, but no thanks. Hey Dream. Luna. What's up? Dream. Luna got up from the couch and walked over, standing in front of him. Can we listen to music? Luna. Of course. Dream took out 2 pairs of headphones for them and asked, any requests? Dream. Surprise me. Luna. Dream grinned while nodding and scrolled through his phone, pressing play on a song. G-Eazy, The Beautiful Damned, Sinner's Heist Remix. Luna smiled and went back to the couch where Iris was still laying. Iris laid on her lap and Luna stroked her hair. Meanwhile, Mark was left there kneeling with an ugly face. Dream chuckled in his mind and turned towards the other twin. You must be Bo then. It's nice to meet you. Dream. Nice to meet you too. Bo. Dream put out his hand and Bo shook it. He then turned to Elena. I'm guessing the 2 men are having a heartwarming reunion? Dream. You could say that. Riddick and my husband have been friends for almost a century. They used to get in all kinds of trouble with their expeditions. That was until my husband, his name is Graf by the way, became obsessed with the world of technology. He eventually came to the mountain to learn more and research, but Riddick wasn't a very big book person, so he didn't stay. Though they never cut ties, Riddick would always come to visit and take my husband out to level up, so they've always stayed friends. Very cool. I'll have to talk with your husband some then. We would have much to learn from each other. Dream. Dream got excited at the thought of talking with someone who knew about this world's technology. He could get lots of information about the materials and their properties, and how mana interacts with matter, which would be crucial to increase his strength. Oh, do you happen to study technology as well? That's impressive. Lena. Asterisk muttering asterisk probably because he's weak and can't level. Mark. Dream and Elena both looked at Mark, who had stood up and shot a glare at Dream. Although he muttered, who in this room didn't have excellent hearing? Don't be rude, Mark. Lena. It's not being rude if it's true. All the weak people are the ones who take up jobs like making things, because they can't fight the dungeons or fields. They're the only ones who study science and stuff. And obviously he's one of them. Mark. Mark dash. Elena? It's okay, Miss Elena. Dream. Dream stopped Elena from trying to reprimand Mark. He could do that himself. So Mark, tell me, did you build this house? Obviously not. What about the bed you sleep on? Again, no. And the clothes you're wearing, did you weave them? No. The food you eat, the toilet you take a shit in, the carriages you ride in, the soap you wash yourself with. You contributed absolutely nothing to the development of those items. Other people did. And without those people, you would be a naked, homeless man with no food to eat. Well, I'm not. But you are an ignorant, ungrateful little boy who knows nothing about the world and what it was built on. I doubt you've ever worked for a single scrap of food in your life. I work. Oh, you work for mommy and daddy, right? You work in their business that they built and fought for, while spending many times more money than you actually earned, right? Afraid to break it to you, but that doesn't count as working, and you go around shitting on the people who actually make a living for themselves. So what? That's all they can do. Doesn't mean I should concern myself with it. Should I feel bad for being strong or something? What does a weak person such as yourself know about those with power? Heh. Dream smirked as a chuckle left his mouth. Mark was having a huge misunderstanding, and Dream knew why. When Dream entered the mountain, he had begun concealing his mana levels. No mana whatsoever escaped, which made it so that anybody who could sense mana would think he had none. The only way you could find out he had mana was if you scanned him and saw the mana he was holding in, which Mark obviously never did. Mark thought he was weak. Dream continued anyway. You were right about one thing. You should never feel sorry about the power you possess. You worked for it and earned it. But what about the mother and father on the street, washing clothes all day so they could make enough money for their 3-year-old child to eat? Or the man in his carpenter shop, carving out and making chairs, tables, beds, like the one in your room? Do they not work hard? Are they not allowed to make a living for themselves? And no, but I still don't need to worry about them. And I'm not telling you to. What I am telling you to do is show a little respect. You can't tell me what to do, especially when you're weak. Here's another piece of advice then, Dash. I don't need advice from you. Mark yelled in frustration and threw out a punch towards Dream's stomach. Dream sighed in his mind. He can't win verbally, so he decided to fight. I guess the monkey can't handle too many words, or he'll explode. Well, you also made him look like an idiot in front of his new crush. So yeah, I'd say he's pretty pissed. Hee, I guess I did. So should I pretend to be mad about him punching me after I kick his ass? Or just brush it off like I'm cool? Cut him a break. He'll be vengeful either way. So don't stir the pot by making it seem like he's your mortal enemy. All right. I'll just scare him a bit. I'm still a little pissed off from being so blatantly ignored earlier. Dream laughed at the conversation in his mind and activated Mystify, disappearing from everyone's sights. Whoosh. Huh. Mark let out a confused sound after his punch only hit air. Elena, who was about to stop her son, also had a perplexed look. After Dream disappeared, he continued speaking since he was interrupted last time. It came like a whisper to his ear. Here's my piece of advice. Dream. Where? Mark lashed out at the space next to him after hearing the voice, but hit nothing. Never underestimate your enemy, because you never know if someone who looks weak could actually be Dash. Where are you? Stop hiding. Mark tried to lash out again, but froze when a demonic, terrifying voice sounded in his mind. While you are WRSDNIGHTMARE. Get away. Mark felt chills all over his body, letting him know he was under immense danger. Under instinct, he activated his mana and tried to cast some magic, though he was soon grabbed by his mother before anything could happen. You are not going to mess up my house. Lena. BB, but Mark swung his head around as goosebumps continued to break out on his skin, still on alert for the threat to his life. Meanwhile, the threat deactivated his stealth, so the terrified monkey hopefully wouldn't get too paranoid. Chapter 38. Reunion. Dream came out of stealth several feet away from Mark. Well, at least your fight or flight response is decent. Not many people have the instinct to fight back when put under life-threatening danger, though you could work on staying more calm. Dream. Why you? What level are you? Are you a second class? You shouldn't bully a first class. Oh, I'm not second class. Then third? Wrong answer. Dream smiled at Mark, who soon got the hint. You? There's no way. I got my title plate, like, an hour ago. Here. Dream took out his iron plate and tossed it over. Mark caught it and saw the information already highlighted. First class ranger, E-stats. Impossible. Mark. I also find that hard to believe. Nobody with such a low and basic status could hide from even me. So, don't tell me. Lena. Let's just say that my ability is more than meets the eye. Riddick knows, and I told him I would fix it when I got my second class. Either way, no harm, no foul. Dream. Elena also saw the profile, and with the experience she had, could quickly come to the conclusion. Dream gave a vague explanation and left it at that. He wasn't keen on outright telling everyone he met that he had a fake status plate. After leaving Mark stupefied, Dream turned towards the staircase that led to the third floor and spoke out. So, old man, are you going to introduce us to your friend? Dream. Good senses. With a snort, two figures appeared at the base of the staircase. It was Riddick and Graf. Haha, I'm liking this kid already. You mind telling me how you knew? Although it's basic, my stealth isn't so easily seen through. Graf. I just sensed the unnatural air movement around you guys. Dream. That and Sophia told me. You're welcome. Dream smiled with a smug face. That's simple, huh? Never mind that. Allow me to introduce myself. Graf. Graf walked over and stood in front of Dream, putting out his hand for a shake. My name is Graf. I'm known as a magic engineer. I happen to like what you were telling my son. Graph. You heard that, huh? Well, at least it made a good impression. Dream. What you said is the basis of humility. Having respect for the little man. Something that is rare in this world, but one of the best qualities to have. Too many stupid teenagers are never disciplined and grow up to be arrogant adults, and I can say that it never ends well for any of them, at least from what I've seen. My son could learn a lot from you. You can bring a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink. It's up to him to change, but I believe that can come with age. As long he's given the right guidance. Heh, as if you're old yourself, kid. You're not even 20 and you want to sound like an old wise man? Guilty as charged. But let's just say that I come from a place and family where I was forced to grow up quickly. Don't get me wrong, though. I am still very much a teenager at heart. Hee hee, of course. Well, I have reunited with my brother, and we are in the prime of the night. I believe a drink or two is in order. What say you, Riddick? The almighty prince of destruction. Graph. I told you not to call me that, but sure. I'll have to see if I can still drink you under the table like last time. Riddick. Huh. When's the last time you even had a drink? And you think you can still outdrink this expert? I'll have you vomiting before I get buzzed. Come. To the kitchen we go. Graph. Graph threw his arm around Riddick and led him to the kitchen. Elena also followed. This left the young ones in the living room. So, are we planning to join them? I might have to regardless considering I have some alcohol they might want. Dream. I don't mind. Luna. I'll join too. Iris. Iris stood from Luna's lap and transformed back into a human. This unintentionally garnered the jaw drops of the twins. What? You? Mark. What? Luna can do the same thing. Iris. She can. Mark. Let's not freak out now. Come on. I'm interested in seeing the two men get drunk. Maybe they'll tell some stories. Dream. Dream turned and walked to the kitchen with the girls in tow. Mark and Bo stood there, still stunned. Let's just join. Alcohol will help get my mind off of everything. Mark. Okay. Bo. The twins walked into the kitchen soon after. Song. Regard. Write it. Prepare your alcohol, boy. I don't think Graph will have enough for both of us. Riddick. No problem. I'm interested to see your full drinking ability anyway. Dream. What drinking ability? That pretty boy Prince can't drink for shit. Pop, Graph. As Graph spoke, he popped off the cork of a big jug of alcohol. Dream could already smell its scent permeating through the kitchen. I gotta ask. Prince? Dream. It's my title. Prince of Destruction. Riddick. It's also a blessing. Let me tell you, kid, this man could be considered the embodiment of annihilation. So much so that he got a damn blessing from it. Graph. Blessing? Dream. Do you not even know what a blessing is? Have you been living under a rock? Graph. I guess you could say that. Dream. Dream smiled sheepishly as he summoned out bottles of alcohol onto a big kitchen table. Living on another world could count as under a rock, right? We can talk about those details tomorrow. I will be reclaiming my throne tonight. Keep summoning, boy. Riddick. Riddick smiled as he began uncapping bottles and setting them up. Dream started sweating at the amount of alcohol that they were preparing. You could get an entire college football team drunk with this alcohol. He was pretty sure that even just the smell from all the open bottles could get a lightweight tipsy. After 15 minutes of summoning and opening bottles, Riddick and Graph each picked up a bottle. Cheers. Graph. Cheers. Riddick. With that, they both knocked back their bottles and drank it in one go. Gulp, gulp, gulp. X2. That was just the beginning. They kept picking up more bottles and downing them like water. 1 bottle, 5 bottles, 10. The kitchen was silent as the men kept pounding back bottles. After they went through Graph's stash, they moved on to Dreams. Burp, what did you summon out, boy? Riddick. Only the hard stuff. Unless you want the fruity, good-tasting stuff. Dream. Fruity? What's fruity? Graph. Here. Dream. Dream summoned out a couple jars of fruit-flavored moonshine. Graph took a jar and drank it. Huh. It doesn't really taste like alcohol. Almost like a juice. Graph. That's why it's great. But don't be fooled. Half of that jar is pure alcohol. Dream. Well, I'll be damned. You could make loads of money selling this stuff. Graph. Sure. If you want to waste the rest of your life dealing with drunks in a bar. Riddick. Graph didn't heed Riddick's comment and drank some more moonshine. Dream decided to take out some alcohol for the others. Miss Elena, would you like some wine? Dream. Wine. Elena. Dream poured a glass and handed it to her. She drank it and smiled. This is really good. Thank you. Elena. Of course. Mark. Bo. Try some of this. Dream. Dream summoned out more glasses and poured some whiskey. He slid it over to them. Not bad. Mark. It's good. Bo. Good. And here's some margaritas for you too. Dream. Dream took out some mixes and made drinks for Luna and Iris. This was their favorite from last time. After everyone had a drink in their hand, Dream poured a glass of tequila for himself and sipped it. He grabbed a chair and kicked back, listening to music and watching the two men get drunk. After a bit, Riddick and Graph started slowing down. Graph also began speaking. You know, Prince, I know the circumstances were complicated and all. Graph. Oh boy. Riddick. But you could have let me help you out a bit. I could have hooked you up with a nice house in a random kingdom somewhere, and you and your daughters could still live peacefully. New identities. Nobody knows who you are. All the money you could ask for. Anything. But you still ran off to who knows where and disappeared. Not even so much as a goodbye. Graph. Easier said than done. They would still find me no matter where I went, and I would never get my own friends involved in something that dangerous. Not to mention how I couldn't even take refuge in the empires. It was best if I just cut all ties and vanished. For me, my friends, and my daughters. I messed up, and it was my responsibility to take care of it. Riddick. Falling in love is not messing up. Unless it's with a hooker. Graph. Asterisk muttering asterisk, those are wise words. Dream. Anyway, you found your soulmate, had some children, and somebody stood between you two. That is not your fault. What would SHE say if she heard you say that? Did she blame you for what happened? Graph. I don't know. All I know is that they took her away from me, and they dared to try and take my daughters. As Riddick spoke, an overwhelming killing intent was released. The bottle in his hand also disintegrated, literally. Everyone other than Graph and Elena felt their hair stand on end and their heartbeat quicken. The twins even backed away in their seats, putting distance between them and Riddick. Settle down, Prince. I didn't mean to fire you up. Graph. Asterisk size asterisk sorry. Riddick apologized, and the killing intent disappeared. The twins took a deep breath to calm themselves. But hey, it's good to see that you still have that fire within you. I noticed you changed quite a bit in these last 20 years. You're more mellow. Graph. Well, that's what happens when you live in a forest with nothing to do for so long. It's given me lots of time to think. But no matter how I looked at it, I never found a viable way to get her back. It seems impossible. Riddick. Nothing is impossible, old man. Dream. Dream spoke up after he felt he had a solid grasp on what happened. If you want something, but aren't strong enough to get it, what do? Dream. Get stronger. But you need to know how difficult it is to ascend to 4th class, boy, Riddick. Then you need to figure out how. Find the path, and walk it. This is where using your brain comes in. If one thing doesn't work, then try another. You're a magician, yeah? Dream. Yes. Riddick. And what makes a magician strong? Dream. Mana and his spells. So you either need more mana, or better spells. I haven't been able to increase my mana for decades. And why's that? Levels. Every time I leveled up, I would get a bit more mana. But enemies get harder and lesser as levels increase. So your leveling speed decreases dramatically as you level up. It was a miracle that I even got to where I am. So you need to increase your mana without increasing your level. I don't know if that's possible. Why would it be impossible? Ask questions. Old man, what is mana? Where does it come from? How is it controlled? How is it stored within you? And how can you increase that storage? If you figure out the answer to these questions, then I say that you will be able to do much more than just increase your mana storage. Riddick went quiet with a contemplating face, and Graph looked at Dream with a smile. I'm liking you more and more. Graph. Well, those are just questions. Ones that I've been trying to figure out since I arrived here. I was actually planning on coming to you, Graph, for knowledge on engineering and science. I need to learn about materials and their properties. Of course, only if you would allow me. That might be possible, but my knowledge and research are very valuable. You know those communication wires you see everywhere? I designed those. I've created many things, and the knowledge used can't just be given away. Well, what if I told you that those wires are child's play, primitive even, compared to the technology one know? Primitive? Do you know how long it took me to develop those? You haven't lived for 2 decades, and you're saying you can do better? Graf raised his voice at Dream, obviously heated. Sorry, I don't mean to insult your work, but yes, those wires are primitive compared to my technology. You see that thing on Luna's head? That little thing is many times more advanced than a bunch of metal strings. Here, try one. Dream summoned out a pair of headphones and gave them to Graf. Graf put them on just like how Luna had them. The headphones happened to come with a mic. So to make his point, Dream connected them together and started speaking. Can you hear me? What? Graf shouted in surprise after a voice came from nowhere. It's me. I am speaking to you through the thing on your head. The one I have takes my voice and transmits it to yours instantaneously. This lets you hear me in real time. I can also do it over distances. Watch. Dream stood up from his seat and walked out of the kitchen. He went to the doorway leading to the first floor and walked down the stairs. Once he was on the first floor, he spoke. Can you hear me? I can. That's amazing. I can't hear your actual voice, but the one coming from this thing. And I can sense you on the first floor. But how can you deliver your voice if there is no connection? Through the power of science. To give you a sense of what I know, the knowledge needed to create your wire technology is primitive compared to the knowledge needed to create the thing on your head. And even that level of knowledge is easy compared to everything else I know. Graf went silent and Dream started walking back to the kitchen. When he got back, Graf looked at him with excited eyes. If what you say is really true, then I guess I should be asking you to teach me. Graf, we can learn from each other. Just throwing this out there now, I come from another world. That world was one that studied the laws of the universe and came to create technology that could do everything imaginable. I requested Riddick to bring me here so I could learn about this world's technology. Such knowledge is crucial for me, second only to the ways of magic, and you are someone I can share and benefit with. So, Graf, would you like to exchange our knowledge with each other? Dream. Of course. I would be an idiot not to. The prince told me a bit about you, and I guess he skipped over the detail that you came from another world. But no matter. Any knowledge is good knowledge. Graf. Agreed. I guess now we have our work cut out for us. But that's all for tomorrow. Let's continue drinking. Maybe you should share some stories with us. I'm interested in what the old man used to be like back in the day. Dream. Back in the day? Heh, Sir Prince over here used to be one hell of a maniac, going around and almost getting killed. Every day it was something new. He almost lost an arm, almost lost his head. Hell, he even came out one time with a half-dissolved body. I swear I've never seen someone in a more wretched state. Graf. And all you did was laugh. Riddick. Hell yeah, I did. Ha ha ha. The look on your girlfriend's face at the time was priceless. Graf began laughing his ass off over old memories while Riddick just hid behind his bottle. Everyone laughed along as well. Graf told one story after another. Riddick also made sure to jab back. Whether it was about broken hearts, near-death fights, huge embarrassments, they told it all. I guess 150 years gives a lot of time for anything to happen. Dream, we have a problem. Huh. Dream snapped out of his stupor and focused on Sophia, who alerted him. What the hell happened? It's Earth. The record has arrived on Earth. Chapter 39. Call Mom. The record has arrived on Earth. Hold on. Dream circulated his mana and cleared his head of the alcohol. When his thinking was sharp, he exited the kitchen and went to the living room. He sat on the couch. What do you mean? The record has arrived on Earth. Exactly what you think. The system, which is present in this world, is now present on Earth. I have also looked through the connection given by summons from another world, and I have confirmed that mana is also present. Dream went silent, not because he was shocked, but because his brain was working in overdrive. When he finally understood, he spoke. Get me a laptop. All right. A laptop was summoned on Dream's lap, and he opened it. The first thing he did was go to a news website. He didn't have to look for long, as there were already several articles on the new mysterious system. Artists had also taken to the forums. Sure enough, Dream saw a post of a picture looking just like the status screen. There were even a couple of videos of people using magic, though only lightly. Another thing he saw was reports about animal attacks all around the world. Not only do people get mana, but so do animals. Monsters will be created, and people will begin leveling up. It's nothing too crazy yet, though. The mana levels on Earth are still thin, much thinner than here. So there will be limits on the level and strength of monsters, and therefore people. But this is still unprecedented. It will bring changes to the world that overturns everything. Countries will be destroyed and built. Wars will be carried out. Who knows how many people will die before things settle down? Not to mention the monsters. The good thing, though, is that modern technology still reigns supreme. It could be a long time before people can resist the power of a bullet with their body. So for now, it won't be totally out of control. They will learn their limits. I guess that's true. Dream sat and pinched the bridge of his nose with his eyes closed, just thinking. After a bit, Luna and Iris walked out from the kitchen over to Dream. Dream? What's that? Iris. Iris sat down next to him and looked at the laptop. Since she knew English, she had no trouble reading the words. What is the system? A new dawn for Earth? Iris. Earth? Isn't that the place you came from? Luna. The girls turned towards Dream, who decided to explain. Earth is indeed the world I came from. Do you remember how I said that my world never had a system or mana? Dream. Yeah. Iris. Well, today, the record, along with the system, has come to my world. Mana is now also in my world. Dream. So that means, Iris, my world will be turned upside down. Life as they know it will be forever changed. It's a paradigm shift unlike any other, and I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. Dream. Iris and Luna went quiet. Dream was incredibly solemn right now. After more time thinking, other people walked out from the kitchen, wondering what Dream was doing. Boy, what's that? Riddick. Riddick. Graph. Dream. Yes? Graph. Dream turned to them with a serious face. When they saw that, they sobered up and listened. Has this world ever been without mana? Dream. I have never heard of any such thing. Riddick. Of all the history I have studied, there has never been anything said about not having mana. As far as I'm concerned, this world has always had mana and the record. Why do you ask? Graph. Everyone knows that I come from another world. That world is called Earth. Earth has never had a single speck of mana. The record has also never existed on Earth. But today, both have appeared in my world. Dream. What? Do you know what such a thing implies? Graph. That in the history of the world we are in, there was once no mana. That mana does not exist everywhere. That the record is not omnipresent. The implications of such a thing are huge, I know. And as a person who came from a world with no mana or system, what did you think went through my head when I discovered that there was a system? Or when I died and awoke moments later totally fine, but in another dimension altogether? A bullet. Rest in peace. Dream chuckled in his mind. All right, so you understand. Unfortunately, I don't know what to say about your world, other than it sounds like a huge change. Graph. It is. And I think there's something I need to do now. Dream. What's that? Graph. Dream went quiet as he spoke to Sophia. Sophia, do you think I should call them? Do you want to? I can make it happen. I've avoided it until now, but I think I need to. I need to warn them of the changes and what to expect. And I also miss them. I want to see my mom. Then we can video call. We can use the laptop. That's fine. Hang on. Dream looked towards the people in the room. I'm going to talk to someone. So if everyone could keep quiet while I do so, I would appreciate it. Dream. All right. Graph. Who are you going to talk to? Iris. My mom. Her name's Shannon. Dream. Your mom? Isn't she on Earth? Iris. Yup. Dream. You can even talk over entire dimensions? Graph. All right. Quiet. Dream. Dream shushed everyone as he became incredibly anxious. After a few moments, his laptop screen showed a calling icon. He had finally called his mother. Click. Hello? Dream went silent as he stared at the screen. He didn't plan to be, but seeing his mother's face made him choke on his words. He could also see his mother's eyes growing wide. She cautiously asked, "Dream? Hi, Mom. Dream? No? Who are you?" "My son is dead." "It's me, Mama." Sniff, "I am sorry." Dream choked up as tears fell from his eyes. Shannon also teared up. "No, they said you were dead. How can?" "I'm sorry, Mama. It's complicated. Then make it simple. Where are you? I need to see you." "I can't see you right now. I'm not exactly close, but I'm doing fine. I'm completely okay." "Prove it then. How do I know you're not some piece of shit with a computer?" Dream felt it was ironic since he felt he kind of was a piece of shit with a computer, but he still tried to respond. You son of daff. No, no, no. I have the revolver." "What revolver?" "The revolver that I took from our safe. The rusty one that was given to Dad from Grandpa. Look." Dream held up the rusty revolver that he used to kill himself that night. It had been taken with him over to the new world, and he decided to keep it. Now it came in handy. Shannon recognized the revolver as well. She knew that the revolver was taken the same night that Dream disappeared. "You? Then what the hell did you do?" "They said it was suicide. They found your fucking brains on your car. And no body. I had a closed casket funeral for my own son. So what the fuck happened?" Shannon lashed out as tears poured from her eyes. She had lost her son, and now suddenly he was alive and well. How could she not be shocked and confused? Luna and Iris had also started crying. Since Graf and Elena didn't know English, they had no idea what was going on. Dream had gone quiet as he didn't know how to respond to her. What excuse could he come up with? While he was quiet, though, the mic picked up someone else. "Sniff, Luna." "Who's that?" "Shannon." Dream." Dream panicked and cursed the microphone for being so sensitive. It even picked up Luna's sniffles. Luna also figured out what she did and looked at Dream with an embarrassed face. "That's Dream. Who is with you right now?" "It's complicated, Mom." "No, it's not. Turn the camera." Dream sighed and looked at Luna. "You want to meet my mom?" Dream. "I don't mind." Luna. "Is that a girl?" Shannon. Dream sighed in his mind and turned the camera, mentally preparing himself for the worst. "Mom, meet Luna." Luna, Mom. Dream. Hi. Luna. Shannon. Luna waved hi at the screen, and Shannon went silent for a bit. Dream. "Did you kidnap a supermodel or something?" "I did not. That's why I said it was complicated." "Then make it simple. I was brought to another planet." "Is that a joke? Would you believe me if I said it wasn't?" "Mom, the reason I called now is because of what happened on Earth." "You mean all that magical bullshit in the news?" "Exactly. You need to understand that it is very real. Magic is real." "Okay, if you decide to ignore this and pass it off as some hoax, then bad things can happen." "Well, there's only been some people who are getting those screens in front of them, and even less videos about people using magic. It's all probably Photoshop." "It's not, Mom. You have that screen too. You know how to get it? Say status." "Go ahead." "All right, status." "Whoa." Shannon jumped back as the screen popped up in front of her. "What is this?" "It's your status, Mom. Start getting used to it. As I said, this is very real. The world is about to go through massive changes, and you, along with Dad and the boys, need to be ahead of it. You need to take this seriously. Understand?" Shannon went quiet for a bit before nodding. "All right, I'll believe you. But what do we do anyway?" "I'm going to teach you, but not just you, the world. Don't ask me how, but I can control those news and social media sites. I'll be sending out a guide on how everything works. Everyone will get it, and I hope that by doing this, things won't be so crazy. I want you guys to be safe, and to do that, the world has to be calm. But that doesn't mean there will be no danger." "Mom, I need you to understand that superpowers exist now, and only if you're powerful can you be truly safe. I also need you to beware of any animals, even pets. They will start to change as well, and not in a good way." "Okay, I get it. I'll be careful." "And what do you mean animals?" "Animals will begin to turn into monsters, and they will be very powerful. I know you may not want to, but you might have to give up the cats. Take them to a shelter or something." "No, they're just cats. How could I give up Ambush and Echo? They're my babies." Asterisk size asterisk well, just be careful, please. Keep an eye out for any changes. I'll only yield because I'm not certain what will happen to all animals. Thank you. Now what about you? And who's Luna? When I was dropped in this new world, it was her and her family that I met first. They've been taking care of me this whole time. Here, I'll have you meet them. Dream motioned Riddick over and turned the camera to Iris next to him. This girl is Iris. She's Luna's sister. Hi. Iris. Iris' face went red out of embarrassment. My. There's two supermodels. Shannon. And this is Riddick. He's their dad. Dream. Dream turned the camera to Riddick, who was standing. Hello. It's nice to meet the mother of this troublesome boy. Riddick. Oh my. Well, hello to you too. Shannon. Mom. What? He's good looking. You only see men like that on TV. Like a work of art. Why can't I admire it every now and then? Because you already have a work of art named Dad. Sigh anyway. Dream turned the camera back to him. Shannon spoke up. You know, sweetie, I wouldn't mind if you put a ring on one of those girls. You know, Mom, I totally agree. It's a work in progress, though. Of course. But don't dally too long. Things happen. I won't. Dream and his mom chuckled at the marriage plans. Meanwhile, the girls and Riddick had no idea what that meant and stood there with confused faces. Dream turned serious after a moment. Mom, I need you to be careful from here on out. I will. Sweetie, you need to as well. I only regret that I can't be there with you. I don't. Everyone needs you over there. But it's fine. I'm already rather powerful myself. I can hold my own. I'm glad. And you can become powerful too, Mom. Mana does incredible things. You can heal all your old injuries from your younger days and feel 20 again. Hey, I'm still young. I may not be able to play basketball like I used to, but I can still nail three-pointers better than you. Mom, 40 isn't that young. If you're not careful, you'll mess up your knee again. Hey, don't go blabbing my age. Not polite. All right. Well, I should get off. I'll need to make that guide for everyone. Will I be able to call you again? Of course. Though sometimes I might be busy, but I have my phone. All right. I guess I'll have to break the news to your father myself then, huh? If you could. Fine. But he'll still want to talk to you, so expect a call. I will. Then I guess I'll let you go. I'm sure you have work to do. Yeah. Love you, Mom. Love you too, sweetie. Goodbye. Bye. Click. Dream ended the call, and the screen went blank. He spoke to Graph. I'm done. Dream. Oh, I didn't recognize the language. Graph. I know. Sywell, I would love to party a bit more tonight, but I have things to do. Dream. I think everyone is out of the mood now. Elena, if you wouldn't mind getting us a residence to stay. Riddick. You can stay here. We have nice big rooms upstairs that you can all use. Graph. I can prepare them. I wouldn't want you to stay anywhere else either. Lena. Thank you. Riddick. Riddick accepted their hospitality. Everyone then went upstairs to see where the rooms would be. Dream also closed his laptop and followed. Chapter 40. Hope. Elena guided them up the floors. The third floor consisted of the twins' 2 rooms, just 2 doors across from each other in a hallway. The fourth floor was Graph and Elena's room. This time there was no hallway and just a door. Looks like they had a whole floor for themselves. The 5th floor was similar to the twins' floor, having 2 doors. We have 2 empty guest rooms here. There's another room upstairs, but it's barely a room. We would have to furnish it before someone uses it. Lena. The study isn't up there? Dream. Dream remembered Elena saying there was a study and figured it would be the top floor or something. My study is underground. I have a platform in my room that leads down to it, and there's no other entrance. Graph. I can't believe you bought a platform. Riddick. What else is there to do with my loads of money? Speaking of, I can go buy some furniture for the 6th floor. Graph. There's no need. I have my own furniture. I'll just take the 6th floor. Dream. Dream spoke up before Graph went running off to spend money. Since he could summon furniture, he could take the empty room and furnish it himself. He also didn't want to use this world's furniture. Oh, so you did have an inventory. I wondered where you got that alcohol from. Graph. I can help you clean the room then. Will Luna and Iris need separate rooms as well? Lena. No, they can stay together. Riddick. Okay. The rooms are already ready for use, so you can just choose one. Lena. Thanks. Riddick. Sure thing. Follow me, Dream. Lena. Elena led Dream up the stairs while Riddick and the girls picked their rooms. When they got to the 6th floor, it was another door just like the 4th floor. Elena opened the door, which creaked from having no use, and walked in. The room looked more like a floor, which it was. A big wide open space that was the size of the living room downstairs greeted Dream. Though that was all there was, it had no furniture at all. The only things Dream could see was a wall to the left with 2 doors on it. Those doors are the bedroom and bathroom. And this big area is the living space. Lena. Dream nodded and walked around the area a bit. There was plenty of dust, letting him know just how long it had been since someone's been up here. Sorry about the mess. We haven't used this room in quite a while. It was originally supposed to be the study, but we ended up putting it underground. Lena. That's all right. Are the bedroom and bathroom furnished? The bathroom has the basics, and the bedroom doesn't have anything. Are you sure you don't want us to go get something? My husband wouldn't mind making a trip. No, thank you. I have everything I need. Very well. I'll at least clean the place for you. After saying so, Elena began using magic. A big ball of water was conjured and began flying across the floor and walls, capturing all the dust. When she swept the living area, the ball of water became brown with dirt. She then walked over to the bedroom and bathroom and did the same. When she was done, she went over to a window and threw the ball outside, hitting the ground next to the building. After that, she began using air magic and blew all the stagnant, dusty air out the window and refreshing the room. There. You're all set. Do it the places you like. And if you need anything, let us know. Lena. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll take good care of this space. You're very welcome. Oh, and just a little detail about the room. Since it was supposed to be a study, it's extra sturdy and isolated. So any loud noise inside or bangs against the surfaces won't escape the room. There's a mana barrier around it as well, preventing any unwanted eyes from peeking. Last but not least, the door locks. Just so you know. Well, I'll be going then. Have a good night. Elena walked out of the room, shutting the door behind her. She's a dirty woman. This works out great for you, though. I can't argue with that. Either way, I get an entire floor to myself. Dream looked around for a bit and decided to walk into the bedroom. It really was empty like Elena said, but there was one thing she didn't mention. What's that door? Dream walked up to a door across the room and walked through it. Whoa. Dream took a second to take in the view. The door led to a balcony. The balcony hung outside the building and gave him a view of the city. He could even see the gates leading out of the mountain. It truly was a magnificent view. So they do have lighting systems, though it's not everywhere, but at least the streets have some light. I thought everything would be dark. Dream? Huh. Dream heard a voice from below him and peered over the edge of the balcony. Oh, hi Luna. I guess you guys have a balcony too. Hi. And yes, it was outside our bedroom. Same here. How's the furniture? It's good. The beds are actually really comfortable, so we probably won't need yours. That's good. What about your furniture? There isn't any. I'll be summoning things out. Oh, you need help? Sure, why not? Okay, hop. Whoa, be careful. Dream got caught off guard after Luna just decided to jump up to his balcony rather than go up the stairs. She grabbed the ledge and Dream grabbed her arm, pulling her up. Thanks. Sure. They walked into the bedroom and Luna looked around. There really is nothing. Luna. It's fine though. That just means that I can do what I want. Starting with the bed, Dream began summoning out items. He first put the bed over close to the balcony door. He then summoned out a dresser, a giant wall mirror, and a really big carpet that filled almost 80% of the room. Next, he brought out a big TV and put it on the wall. He then took out a couple of power walls for electricity. Alright, that does it for the bedroom. I should do the bathroom next. Dream walked over to a door in the bedroom that led straight to the bathroom. When he entered, he found that it was very spacious. It had a bath, toilet, and sink. Thought it was bare. It was all he really needed. Wait, toilet? Yeah, they have working bathrooms like our old house. I was surprised too. Thank the Lord. Dream gave his heartfelt thanks. He also tried it out and found that it worked almost the same as regular toilets. The bath and sink also worked the same as regular ones. Well, I do believe I'm set then. Not much I need to do here, other than soaps. Dream threw some soap bottles near the tub and sink. He then walked out of the bathroom into the living area. Now, I really don't know what to do with all this space. Dream. A place for your experiments? Luna. Maybe. Or I'll do it in graph study. Speaking of, how did you like them, by the way? Dream turned to Luna for her opinion on the family. He didn't forget that her, along with Iris, could sense the true state of souls and in turn, someone's emotions. This helped with seeing if people were fake or genuine. They were nice. Though the twins were lustful and arrogant, it wasn't anything different from what we've seen already. I could sense greed from Graf, likely due to the money he makes, but otherwise good-natured. Elena was also a bit judgmental, but again, still a good person. Ultimately, they seemed to really see Dad as a friend. It was also nice seeing him happy to meet people he knew. That's good. Now, how do you feel about the situation they talked about? With what I'm now 100% sure is your mom. Dream didn't beat around the bush and went straight to what he was concerned about. Luna heard his question and went quiet for a second. I'm not sure how to feel. Dad's never told us about our mother. All we've ever known is that Dad was there for us. But after hearing what they said, that someone took Mom away, it makes me angry. I was supposed to have a mother all this time, and I know that I don't know what it's like. But after seeing other families at the kingdom, and you talking to your mom, I suddenly feel something missing. It's not like Dad isn't enough either. I love Dad, but it's just, I want to know what it's like. Is that wrong? To want more? I just feel ungrateful. Luna crossed her arms and looked down, feeling bad about what she was thinking. Dream went over to her and gave her a hug. It's not wrong to want your own mother. And wanting a mother's love isn't being ungrateful to your dad. He probably feels worse than you do, not being able to give a mother to his children, not to mention how he doesn't even get to see her. I didn't think of it like that. What I'm amazed about, though, is who the hell your mother must be, and how powerful the people who took her away are. Your dad said that he would need to get to 4th class. Nothing about this is normal, or something that we can intervene in. Now that I think about it, it must be a pretty big risk bringing you guys out into the world. It's been 20 years, but who knows if these enemies have given up. They could still be on the lookout. Then it's another reason to get stronger. So we aren't a burden. We hid for so long, even got trashed on by those stupid clans. Clans? Dream asked, remembering where he heard that. They had mentioned it back when Dream first met them. Something about how other clans used the hunting grounds. Luna explained. The forest our house was in had multiple clans of animals. Wolves, deer, birds. They all used the area, especially that tree dome. They would come and harass us occasionally. Sometimes they would drive us out of the hunting grounds, not letting us get. One time they even destroyed our house while we were gone. After we grew up, we found out how powerful Dad was, but he still never fought back unless it was necessary. Iris always got really heated and would yell and try to fight them whenever they did something. I wasn't as vocal, but I was still angry. Not being powerful enough to fight back made me mad. They could just push us around whenever they wanted. Dream felt Luna getting angry as she spoke. He began stroking her hair in an attempt to comfort her. Luna went quiet and stayed buried in his chest for a bit, eventually calming down. So I'm sorry. I know you need to help your world. Luna. No, it's fine. I know you needed it. Although maybe you should go be with your sister. She might not be feeling so hot either. I can just bring her up here. We can stay here while you work. 'Cause I know you're not going to sleep anytime soon. I guess so. All right. I'll start setting things up. You get Scarlet. Luna nodded and separated from Dream, walking towards the balcony. Dream also walked out into the living area. All right, Sophia. We got our work cut out for us. Get me a big panel. On it. Moments later, a huge set of screens appeared around Dream. There were 30 screens in total curving around in front of Dream. This was called a panel. It was one of the premium devices found on Earth, costing a pretty penny. I could be used for anything, but mainly gaming and for a home theater. All 30 screens integrated seamlessly together, allowing gamers to see everything perfectly as if they were on the battlefield themselves. One by one, the screens lit up, brightening up the previously dark room. After a moment, a search engine appeared in his view under the name Quantum. Quantum, a cryptocurrency turned search engine. I still find it amazing how it replaced Google all those years ago. Sophia, how is that project I gave you coming along? Sophia's voice came over a speaker system. It's going well. We've infected 81% of the known decentralized internet space. Everything else is either ridiculous quantum-based AI security or has never connected to the web. And although it's only 81% of the internet, we can make contact with 98% of the world's population. Whether it's over social media or direct to their terminals, there is a way for us to deliver data. Dream nodded and recalled his time back in the forest. When he had become able to connect to the internet, he had many things he wanted to do. The biggest one, though, was to create a super-intelligent AI. Although he had Sophia, creating AI was something he had always been interested in, and he could obviously never do it himself. But that's why he had Sophia. When he began to mess around, though, he began thinking bigger. One thing led to another, and he eventually gave Sophia the task of taking over the internet. With her vast knowledge and programming capabilities, there was nothing she couldn't do. So in short, we've succeeded. This will be a cakewalk then. Of course. Dream? What's all that? Dream turned around at the voice, finding Luna and Iris coming from the bedroom. Oh, hi guys. What I'm doing here is preparing to hijack every major communication platform in my world. There are nearly 16 billion people living on Earth, and I will be sending a message to them all. 16 people? Iris. 16 billion people. 10, 100, 1,000, million, billion. Let's just say it's a lot. Okay, and what message are you sending? The message is an outline of the details about the system. I will be telling everyone about magic, skills, attributes, classes, everything they need to know about the new power they possess. Hopefully, this will help calm the world, making it so that less people die during the trial period. And although this will probably only help a little, it at least gives everyone a fighting chance. Sort of. Okay, but why would people die? They're just getting mana and a screen in front of them. Iris. It's not that simple. The introduction of the record overturns what they know about the universe, and more than that, it gives everyone a chance to gain power. Before, everyone was pretty much the same. Sure, there were strong and weak people, but weapons made it so that everyone was equal. It didn't matter who you were. If you took a shot to the head, you were dead. But now, that's no longer the case. There's a true path to strength in front of everyone, and there are many people who want someone else dead. Nations will be meaningless to the powerful. Wars will break out between those with magic and those who reject magic. There will be many bad people drunk on the power who will do anything to get stronger. Monsters will be created and rampage. Everyone will be thrown into chaos as people begin to figure out this new way of life. How many people will die? I'm not sure. But there is no doubt that the number is massive. Dream went quiet after explaining everything to Iris, who managed to get a hint of how critical a situation it was. I didn't realize mana was that bad. Iris. It's not bad. Dream. But won't tons of people die because of this? Families destroyed, kingdoms burned. Is that not what you just told us? Yes, but there's something you need to understand. That while the introduction of mana is chaotic, it also represents something. What's that? It represents hope. In a world of materialistic societies, mana is the door to something greater, to pursue something that truly matters and open the doors to a higher realm of being.